Forward. For a long time, I used to think that there was only one truth. I loved that song One Vision by Queen. I truly believed the lyrics that life was one man, one goal, one mission. I used to believe these lyrics that there was one God, one vision, one true religion, and one real decision. I believed that if I pursued the truth, eventually everyone would understand me and want to join me. I truly believed that if I just kept seeking the truth, one day I would understand and be understood by all other people, and that we could all help each other without ever hurting each other. I used to think that, given that there's only one true religion with only one true God, then the reason why people didn't accept me was because I wasn't close enough to the truth. The reason why I'm an outcast, why people mocked me and looked down on me, was because I was going down the wrong path, away from the truth. And that's why people hurt me and betrayed me, because I was just too far away from the truth. So I put all my effort into being more humble and just sincerely pursuing the truth. I was really convinced that even when people made my life hard and hurt my feelings, it was all because of some big invisible power guiding me towards the truth. However, even though in my head I was telling myself these beautiful words about pursuing the truth, in reality I was covered in filth. And people treated me like I was filthy and didn't let me into their circles. And I really felt like a leper. And even in the case that I was let into some sort of circle, it was always just to make a mockery of me. No matter what, I couldn't be like other people. I always made a scene and dragged everyone else down, which made them dislike me even more and eventually kick me out of the group. Everything I tried, I failed. And after I failed, I would blame everyone else. In the end, I couldn't finish a single thing I started. I would act all good and pure about my mission to pursue the truth, but underneath all that was this ravenous greed and the temptation of envy. I pretended to have no interest in sex, while my head was constantly filled with fantasies which made me feel guilty and dirty. And I would beat myself up for being such a perverted freak and think that the only way I could change myself is if I could finally grasp the real truth, without which nobody would ever accept me. And I tried my best to be pure and be clean, but no matter how hard I tried, no one accepted me. They just kept humiliating me and looking down on me. I failed at trying to be good, and even when I wanted to become a righteous, clean person, my determination for this wouldn't last very long. And every time I messed up, I felt filthy. I felt like people despised me, like they could see the dirt all over me. And then I would start blaming myself with this delusion that I was setting myself up for all this misery on purpose. I became hopeless and lost the will to live. I wanted to die, because there's no worth or meaning in someone like me to keep on living. And I'll never be able to reach the truth anyway. I spent my whole life in agony like this, thinking these things, but one day I realized there isn't such a thing as one truth. I realized that what I consider to be the truth isn't the truth for other people. I'm not crazy, I'm just different from them, and this contradiction makes everything seem crazy. And this realization, once I grasped this concept, I was liberated. Once I realized the error in thinking that everyone is just like me and everyone is living in this same truth, I realized a lot of different things. I saw that there are, in fact, 3 truths, and these 3 truths differ from one another as a matter of course. So how did I come to this realization, and how did it set me free? And what happened after that? Well, that's the theme of this book. Chapter 1. The feeling of not being yourself. Wanting people to accept the real me who doesn't exist. Even when I was messing up all the time, every time, somewhere in my mind I was thinking, but that's not the real me. I always had this feeling like I can do better than this. I should be able to be living a different life. For some reason, my life was a failure, and even when I did manage to do something right and people would compliment me, I couldn't accept their praises or enjoy my successes because I would think, this isn't the real me. The real me can do much better than this. My parents always told me, you're so smart. You can do anything you try, but you just don't try. Is this why I thought I could always do better than what I was doing? That I can do anything I try? Because I listened to my parents? Maybe that's part of the reason. But for me, this sensation of not being who I truly am is not so simple. Whenever I set out to do something, my body and my brain wouldn't work the way they're supposed to, like they didn't even belong to me. And always at the most critical moments, they would fail me, as if I had no control over them. If it's something that I didn't care about that much, I could just keep doing it for hours and hours. But when it came to something that I really wanted to do, it was like my soul flew out of my body and I lost all of my power. I would lose my concentration and I would mess up and then I would regret what I was doing. And I would always bash myself saying, why couldn't I just keep it going at that one crucial moment? But no matter how much I bashed myself, I would keep repeating the same mistakes over and over. Even though I knew what it was that I had to do, every time at the most critical moment, I failed. I would embarrass myself in front of everyone and expose my worthlessness, and then they would mock me and say, yep, this is who you are, all talk and no action. And then I would always whip out my pathetic excuse of, I'm usually way better than this. I just get nervous when people are watching me. Or, it's because that guy was looking at me like I don't know what I'm doing. And even though I never really buckled down and did the hard work, I would always have this feeling that if I just practiced just as much as everyone else, I'd be better than all of them. I just wanted to scream, this isn't the real me. The real me is a lot cooler and a lot talented than this dork. I wanted someone to see me, to recognize me. I tried to articulate this, but nobody understood. Everyone around me just looked down on me, so trying to give any explanation was just like digging my own grave. In the end, everyone just despised me as an all talk, no action, good for nothing, and even I began to believe them. And say, well, maybe that is the real me. Maybe I am just a waste of space. But still, somewhere in my mind, while I was saying that I'm useless, I would ridicule the people who despised me for their lack of discernment, their lack of ability to see my true amazing talents, because they're too stupid to understand. Now, if I had just left it at that and said, they're too stupid to see how awesome I am, they just don't know any better, that would be fine. But the problem was I really hated them for it, thinking, why won't they acknowledge how great I am? But I had nothing to show for it. I needed people to recognize this talent, which is too magnificent to be measured by real-world achievements. Of course, that would never happen, so in the end, this anger of the lack of recognition grew into a hatred and a resentment. I never showed off my skills, I never tried, but I still wanted to be recognized as a talented person. I was thinking, even when I'm silently sitting there, people should be able to just feel my awesome power in the vibes around me. I wanted people to catch all the witty little nuances and deep meanings in my word choices, and when they didn't, I would really get offended by it, that they didn't see my plethora of abilities. So I just always had this deep desire for someone to discover this real me who doesn't actually exist, and to one day return to this real me. Chapter 2: The Misery of Making Mothers Sad. There's one old baby picture of me, sepia-tinted, where I'm smiling ear to ear with my family, and I'm being held by this elderly American missionary couple. As the story goes, one of the missionaries said to my mother in Japanese, in their American accent, "I want this child's face." Did this adorable, smiling baby foresee the tragic childhood he was about to experience? When I was a child, snot was always trickling out of my nose. I was that kid who always cried when people made fun of him. Anytime some neighborhood kid or relative picked on me, I always bursted out into tears and ran all the way home. Why was I such a crybaby? There was a proper reason for this. My mother was always sick, and her mother-in-law bullied her brutally. The psychological abuse from my grandmother was so intense it caused my mother to miscarry my older brother. If a stillbirth isn't enough psychological damage, the fact that her mother-in-law's bullying is what caused it is just a nail in the coffin. Sometimes my mother would take me over to grandmother's house, but on the train ride home she was always in tears, and I felt so horrible for her. At that time I was too young to understand that it was my grandmother's bullying, and how harmful it was to my mother, and pushed her into depression. To me, my grandma was just a nice old lady who bought me toys. So I assumed I was the reason why my mother was sad. I tried to cheer her up somehow, but she would always lash out at me, saying, "Go away, leave me alone," as if to say, "It's all your fault." I felt so pathetic and miserable, thinking that I'm such a bad kid that I make my mother cry. So on the train I would be reflecting over what I had done to make my mother cry. I'd think maybe it's because I asked for too many snacks at my grandma's house, because I'm such a greedy, lousy brat. Or maybe it's because I didn't listen to my parents and ran around inside her apartment. And I would cry and repent. As I recalled the ways I must have disappointed my mother as she sat next to me, simply hanging her head in despair. So that's why whenever I was teased and bullied, I would cry, because I thought, I'm making my mother sad by being such a loser. And I was so ashamed of myself for this that I couldn't hold back the tears. I didn't cry for my own misery, but rather for the shame of being such a loser who makes his mother miserable. And the more I cried about it, the more people bullied me for crying and laughed at me. Which means the more I was disappointing my mother, pushing her deeper and deeper into her depression, the thought of which was so shameful and horrible to me that I couldn't stop my tears and snot from trailing down my face. Then my mother would give me such a disappointed and despondent look. And my father would look at the both of us and go into a rage, yelling as he hit me, "How long are you going to keep crying like a little girl? Stop crying," hitting me over and over. When I was being hit, I couldn't stand how pathetic I was, and the fact I couldn't stop myself from crying and all the snot. And my own snot and tears were so disgusting to me. And again, I would reflect on my behavior, just like I did on the train, on the way home from my grandmother's house. I would look back on various things I did wrong, what a worthless child I was to disgust everyone and incite their hatred. And then I decided, from now on, from tomorrow, I'm going to be a good boy. And I cried myself to sleep. And this is how I spent my childhood. When I was in elementary school, when the teacher would pick me to read a chapter of the book for Japanese class, when I misread a word, the other kids would laugh. And they would say something snarky. And then one bully would say, "Go back to your dirty, poor house crying like a baby." And in my head I could just imagine my poor mother, with all the curtains closed, lying around in the middle of the dark room. And I felt like everyone was laughing at my poor, depressed mother. And I got in a rage, and I yelled, "Shut up," and threw my textbook at the blackboard, and hit my desk, and ran out of the class. I ran towards my house crying with snot running out of my nose. And you have to wonder why the teacher didn't even run after me. But anyway, When I finally ran out of the energy and started walking, I came back to my senses, and I started to really get scared of the consequences of what I just did. And I thought, my father is going to kill me when he finds out that I skipped school and ran home. So I hid in the shadow of the gas tank next to the outside toilet of my house. And again, I reflected over my actions and I asked myself, why does everyone hate me? And I picked at all my flaws. And soon enough, the neighborhood kids came back from school and started playing. They seemed to be having fun. And there I was, trembling with fear like an inmate on death row awaiting his executioner, imagining how my father would beat me. And I prayed to God, let this all be a dream. And then I could hear the telephone ringing through the wall. Oh, I know it's the teacher. I felt like my death sentence was already ordained. Eventually, I started to hear the sound of my father's car rolling into the driveway. I could sense my father listening to my mother tell him the whole story, and I could feel the bloodthirst emanating from the house. And it goes without saying that I was too coward to go inside. It started to get cold outside, and I started to shiver. And I shook even worse than normal because I hadn't eaten anything. At that point, I couldn't tell whether I was shaking from fear or from hunger. If I just stay here, I'm gonna die. So I decided to go inside and apologize to my parents. And it seems like a paradox, but when someone is at the absolute limit, they begin to get a little optimistic. And I was thinking, well, maybe they'll forgive me if I'm just honest and apologetic. I opened the door slowly and quietly to see my father's imposing stance and my mother hiding behind him. And I immediately cried, I'm so sorry. And then my parents gave me the wake-up call, teaching me the brutal truth. Life isn't some fairy tale world where you can just apologize and expect to be forgiven. My father started hitting me, and I couldn't breathe because I was crying so hard. And then he started yelling, stop crying, and hit me again and again. And I tried to control my crazy breathing, and the tears were pouring down. And the tears poured down like a waterfall. And I can't remember what happened after that. Chapter 3. No aspiration in life. Every day in elementary school was so unbearable that even as a child I thought, I just want to die already. But I was scared because I was convinced that if I die now, I'm definitely going to go to hell. So I couldn't even let myself die. My grandfather on my mother's side was a Protestant preacher, and my father had to convert to Christianity and start going to church in order to marry my mother. I never missed a single sermon at church on Saturday and Sunday, and I always went to Sunday school. I was afraid I would go to hell if I didn't go, so no matter how much I wanted to go play with friends, I always had to turn them down. And because I couldn't play with the other kids, I couldn't keep up with their inside jokes. But the sin of skipping church and going to hell was a whole lot scarier for me than becoming an outcast. I was terrified that one day God would come and take my grandparents' parents and all the other church members up to heaven, leaving me alone and stranded on earth. Then God would drop me into the hellfire to burn and suffer for all eternity. This was the biggest fear of my childhood. One time I saw a big, fluffy cloud in the blue summer sky shining beautiful and white, and I gasped, is it a sign that God is coming? He's gonna take all the good Christians to heaven without me. I frantically rushed home to check if my mother was still there. She's gone. I panicked hopelessly. Then I ran as fast as I could towards the church to check if my nightmare had become a reality. As I ran, my fear of being left behind on earth and sent to hell grew stronger and stronger. God is gonna send me to hell because I'm a worthless, sinful child. Even as a child, there was no doubt in my mind about this. At last, I reached the church and found everyone there. I was relieved. Everything's still okay. Then I decided to be a good boy from now on so that I get to go up to heaven with everyone else. The first step towards becoming a better person was to be kind to the other neighborhood kids. I played with them like it was my special duty to do so, taking extra efforts to be cordial and kind. We played until sunset, and I went home satisfied thinking, yes, I did a good thing today. But when I got home, my mother started yelling, "Nobu, why didn't you do your homework?" "But the neighborhood kids invited me to play." As soon as I gave this excuse, she smacked me on the face. "Excuses, excuses. Why do you always blame your mistakes on other people?" Then, like all the other times, I felt so ashamed of myself that I started to cry. More than the pain of being beaten, it was the shame of disappointing my mother that made me burst into tears. But of course my mother didn't understand that. She hit me again, yelling, "You think you can get away with anything you want if you cry." Blood started spurting out of my nose. Despite the beating, my mother still didn't forgive me. She forced me to do my homework with blood dripping out of my nose. My mother's screaming and my wailing echoed down the street. Even the kids I had just hung out with could hear it. All of my meticulous efforts to become a benevolent, kind person were for nothing. The neighborhood kids started to single me out and despise me too. I felt so pitiful I wanted to disappear, but the thought of going to hell was so horrifying that I couldn't bring myself to do it. I looked at the homework and what I had to study for the spelling test, but I couldn't concentrate because I knew the horror awaiting me when my father came home. I can't remember what happened after that. But the next day, when I turned in my blood-stained homework, the teacher asked, "Why is your notebook so dirty?" All of my classmates jeered at me, and again I couldn't hold back the snot and tears. Everyone who saw me like that treated me like a leper. I was way too upset to be able to take my spelling test. I couldn't write a single word. I just imagined when the test results would get posted up on the wall and everyone would laugh at my horrible score, feeling so pathetic. I said to myself, when I get home today, I'm going to make sure I study everything. But on my way home, a bully caught up with me and picked on me. I ran home in tears just to get yelled at by my mother again. I forgot all about studying, and so I couldn't understand anything on the next test, and everyone in class made fun of me. I had no dreams or aspirations in life. I probably owe the very fact that I survived to my grandmother on my mother's side. She had a stroke and couldn't control the left side of her body. Her lower back was bent like the hinge on a door. She was just barely able to get around even inside her home with the help of a cane. She could talk if she tried, but the left side of her mouth was paralyzed, so she barely ever spoke in front of me. She always just welcomed me with a nice, warm smile. Even after I was bullied at school and came to her house with swollen, puffy eyes, Grandma would just smile for me without saying a word. She would hobble over to the kitchen and pour a cup of tea for me. Then she'd pull out a dumpling she had stashed under the bed. Sometimes they were moldy, but I didn't complain. We would sit side by side watching sumo wrestling together without speaking a word. That was our routine. I would think, I want to grow big and strong so that I can carry my grandma and take her on vacation somewhere. That was my goal. That was my only aspiration in life. Chapter 4. As Sinful as I Am. Since I was bullied so much, I couldn't focus on schoolwork for the life of me. When I would try to study at home, I would start having flashbacks of everything that happened at school. Everyone laughing at me, their cruel jokes, and how I cried. As I sat in front of my desk in my room, I felt more and more mortified. Then I would start having revenge fantasies. But Christianity preaches love thy neighbor, and hating people is a sin. I hated the people who bullied me, which meant that I was sinning in secret. I was afraid of going to hell for hating my bullies and taking revenge on them in my mind. I felt like I had to forgive my bullies, so I tried to get closer to them with a tolerant, forgiving spirit. I must have really looked like an idiot. Sure enough, they would bully me again, and I would go crying back to my depressing, dark home. With a mind full of such frustration, regret, and misery, it was impossible for me to focus on schoolwork. So my mother complained to my father about my failures at school. Then he yelled at me, hit me, and made me even more miserable. It frightened me to think that I'm going to hell for being such a failure who doesn't even study and only makes his parents sad. Sooner or later, I started indulging in sexual fantasies because that was the only way for me to feel liberated from my wretchedness and the fear of going to hell. When I thought about school, I would feel dirty, sinful, and pathetic. When I thought about my parents, I felt nothing but the terror of punishment for my sins. I was too distracted to focus on studying, so I couldn't come up with any goals for my future. Only when I delved into sexual fantasies could I feel freedom from my hopeless future, my disastrous present, and tragic past. But fornication is a sin in Christian teaching. So, when I woke up from my sexual fantasies, I was always seized by fear. I'm going to hell for committing the sin of lust by fantasizing about such things, I thought. Afterwards, I would always desperately beg God for forgiveness. I rubbed my forehead into the floor, whispering, "I'm so sorry, God," praying for forgiveness for my dirty sins. Nevertheless, the very next day I would repeat the same exact ritual. Even though I went to church every Sunday and Saturday to cleanse myself of my filthy sins, back at school I was bullied, laughed at, treated like a leper, which made me hate people and dirty myself with sin all over again. Looking at my lazy self, seeing my parents going berserk, all I could see is someone caked in dirty, filthy sins. And when my mind drifted off into sexual fantasy land, it was yet another obscenity transforming me into an ugly monster. One day I hope I can wrest myself away from these nasty sins and become a clean, righteous person, I thought. But nevertheless I spent my days smothered in sin and seeking into helplessness. Even though I was such a dirty sinner, my grandmother always greeted me with a silent smile and used all the strength in her crippled body just to make me a cup of tea. I started to feel guilty for that silent, smiling grandmother, and as my guilt grew, so did a distance between us. I felt as if it were a crime for such a nasty person as I am to come close to her. Then, one morning, my grandmother passed away. Chapter 5: The Crybaby Fights Back. Just one time I was able to carry my grandma on my back. I wanted her to know that my body had grown strong enough to be able to carry her. But when I actually tried to pick her up, her left arm was too stiff to wrap over my shoulder. I tried to place it over my chest somehow, but her arm was so thin, it seemed like it would snap if I forced it the wrong way. So I gave up on that and picked her up with her arm resting behind my back. After the first few paces, I started to wobble and lose my balance. I slipped and fell with my grandma still on my back onto the sky blue painted pallet in the yard. All the people watching rushed around in panic, but Grandma and I just looked at each other and laughed like we always did. That same person was lying before me, cold in a white funeral gown. When I saw her like that, I couldn't stop the tears. No matter how I cried, the tears just kept rushing out. I didn't know if what I felt was sorrow or frustration. I couldn't name the emotion of my tears. All I knew was that the tears wouldn't stop falling. My face was sopping with tears and snot, so much that I couldn't lift my head. Then it came to me. What would Grandma say if she saw me being such a crybaby? I imagined her face, the grandma who had never stopped smiling for me no matter what, and again the snot and tears came rushing down like a waterfall. When I looked at her glasses, I cried. When I looked at her cherished Bible covered in red lines, I cried. When we carried the coffin and I felt the lightness of it on my shoulder, I cried. It was too unfair. She finally became so light, but I would never be able to carry her again. When that thought crossed my mind, I cried some more. Unable to suppress my tears, I couldn't look at anyone's face. I couldn't lift my head for all the crying, so I couldn't check to see what all the other people were doing. Eventually, when I was exhausted of tears and lifted my head, I saw that nobody else was sobbing like I was. Even my mother, who had just lost her only mother, didn't cry so much. Neither did her brothers or sisters. They were all just going through the motions of the funeral with blank indifference. I was the only one bawling my eyes out. I don't want to live like these people who can't cry at a time like this. It was the first time that I, the crybaby, thought such a thing. I wasn't angry at them. I didn't think, why aren't these lowlifes crying? They simply lost all their previous charm for me. Until that point, I had thought, I'm a weakling, crybaby, lunatic sinner. I was afraid that if I didn't change my ways, no one would accept me. Everyone would hate me, and I would become a sinner and get banished to hell. So I desperately used all my energy trying to live purely and righteously, but I was defeated in all my attempts. Everyone would ridicule me, and then I would get taken over by the fear of going to hell again. It was an ever-repeating cycle. But during my grandmother's funeral, I got angry at myself for ever thinking I had to change. From that moment on, I stopped focusing on sin and instead set my sights on living authentically. Chapter 6: My Unchanged Nature. I was standing in the arrival lobby in Dallas Airport. I wanted to chew some gum, but when I went into the store to buy it, I realized I didn't know how to count American coins. I pointed at the gum to the nice black lady in the store, laid a bunch of coins out on my palm, and gestured with my chin, as if to say, "Go ahead, you can take the money for the gum now." She noticed that I didn't know the amounts of the coins and politely explained each one to me. "This one is 10 cents, and so forth. At least, I guess that's what she did, but I couldn't understand a word. I had gone to America to study without being able to speak any English. My friend who was an English teacher took care of everything for me. The paperwork for school, an arrangement for the plane tickets. I thought, it'll all work out once I get there. But when I stepped off the plane, I couldn't understand what all the Americans around me were saying. I remembered my meeting with the high school counselors about my future plans. They all roared with laughter when I announced, I'm going to study psychology in America. Well, I did have a D in English. On my pursuit for the truth, I will travel to America to learn psychology. It sounds pretty snazzy on paper. However, when you get down to the facts, my high school grades were so bad that no university in Japan would accept me. Whether at school or at home, I could never focus on studying. Although I couldn't speak English, suddenly there I was, alone, standing in an American airport for the first time. From the very beginning of my journey, I messed up and missed my connecting flight. I wanted to chew some gum to calm down my nerves, but I had to face the reality that I didn't even know how to buy gum. The teacher from the university's English school was supposed to pick me up at the next airport, so I had to inform him of the delay, but I didn't even know how to use the payphones. Through gesture alone, I communicated with an airport personnel who took pity on my stupid non-English speaking self. She helped me get on the next plane and called the English teacher for me. Somehow or another, I managed to reach my destination, and the English teacher found me too. Even after I started at English school, I still couldn't focus on studying. I had thought, maybe I'll be able to study once I leave Japan and get my parents off my back. But I was wrong. Whenever I tried to study, all of the horrible experiences from the past came back to haunt me. I was hopelessly unconcentrated and increasingly unmotivated, but it somehow felt like somebody else's problem. I knew I was being bad, but I couldn't help it. Even when I criticized myself, it only destroyed the tiny scrap of motivation I still had left. I had no idea how to handle it. One time, this big bear of an English teacher came up to me and asked, "Hey, you're Japanese. You like baseball, right?" I answered with a vague, Then he said, "You should get on the softball team." I answered, "Okay," unaware of what I was getting myself into. We went to a field with stadium lights, and I saw some big-as-a-bear Americans playing a real full-scale softball match. Holy crap! I'd never played softball in my life. I had never even held a bat in my hands or thrown one of those big softballs before. I saw the nightmare flashing before my eyes. I would fail and make my team lose, then everyone would hate me and yell at me. With a dazzled look on my face, I did as I was told and got into my position as right fielder. Right as the batter slammed the ball, I knew, oh, it's coming my way. The ball spun high in the air towards me. I thought, I gotta run and catch that ball. But everything went slow in motion, and I couldn't move my body the way I wanted. In my head, I saw myself as the unathletic, slow, sloppy failure. I was in a daze. Then I heard the ball plop on the ground behind me. My teammates booed at me. They yelled, "Run, fast, get the ball and throw it." In a panic, I rushed toward the ball and, before I got a good grip on it, threw it at third baseman. It didn't go very far, and on top of that, it was way off to the right. The runner sailed into home like a breeze. Everyone booed at me and I started to tear up. Like always, my nightmare came true. Everyone hated me and looked down upon me. I'd made myself into the kind of worthless failure no one wants to be around. I knew what I needed to do, but the moment I thought, okay, let's do it, I couldn't focus anymore and I failed miserably. Of course, I would think to myself, if you start out seeing nightmares and imagining your own failure, all you have to do is practice or study a little beforehand. But I couldn't focus at all and I couldn't get anywhere. Even after I left my parents and went to America, I was still the same little boy getting bullied. Nothing inside of me had changed. Chapter 7. From the Perils of an Untamed Lifestyle. I struggled in English school. I couldn't concentrate. No matter where I went, I was too anxious about other people to focus on the textbook. I couldn't memorize any vocabulary words, and my writing was awful. I always made the lowest scores on the college entry English tests, and even the teachers looked at my scores with a scandalized face. Until one time, a miracle happened. When I retook the test with a no matter what, I'm gonna fail anyway attitude, I easily got the grade that I had aimed for. You gotta be kidding me, I thought. Of course, I was surprised by my score, but I was even more surprised by my teacher's reaction. She said, "This is a very rare chance, so you better take this score and apply to college." It was almost as if she saw me pick someone's money off the street, like, "Take it, it's yours, nobody's looking." That just goes to show how horrible of a student I was. I followed my English teacher's advice and sent an application to a university offering a psychology major. When I held the acceptance letter in my hand, I jumped into the air with excitement. So there I was, standing in the courtyard of the same school the missionary went to, the one in my baby picture who held me and smiled, "I want this child's face." I had, to a certain extent, predicted the nightmare which was about to occur. However, part of me remained optimistic. I've had to go through so many painful experiences up to this point, I thought, so maybe this time I can finally make it work. How naive I was. When I looked around, all I could see were white Americans. There were no people of color in sight. There was supposed to be another Japanese student, but he transferred as soon as he arrived. In class, the teacher informed me sternly, "Your English handicap will not be taken into consideration whatsoever." I knew it was only common sense that I would have to take the same classes and exams just like everyone else, but tears came into my eyes as I thought, you don't have to say such merciless things to me right off the bat. There were 200 students going for the psychology major. At our first class, the professor told us, over 90% of the students here are going to drop out. I said, "What? Are you serious?" I thought he was just making a joke because there were too many students in the class. However, once we started getting into the material, it was extremely rigid. Enough to make you wonder, are these professors sadistic or what? The classes went at a dizzying pace and the tests covered a wide range of topics. And, just as the professor had predicted, within the first half of the semester, more than half of the students had already dropped out, which gave a sense of the roominess to the once cramped classrooms. I had to study feverishly just to stay in the game. I took my textbook with me everywhere, even to the bathroom and cafeteria, trying to understand and memorize all of its contents. But I couldn't understand or memorize anything. Floating only slightly above the failing point on the tests graded by relentless professors, I was virtually hanging on by a thread. Until that point, My parents had told me, "You can't get good grades because you don't work hard enough." And I believed them when they said, "You can do anything if you work hard enough." Inside of me was a champion who had never battled before. But now, even though I was working as hard as I possibly could, I still accomplished nothing. I had to face it. The champion inside of me was not real. Whenever there was a test, I felt dejected, like the underdog. It infuriated me to know that all of my efforts were going to waste. I let my anger take the wheel and punched the concrete wall in my room. Blood came seeping out from my knuckles. Despite the daily preparations and reviews, even when I told myself, "I'll get a higher score on the next test," and even when I studied the whole night before, I never improved. No matter how diligently I worked, I was still teetering on the edge of failure. Even when my dorm buddies, it was a boarding school, asked me, "Hey, do you want to go see a movie with us?" I always turned them down. "Sorry, I have to study." After all those years of never seriously studying, for the first time in my life I was doing what people call hard work, but to no avail. I was confounded by my own stupidity and uselessness. One night, exhausted from my studies, I took a shower to refresh my mind. Under the hot water, I planned my study schedule for the rest of the night. "All right, time to get out and hit the books," I thought as I searched for the towel hanging outside. But it wasn't there. What the? I had never been naked in front of other people before. I was even hesitant to go to the hot springs in Japan, which I hated because I was too embarrassed to get naked. So even when I wanted to sneak a shower in at the dormitory, I would have to wait until everyone had settled down in their rooms. Maybe my dorm mates noticed my behavior, maybe not. The point is, somebody had run off with my precious bath towel, and it reminded me of being bullied in elementary school. But this time was different. This time I wasn't terrified of sinning like I was before. This time I was full of rage at the fact that my studying had been interrupted. Standing in the showers, I roared, "Who took my towel?" I then felt the murmuring presence of people in the hallway. I kicked the door to the shower room open with a crash and made my naked entrance into the hallway. My dorm mates, about 40 of them, were sitting in a line on the floor, blowing whistles in unison and jeering at me. The anger had reached its climax inside of me. Naked and bow-legged, I slowly, rancorously made my way down the line of people, glaring at each one as I yelled, "Who took my towel?" I guess I conveyed my anger pretty well. At any rate, they quit with the ruckus. "I took it," said Rick, raising his hand. "So it was you?" I yelled and tackled him, butt naked as I was, knocking him down to the ground. Then I put him in a scarf hold and, squeezing his neck, I commanded, "Bring me back my towel." But how can he bring back the towel if he's stuck in a headlock? Once Rick's red face started turning purple, Dan, the class clown, punched me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Nobu, that's not how we fight in America." "Huh? What now?" Puzzled, I tilted my head. "In America, we have our own fighting style." He handed Rick and me 2 cans of shaving cream. Apparently we were supposed to spray each other. I didn't quite understand, but since I could no longer contain my anger, I grabbed hold of Rick's neck again, flung it around, saddled on top of him, and sprayed his face full of shaving cream as I bellowed a war cry. Then everyone else in the dorm joined my war cry and did a big group hug around me. It was the first time I ever thought, people might not be so bad after all. Chapter 8. Liberation from Delusional Love. I used to not trust people at all. I constantly felt like everyone around me judged me, singled me out, and belittled me. Well, I was surrounded by only white people, and my English pronunciation was really weird. But above all that was the feeling that they can all see how dirty I am inside. My inferior intelligence, my dirty sins, my sexual perversions. I thought, once I'm exposed for who I really am, they'll all despise me. This feeling made me distance myself from other people. It was almost as if I were living in the middle of a garbage pit, and my body was indelibly stained with the odor of filth, so that if I ever went up to anyone, they would all say, "Ew." They would hate me for making them feel uncomfortable. That was my feeling at the time. But I was doing my laundry every week. There was also the lonely feeling that no one will accept me, paired with the anger towards the people who wouldn't understand who I really am on the inside. It was a weird mixture of the fear of if I get too close they'll hate me, and the indignation of they don't understand me. An obvious self-contradiction. That's why I never let anyone into my heart and refused to show my weaknesses to anyone. Everyone was my enemy. I thought of them as my academic competitors and determinedly set myself to study. I always took my textbook with me and jotted down notes with the attitude, the textbook is my only friend. When I read about the other students' experiences studying abroad, some people wrote that they borrowed their friends' notes and used them to study, but I could never even imagine doing such a thing. Not only is it a hassle for the other person, but if I soil their notes with my dirtiness, that's just another chance for them to hate me. No matter how much of a bind I was in, I could never blurt out the words, "Let me borrow your notes." I felt like a lone wolf, studying past 2 in the morning. My roommate could memorize the textbook after reading it 3 times, so he was already asleep by 10. In the pitch-black room, I tried to breathe quietly while I studied so as to not disturb my sleeping roommate. On the weekend, my dorm mates tried to be nice and invited me out. "Nobu, come to the movies with us." But I rejected them because I distrusted them. I thought, those jerks are trying to slow me down and ruin my grades, I just know it. In the pitch-black hallway, empty on Friday night, I was all alone. As I poured hot water into my instant noodles, I muttered to myself, "I'll show those jerks. They'll all see once I catch up to them." One day they invited me to go camping with the whole dorm. Of course, at first I declined the offer, but just this one time they were particularly persistent. I had just finished a test with some crushing results. After taking such a blow, I caved in for my lifelessness and loneliness. But as soon as I said yes, I regretted the decision. Oh my God, why did I say yes? We entered the campsite situated deep in the mountain recesses and, well, I have to admit it was pretty nice. It seemed like an eternity since I'd seen the sky. I felt rejuvenated, except my dorm mates were there stinking up my mood. I'll have to spend 3 whole days talking to these assholes, I thought. When night fell, the psychological group meeting began. What? Nobody told me about this. I panicked. In the group meeting, we were supposed to open up about any rough, painful experiences we've had and express our innermost feelings. I was totally emotionally caught off guard. But no one paid mind to my perplexity. They all, 12 of them, formed a circle and took turns recounting their stories. As I listened, I thought, really? So that's what you guys have been thinking this whole time. It unearthed the common ground between them and me. As my turn drew closer, I felt the heat. I had no idea what I should talk about. Then the person right before me, Airhead Wayne, started talking about his grandmother. I sensed some kind of emotions brewing inside of me. Oh no, this can't be good. Although I'd hoped he would keep going, Wayne broke off his speech on a half-baked whim, without any closure. All at once, my turn had arrived. If I say something weird, everyone's gonna hate me. I was freaking out. I tried to continue on Wayne's lead. Well, my grandma. Then tears came gushing down my face. Oh crap, they're all gonna hate me for this. Now I was really freaking out. Frantically wiping my tears, I continued to explain how after my grandma died, I had nobody to trust and I'm just tired. From there, I lost my voice in an outpour of tears. Unable to stop the sobbing, I kept my head down low. Although I didn't show it, I was really under pressure. I'm just wasting everyone's time. I have to end this story somehow. But my voice was lost in the weeping. If my psychology professor saw me like this, he would take points off of my grade, I thought. Such stupid things flashed through my mind. I wonder how much time had passed. When I came back to myself, there was a warm hand resting on my back. Not only that, but all around my chair I felt the presence of people. It was more than one hand. When I lifted up my head, all of my dorm mates had placed a sympathetic hand on my shoulder and back. And when I saw their faces, they were all crying too. This is what I always wished for. A big sense of relief embraced me, and new hot tears came gushing forth. The next morning was a tad awkward, but nobody said anything. When we returned to the dormitory, people started coming to my room to study. No one said anything. We all just buzzed along at our own work, which for some reason felt really peaceful. Thanks to that, I was finally able to study more and more effectively and actually understand the material in the textbook. Before that, no matter how hard I studied, it was pointless. But after I started studying with my dorm mates, my grades shot up and made it to the top of the class. On top of that, I changed into the kind of person who sincerely enjoys the company of other people. My former timid self was nowhere to be found. Part 2. The Mechanism of Living Your Own Life. Chapter 1. The Mechanism of Freedom. Looking back on my life, there's nothing for me to exaggerate about. But now that I write it down, it's fascinating to see the processes of how I became free and the turning points at which it happened. The first turning point was my grandmother's death. When she died, I felt angry at my parents for not expressing their emotions. I thought, I don't want to live like these people, and mentally separated myself from my parents. Until that point, I had desperately tried to be the good boy of my parents' ideals. Then I failed. My mother and father hit me. I made them sad. It was a never-ending process. After my grandmother's death, none of that mattered anymore. After I threw away the, quote, child of my parents' desire, I became a little more free. I could challenge myself and do things I could never have done before. Until that point, I had only gone on adventures in my imagination, but now I started taking real action. I was liberated from the all-talk, no-action show-off I used to be, and became someone who is good to their word. Nevertheless, although my grandmother's death was the trigger which turned me into an action taker, my actions brought me no results. Although in my mind I thought I should be better at studying, in reality I was too distracted. Even with sports, I couldn't move my body the way I wanted to. I was forced to accept the fact that my intrinsic qualities hadn't changed. The second turning point was the camping trip with my dorm mates. After I exposed my feelings to everyone, they put their hands on my back, and we cried together without speaking a word. Ever since then, I was able to focus on studying and get better grades on tests. To a certain extent, I was able to focus my energies and enjoy what I do. In an unrelated story, during lunch break in high school, I used to play volleyball with a group of guys in the school gym. They let me join the class volleyball team even though I didn't know how to spike. When I tossed them the ball, my friends jumped up with the perfect timing, almost like they paused mid-air. Then they slowly curled backwards like a shrimp and slammed the shark spike. But in my case, I would jump right under my friend's pass, the jump itself so pitiful that it had no meaning. And the ball would smack me directly in the face. Then my disappointed teammates would all do a facepalm. Sometime after the camping experience, I joined the college volleyball team, but interestingly enough, this time I was able to move my body freely. I was surprised. When we played a match against the convicts at the local penitentiary, I jumped right over the rugged inmates' blocks, curled my upper body backward, and laid down spike after spike. I was no longer the clumsy, unathletic person I used to be. The second turning point was my liberation from the delusion of love. Before, I used to get angry and run out of the house thinking, I don't want to live like my parents. But somewhere in my mind remained the thought, I want my parents to acknowledge me. And the thought, once I study psychology in America and become the successful person my parents will appreciate, I want them to love me. But the point lies in this love that I was seeking. From a Buddhistic point of view, love is an attachment. Yearning for my parents' love, I was attached to my parents. Therefore, I was unable to break away from them. On the other hand, when everyone cried together after I exposed the anguish inside of me, for the first time in my life I felt togetherness and a sense of security. That's when I understood. What I had wanted from my parents was the delusion of love. From that experience, I was able to let go of the attachment of wanting to be loved. And I actually did break away from my parents and found my own freedom. Why was I able to start living the way I want after I was freed from my parents' delusion of love? Let's examine this a little closer. Chapter 3. Overwritten by backup data. The reason a person's appearance does not change so easily is because we have a backup image of ourselves in our brains. Therefore, even if you imitate other people, your looks basically stay the same. Your appearance is saved as backup data, usually in your parents' brains. Therefore, even if your appearance changes as you use your mirror neurons to copy someone else's brain, once you go home and interact with your parents, by that stage you've already been overwritten by the old data in your parents' minds, and as a consequence you return to your old self. This handy-dandy system is the reason why we find it so difficult to alter our own physical appearance and personality. For example, say a person falls in love. He always thinks of that special someone, which means that the mirror neurons in his brain automatically imitate his special someone's brain. Therefore, his appearance is naturally beautified. When he goes outside and looks in the mirror, he thinks, "Whoa, am I really this attractive? Maybe I changed." He's ecstatic for that moment, but after he comes home and talks to his parents, he transforms back into the same ugly face as before. It frightens him to see such a totally different appearance than the one he saw outside. But saved inside his parents' brain is this image of a poor, hideous child. So, no matter how hard he tries to revamp his image, whenever his mirror neurons connect to his parents' brains, he's pulled back into the poor, ugly child image saved in his parents' minds. The same thing happened to me. I used to copy my cool friend at school and the cool way he talks, which stimulated my mirror neurons, which means that I copied him all the way down to his brain's mapping. As a result, I ended up with the same facial expression as his. My face transformed from shivering in fear to overflowing with confidence. Then, girls who had never talked to me before started showing interest in me, and people started inviting me to hang out with them. However, the second I went back home and had to talk to my mother, I transformed back into the scared, grubby child with snot running out of his nose, because that was the image of me backed up in my mother's mind. My brain was overwritten by her image of me, the worthless child covered with pieces of snotty tissue and irritated skin, who is unsuccessful academically as well as athletically, and that's what I truly became. And this is where things get interesting. During my first turning point, my grandmother's death, I felt anger towards my mother. I began to rebel against her, and I was liberated enough to actively do what I wanted to do. But there was no change whatsoever in my appearance, concentration, or my physical abilities. Therefore, even if I tried to use my willpower and think, I'm gonna cut loose from her and do whatever I want, just by connecting to my mother's brain, my backup data was converted to her brain's image of me, the failure of a human being, which is even more amazing when you consider the distance between America and Japan that was between us. In school in America, I was basically on the other side of the world, but no matter how hard I tried to change, my backup data was overwritten by this failure of a human being image in my mother's mind. In neurological experiments, even in a dark room where no one can see each other, the subject's mirror neurons actively imitate the other person. But there has never been an experiment in which the subjects were 9,000 miles apart, as was the case with me and my mother. However, there is one similar example in research on twins. After the Second World War, there was one pair of twins raised separately in Poland and America who were completely unaware of each other's existence. Their dogs' names, their wives' names, their children's names were all identical, and on top of that, they smoked the same amount of cigarettes every day. What's even more incredible is, at the same time of their lives, they built benches of almost identical designs next to the trees in their yards. This research was supposed to prove the power of DNA, but I think it rather proves that brains mimic each other via mirror neurons more readily when the DNA is similar. So distance seems pretty irrelevant. No matter how hard I worked to change myself in America, it was useless because I always pulled back into being a failure of a human being by the backup data in my mother's brain overriding my self-image. However, after the second turning point in my life, the time when everyone put their warm hands on my back and cried together without saying a word in the camp, I was clearly able to change myself and my life. My studying abilities improved drastically. My athletic ability also increased to the point I could move my body according to the image in my mind. Although I used to have a hard time cleaning and organizing my room, now I even vacuumed my carpets in a way that all the little hairs were facing in the same direction. My room was so clean, even a neat freak would say, wow, that's a clean room. After the second turning point, I was able to cut off the brain connection to my mother, which had stayed so strong despite the farthest possible distance, and I didn't get pulled down by her mind's backup image of me anymore. The most crucial key to my liberation from the connection to my mother's brain was in the delusion of love. Chapter 4. What is the delusion of love? There's a Japanese song that goes, "My mother worked late at night to knit me this pair of gloves." This song used to be the theme song of my life. My mother used every last bit of strength in her weak, sick body to cook for us every day. And there I was, making my mother sad. I always thought, I'm such a burden to my mother. I only hurt her and make her sad, and it made me break into tears. Even when people bullied me, the image of my sad, depressed mother flashed into my mind, and I felt so pathetic that it made me cry. Right when I wanted to fight back at the bully who provoked me, the image of my melancholic mother would flash into my mind and cripple me. People may retort, yeah, because you're a wussy. But I'm not lying when I say that the tragic image of my depressed mother flashed before my eyes and broke my heart so that I was in no mood to get violent. I thought I wasn't good enough to deserve the love of a mother who sacrifices and exhausts herself for her child. So I desperately tried to become a better person and reciprocate my mother's love, but I just couldn't do it. And therein lies the point. In fact, the image of the mother who exhausts her energies and sacrifices herself for the child she loves is a trap. Within it lies the hidden message, I have to use all my power and sacrifice myself just to love you because no one else would love such a worthless child. This fabricated character in my mother's brain, the dirty, ugly, smart-ass child who no one likes, who sucks both athletically and academically and gets picked on all the time, is the reason why whenever I messed up, that heart-wrenching image of my depressed mother appeared in my mind. The image of my mother that I had in my mind was accurate. My mother really did love me with a self-sacrificial spirit. She really thought, I love this child no matter how bad he fails at life, which is what caused that image of my tragedy-stricken mother to come into my mind. And that's the problem. Whenever I failed and imagined my tragic, melancholic, depressed mother, I connected to my mother through mirror neurons, and my image was reset to the ugly me by the backup data in my mother's brain. Whenever I failed in my efforts to become accepted or acknowledged, rather than learning from my mistakes, I imagined my depressed mother who loves me no matter how worthless I am, at which moment I accessed my mother's brain through mirror neurons, and my mother's backup data for me made me reset back into my old, ugly self. I used to live my days under the conviction that my mother's sacrificial spirit was love, but the image data of me produced in my mother's mind, this child is such a useless embarrassment, I have to sacrifice my life for him. This nullified all of my efforts to become a better person, and I never even realized it. Why? Because I believed that love was the most beautiful thing in the world. Because what could possibly be more important, more precious than a parent's love? I thought that such a nasty, ugly, worthless son could only be loved by a self-sacrificing mother, so I tried my best to please my poor mother and become the kind of person she wanted me to be. And when I failed, the thought of me disappointing my mother brought me to tears. At that exact moment, my data was overwritten by the unsightly backup image in my mother's brain. On the camping trip, when everyone put their hands on my back and cried together with me, the worthless, ugly crybaby, I noticed how I had been living my life under the delusion that the only person who would ever accept ugly, crybaby me is my mother. After I realized that my mother's self-sacrificial love was not the love I was seeking, I cut off from her brain and stopped being undermined by her old backup data of me. Chapter 5. Love with a Scarcity Value. One woman with depression came into my therapy office escorted by her husband. She said, "Ever since I got married, I'm too scared to leave the house. I'm too tired and worn out and it hurts to move, so I can't take care of the housework or do anything else." She had been in this condition for many years. Her husband, who sometimes took off from work just to look after his weakly wife, had a good reputation in the neighborhood. Anyone who knew this married couple would think, what a devoted, loving husband. After I listened to the wife explain her physical symptoms, I thought, something's fishy here. She complained of a stabbing pain in her eyes and aching joints, the same sort of symptoms one would expect from a case of domestic violence. The doctors told her the test results are inconclusive. It must be a problem with your autonomic nerves. According to another therapist's analysis, her unvented anger was being expressed in physical symptoms. But something about the stabbing pain in the eyes really caught my attention. I knew it couldn't just be stress. There's something else going on here. So I called the husband in for therapy. The husband said, "Before getting married, my wife was a successful businesswoman. I take full responsibility for turning her into such a broken housewife, so I'm doing whatever it takes to pick her back up on her feet. But even I have my emotional limit." In the morning, his wife would lie around in bed for hours without preparing the children's breakfast. If she ever opened her mouth, she would whine, "I feel sick. My body aches. I'm gonna die like this. I'm so lonely," and so on. The husband put a frosty anger into his words as he said, "It's true. If I left my wife tomorrow, she's so lazy the kids wouldn't even want to see her either. She'd probably die a lonely death." Then it clicked. Oh, so this guy's image of his wife is the source of the loneliness she complains about so often. So I asked him point blank, "When you have bottled up stress, do you happen to physically abuse your wife in your mind?" "What? How did you know?" he said. He was totally surprised. I continued, "And when you do you happen to poke something into her eyes?" Again, the husband was startled and reluctantly confessed that he imagined himself poking out his wife's eyes with things like sharpened forks. He said, "I thought it was okay. I mean, I'm not actually hurting her, just in my mind." Even though he devoted his every effort to that broken, hopeless woman, she didn't change one bit. On the contrary, she never even thanked him once. She just sat back and took it all for granted, which infuriated him to the point that he wanted to abuse her in his mind. That's what you call a love-hate relationship, I thought. Because you love someone, you hate them for not reciprocating the love, hence the violence, and the husband's sentiment that no one else can love this woman as much as I do exasperated his hate for her by the minute. In the meantime, I told the husband to stop abusing his wife in his mind. The wife didn't hear anything about that conversation. However, the stabbing pain in the eyes, which the doctors diagnosed as an incurable disease, was cured, as well as the aching joints, bodily pains, and heavy, listless feeling from which she had suffered many years without relief. She could finally move around again and return to work. After seeing such a case, I keenly felt the frightening power of mirror neurons. Regardless of distance, the violence committed in someone's mind has a real physical effect on the victim. It creates the image inside the victim's brain of being all broken apart, and there's nothing they can do about it. So the instant the victim puts forth the effort to change, she is reset by this image. No matter how hard she works on her problems, in an instant the victim is pulled back into the original worthless human image. Rather than to say pulled back, the person who loves her overwrites her data as they please, forcing her to act out this worthless human character. Even though they do that, they go on pretending to love you devotedly. You, the worthless person who can't reciprocate their love, feel guilty, like you don't deserve their love. And the moment you ponder over their love for you, your mirror neurons connect you to their brain, so you're overwritten by their backup image of you, the ugly character. Even though they overwrite your data and make you ugly, you think, this person will always love me, no matter how ugly I am, and you continue to live within this construct, unable to change as time slips by. Over time, they continue to make you uglier inside their brain because of the construct they create. This construct of, I love you even though you just get uglier and uglier with time. This is why you sense the scarcity value of this love increasing as time goes by. This mechanism is found not only between parent and child, but is prevalent in romantic relationships as well. But no one notices it. They think, I'm crazy, and work desperately to better themselves. However, the real problem is in the love itself. Chapter 6, Liberated from Love. I was raised by my mother and father's self-sacrificial love. Normally, people would call this kind of parental love a beautiful thing, but now I see how the image, my child is such a failure that I have to sacrifice myself for him, overwrote the learning data in my mind and constantly pulled me back into being a worthless person. When I say this kind of thing, people yell at me, you're such a coward to blame all your failures on your parents. But I really used to live under the guilt. My poor parents worked so hard for worthless old me. I bawled my eyes out over my own stupidity and inability to live up to my hard-working parents' love. Nevertheless, I couldn't change myself. I couldn't function. I was paralyzed in agony. In my paralyzed state, covered in tears and snot, when my friends silently put their hands on my filthy back, I was liberated from self-sacrificial love. I was also emancipated from the guilt of not being able to reciprocate my parents' self-sacrificial love. I was free. Then I started to enjoy studying, cleaning, and socializing with other people. Even my athletic abilities were completely revamped, which makes me wonder, what the heck is love? In the Buddhist world, love is viewed negatively as a root hindrance to reaching enlightenment, so Buddha ran away from home, deserting his family. Now I realize that's definitely the quickest route to enlightenment. From a mirror neuron perspective, no matter how hard Buddha disciplines himself or how close he comes to enlightenment, once he connects to his family's brain, their backup data of him will overwrite his self-image and reset the game. Then he'd pout and snap his fingers. Dang, now I gotta start my discipline all over again. He'd start over, but the same thing would happen, and as the process repeats itself, he'd get caught in a never-ending loop. But Buddha skipped all that troublesome mess and abandoned his family right from the get-go. In Christianity, love is a very precious thing. The Bible says, love thy neighbor. So I thought love meant to be as gentle and kind towards other people. And I treated my friends with kindness, but they all treated me like a creep, looked down on me and bullied me, even though I tried to love them. Before I knew it, I found myself filled to the brim with hate and the urge to hurt people. I was afraid I would go to hell for not being able to put my love into practice. One morning, after I returned to Japan, I attended service at church. That day was a special event for children, so the kids were allowed into the adult service. The pastor told this story for the children. As Jesus preached, a child came up to him. His siblings held him back, saying, "You can't go up to him." But Jesus remonstrated them. The kingdom of God belongs to these kind of people. If you can't accept God's kingdom like a child, you will never be able to enter. Even in the middle of the pastor's story, the children were making a racket. They didn't listen at all. I was angered. I thought, will they ever shut up? If I did that when I was a kid, my mother would have smacked me so hard, blood would be flying out of my nose. Memories from the past came back into my head. The pastor was probably offended by the commotion too, because he couldn't concentrate on his speech. At this very moment, I made a grave realization. Oh, There is no love inside of me. I realized that even in the priest, who was obviously exasperated, and all the other adults, there is no love. The only person who can stand in front of a group of boisterous kids and say such loving words as, "Heaven is made for people like them," is Jesus himself. This was a tremendous discovery for me. I saw for the first time what I had never noticed before, the truth behind love. Chapter 7. So anyway, what the heck is love? There are loud kids in front of me, and I don't think they're cute at all. I wonder, is there really no love inside of me? Or is it because my parents beat me so viciously that it twisted my personality? That's another possibility. My definition of love is to accept someone as they naturally are, no matter what. It's a completely different type of love than the love you feel when you look at a puppy and think, "Oh, how cute," or when you see a small child and want to pet it as if it were a baby animal. In ancient Greek, they call the latter example philia. In English, there is only one word for love, but in ancient Greece, there are 4 categories of love. Philia means the desire to do everything you can for the object of your liking. I assume that the parents of the obnoxious children wanted to let them do as they please because they like their children and think that letting them do as they please is what love means. The way I see it, there's nothing lovable about kids who scream and run around when they're supposed to be quiet. And my anger shows in that I think these stupid kids aren't cute at all. However, once those same kids fell into a peaceful slumber, philia welled up inside of me, in spite of the fury I had felt 2 seconds previously, and I thought, "Aw, how sweet, like little angels." From a child's point of view, to love a child only when they look or act the way you want them to is a discriminating love. This is nothing like the true love that I seek. Friendship also qualifies as philia. You want to take special care of the people you choose as your friends. That is, you only feel this way because you like them. You wouldn't feel the same way for people you don't like. Philia is indeed a discriminating love. The same goes for the love between student and teacher. The student idolizes the teacher he can respect, and the teacher takes special care of the student who respects him. This is a prerequisite of respect. Hence, the teacher must continue to excel in a certain field. Some people argue, but even when the teacher grows senile and loses his respected skills, the student-teacher love doesn't just disappear. However, the student doesn't respect the old senile teacher, but rather the memory of the awesome teacher with the amazing skills. Therefore, the precondition of admirable skills remains. Romantic relationships are even more interesting. When you treat your partner kindly, you expect them to treat you the same. Thus, it is a give and take kind of love. The man is nice to the woman because he wants to be accepted and treated nicely in return. If you give someone love and treat them with kindness without receiving any love in return, this leads to anger, which eventually transforms into hatred. When you're attracted to someone, you fall into the delusion this wonderful person will compensate for what I lack. For example, if your partner is beautiful, you fall into the delusion that they will compensate for your lack of confidence, and in order to ensure this compensation for your inadequacy, you devote yourself to your partner. The reason for this is the delusion this person might make up for what I lack, produced by the pain-killing love hormones in the brain. This delusion-producing love hormone is called phenylethylamine. It is secreted in the brain from the moment you fall in love with someone and continues to secrete for as long as 4 years. For chickens, this hormone expires after a single mating session. The pain-killing hormone phenylethylamine blinds you to your partner's flaws and makes you want to take care of your wonderful partner who compensates for all your inadequacies. When both partners are under the influence of phenylethylamine, other people see this as they're in love. The catch is, phenylethylamine has an expiration date. After the expiration date passes, whenever you look at your partner, you think, what the hell? Although you had believed it to be a good balance of give and take, now you realize in your misery that you've taken a terrible loss. From this point on, patience and compromise becomes necessary for the survival of the relationship. Some people consider patience and compromise as a definition for love, but that too is not the same as the love of accepting and loving someone just the way they are. Thinking about it this way, I start to doubt that love even exists. The value of love is inscribed in myriad books. The beauty of the love between parent and child, between man and woman, is depicted in both film and literature. Nevertheless, there is a standard prerequisite to these enumerated instances of love, and the state of their love transforms with the passage of time. You may cherish the object of your desire, but you cannot love someone whom you no longer find likable. Hence, the object of your love suspects, oh, so you don't accept me the way I naturally am, and their doubts of your love mature into anger. Will no one accept me entirely, just the way I am? Does unconditional love even exist? What was that sensation I felt when all my doormates cried with me? Was that not love? This brings us to the solution to the problem presented at the very beginning of the book. I used to think there was only one truth, but I was wrong. Part 3. The 3 Types of Truth. Chapter 1. What are the 3 types? The truth of love is not just one truth. Just as people may all seem the same, they are certainly diverse. I'm not talking about the way they think, their culture, religion, or whatever they picked up from their environment. What I mean is, people are born with different insides, of disparate substances, so to speak. Skin color and race are absolutely beside the point. There's a reason why I don't write types of humans here. I mean that people are born of completely contrasting essences. In fact, even siblings, parents, and children with the same series of DNA are thoroughly different at their core, and this difference is not so simple as the apple falling far from the tree. When a child is born of a different type than his parents, their realities diverge. They live in different truths. This causes a contradiction in the truth of love between parent and child. So, let me cut to the chase and describe the 3 types. Afterwards, I will give a detailed account of how I discovered them. Firstly, the first type. According to this type, there exists only one God, whose love is the only truth. Their God's love is unconditional love, within which exists neither judgment nor punishment. Their objective in life is simply to live inside this love and pursue God's will. This type is called the people of the light. The second type is people who believe there is love inside me. For them, truth is the realization, I am God, I rule over the people. Whereas the first type believes God is the only love, the second type puts their own love into practice by deciding people's sins, judging them, and handing down punishments. They feign God's love, thinking, I'm the only being who can save these dirty sinners. This type is called dominators. For the third type, truth is nothing. There is no love. There is nothing. The dominators judge them and isolate them in order to make them attached to the dominator's delusion of love. Nonetheless, once they realize this is not my truth and escape from the dominator's delusional love, they become nothing. They become free and unite with other people of their own type. Becoming nothing and being one with all of the nothing is their truth. This type is called nothingness. According to nothingness people, love does not exist. Love is an earthly attachment. This is their truth. But the dominators deny their truth because the dominator's truth is, I am love. The dominator's truth is that the dominator is God and rules over people. Moreover, truth for the people of the light is the unconditional love of God, but their truth is denied and derogated by both dominators and nothingness people. The question is not which one is correct, but rather, which type are you? This is the one crucial problem. Once you see that there doesn't have to be one true God or one true love, but that these are separated into different types, the self-contradictions inside of you will melt away. Then, once you start to live according to your own truth, you will become more free, less isolated, and attain the sense of unity which you had always sought but never found. It's really fun. So, let's delve more deeply into each of the 3 types. Chapter 2. Learn the 3 types and live in your own reality. Type 1. The truth of nothingness. Some of you may find the title of this section a little boring and unglamorous, but when I found out about the truth of nothingness, I said, "Whoa, this is amazing." I was genuinely impressed. I also realized why I used to find nothingness so unappealing. When I was in high school, my favorite saying was, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." In this context, vanity means vain, futile, meaningless, not pride in one's appearance. Whenever something bad happened, I would recite these words to myself. How depressing. At that time, even when everyone was enjoying themselves, I didn't feel like anyone was my friend. I was isolated from them, so I comforted myself with the thought, their meaningless amusement is so vain. Now I see that I was just jealous because I couldn't fit in. That's why I thought, you guys are so empty pretending to have fun, ha. I had no idea that the key to joining in on the fun was hidden in these words, vanity of vanities, the whole time. Even when I said, it's all an empty void, somewhere in my heart I wanted everyone to like me, recognize me, appreciate me, and respect me. Somewhere in my heart I believed, one day I'm going to do something incredible, then everyone will love me. However, almost every time I earnestly endeavored to win people's approval and love, I would fail and bring the relationship to its end. The harder I tried, the more people made fun of me, looked down on me, and left me out of the group. So I sulked and muttered to myself, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, without even realizing the true meaning of my words. Before crying in front of everyone on my college camping trip, I had been exhausting all of my energies in the hopes of earning everyone's appreciation and love. That's when I finally cried. I can't do it anymore. With total disregard for their approval, I exposed the innermost depths of my heart and declared, there is nothing inside of me. Until that point, I was convinced that everyone would leave me if I showed them how empty I am inside. But when I opened my eyes, I saw my glaring mistake. I saw their tears, and for the first time in my life, I was able to feel togetherness. By abandoning my need to be loved and reducing myself to the void, I gained peace of mind for the very first time. In that moment, I knew this is what I had always been searching for. Vanity was the togetherness, the love I had been missing all these years. Once I had realized that the love I had always wanted was vanity, I let go of my need to be loved. That's where I found the togetherness I had believed was only earned through love. In this world, there is no need for superfluous concerns such as gratitude towards a friend who cried with me. In this world, people are connected and united with each other. There is no pecking order, no give and take. It was a void. Thus it held an infinity of comfort. Chapter 3, A World Where Everything is Connected. If anything, I would liken the nothingness type to air. Air has no boundaries, indicating from here to here is air. It's all connected. Even if you seal it off in a room, all you have to do is open the door and it unites with the air outside. Originally, nothingness people are all united. There is no partition between them. However, once the dominator's delusion of love, an imitation of God's love, divides nothingness, they start to suffer, thinking, I'm disconnected from everyone else. Then this disconnected feeling turns into a nobody loves me, or my loved ones will abandon me, which engulfs them in suspense and insecurity. Originally, they are all peacefully and freely connected, but the dominators segregate nothingness people from each other. The dominator suggests, I am the only one who loves you, so nothingness starts to think, maybe the dominator is the only person who loves me. Then they work like a slave for the dominator's delusion of love, but it only disconnects them from the void. It never gives them their natural feeling of togetherness or peace of mind. The more they seek the dominator's love, the more it isolates them from their nothingness brethren. Isolated and quarantined, they lose their sense of unity. They suffer without their brothers, which makes them crave the dominator's love all the more as they writhe in anguish. The delusion of love conditions them to think, I have to be a good child to earn love, or I have to be popular to earn love. But the more they act out the good kid role, the delusion of love grows thicker and thicker over them like a cocoon, which blocks out the feeling of togetherness with their nothingness brothers. Next comes the anger. I'm trying so hard to be good, but nobody loves me. Then the dominators say, people don't love you because you're filled with that filthy anger. They judge you and punish you for your anger. At this point, feeling powerless and terrified at the thought that nobody in the world could love them, nothingness clings to their dominator for comfort. In this way, nothingness starts to feel like they can't live without their dominator's delusion of love, which in turn prevents them from achieving the sense of brotherliness that they need and makes them lose sight of their purpose in life. One morning, a woman came to my office with her shut-in child and held a fervent speech. If I didn't look after this child, he wouldn't be able to function at all whatsoever. I could feel the burning wrath enveloping the child's soul as he sat there with his head hanging down. She said she worked day and night to take care of her incompetent child, and she took every opportunity to find advice on how to treat his mind, and she would spend her whole life just to help her child, because that's how much she loves her son. And whenever she emphasized her love, the child's soul was coated over with the delusion of love, and before I knew it, the fire of his anger was extinguished. Of course, because fire can't keep burning when you seal it off from the air. The light vanished from the child's eyes. The coating of the delusion of love deprived him of oxygen and put out the fire in his soul. It stole his willpower so that he could no longer feel any purpose in life. Well, it's only natural that you feel helpless. If anything, I was sure of one thing, how it must feel impossible to slip out of such a dilemma. In my mind, I spoke with the child, and he spoke to me. Chapter 4, The chains of the delusion of love wrap tighter and tighter. Inside the heart of nothingness is neither rage nor hate. Because they are nothing, they certainly have no sin. By origin, Nothingness people are nothing, free in all aspects, without any emotional limitations or inhibitions to speak of. Thus, the fear, anger, hate, anguish, guilt, and so on, which they feel, are all fabricated by the dominators. These feelings do not belong to the nothingness people. For instance, one nothingness child receives an allowance from his parents. The money his parents worked so hard to earn becomes a symbol of their love. His dominator parents think, "I sacrificed myself to earn this money for you, brat," and sprinkle the child with the delusion of love. Then, as they hand over the money, they warn, "You better not waste it." From the moment the child receives the money, the coating of the delusion of love hardens over him. His friends say, "Let's go to the candy store." But he can feel no authentic joy as he says, "All right, let's go." After all, it would be inexcusable to use the money his parents sacrificed themselves for on something as wasteful as candy. While his friends are all having a blast, he's trapped in a delusional love cocoon which keeps him from joining in on the fun. He's tormented by the guilt of wasting his parents' money on candy, and the fact that he can't amuse himself like the other kids makes him yearn for amusement all the more, so he inadvertently burns up all his allowance. As his guilty conscience grows, he becomes more and more incapable of enjoying himself. When he goes back home, he trembles in fear. What if they ask me where the money went? His parents smell his fear and ask the fated question, "Hey, what did you do with your allowance?" The guilt of wasting his parents' hard-earned money forces a lie right out of his mouth. He thinks, "If I tell them the truth, they might not love me anymore." But the lie is exposed in no time. His parents treat him like a criminal. First you're lying, next you'll be stealing. So the child feels like a kind of dirtiness in him. What if I go to jail for stealing when I grow up? Then his parents beat him with the justification, "We're punishing you now so you don't grow up to be a criminal later." In this way, they turn him into a real, bona fide criminal, because he's literally being punished for the crimes. In other words, the sins his parents established for him. Originally, nothingness has neither sin nor anger. However, the coating of the delusion of love inhibits him from feeling togetherness with his friends, so he suffers in solitude. When he uses money to soothe his loneliness, he then suffers from guilt. Unable to explain the situation honestly to his parents, they punish him for lying, and his guilty conscience grows. This was all incited by not getting the togetherness he needs. But his parents won't sympathize, and he can't even feel togetherness with his own parents, who know him and punish him in the name of his future. All of this develops into anger toward his parents and the society that rejects him, and the anger starts to accumulate. Next, his mind is implanted with a sense of guilt for harboring anger towards the parents who love him and sacrifice their lives for him, which makes him feel dirty and degenerates him into a worthless human, incapable of identifying with anyone else. When it gets so bad that he can't go to school or work anymore, his parents then play the role of the poor, pitiable parents who sacrifice themselves for their delinquent child. They trickle him with the delusion of love, coating over his nothingness and molding it into an ugly, nasty shape. He suffers more and more from the lack of unity with other people. Now that he's isolated, he feels as if his only choice is to depend on the dominators who pump him generously, full of the delusion of love, judge him as a worthless human, and punish him for his sins. Chapter 5. Liberation from the Delusion of Love. One good role model for a nothingness person trying to find his freedom is Buddha. At the age of 29, Buddha deserted his family and home. Buddha's life teaches us the best way to melt away the coating of the delusion of love. In the Bible, Jesus said to the Jewish teacher Nicodemus, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." Stupid Nicodemus asked, "How can a man be born when he is old? He cannot enter his mother's womb and be born a second time, can he?" I think Nicodemus needs to watch his mouth. If you know about the delusion of love, you should be able to understand what Jesus said to Nicodemus. The difficulty of breaking out of the delusion of love can be inferred from the words, "unless one is born again." Even if you leave your parents and travel far away from them, you aren't really free. I learned this the hard way. No matter how far I traveled away from my parents, my brain used its mirror neurons to connect to them. The moment my brain connected to my mother's, I got pulled back into the ugly, dirty sinner I used to be. Then I felt guilty for my parents. Normally one would think, yeah, you should feel guilty because you weren't studying hard enough. People assume I was simply reflecting on my bad behavior and getting depressed. They think I was only suffering from these negative emotions as a consequence of my own actions. However, since my brain was connected to my mother's, it was just as if my mother was sitting right next to me, scolding me as I tried to study, berating me in my brain. "Why are you just sitting there? Concentrate. Why can't you understand it the first time you read it?" When normal people experience this phenomenon, they think, "I'm just beating myself up." They think they're nitpicking themselves and destroying their own motivation on purpose. However, these abusive words were actually sent from my mother's brain, which connected to mine through the delusion of love. She says, "I sacrifice myself for the love of my good-for-nothing child." This is the delusion of love she puts into practice by picking at my faults and creating a bad child character in her mind. It puts me in a state where I have to cry for my mother. Only she could love such a messed up son who can't even study or make friends. When I identified with my dorm mates who cried with me, I realized that the mother's love I had craved was a delusion. After I was freed from her delusion of love, I was able to study without hearing her abusive words ringing in my head. I gained a sense of togetherness from studying with my dorm mates. I studied more and more effectively as I connected with their brains. It unlocked more possibilities and pleasure in life, and it was really fun. Your connection to other people's brains has been conditioned by the delusion of love. Once you are liberated from this conditioning, you will be able to feel the infinite unity you continue to crave. It seems like an unreasonably simple task, but in fact, it's extremely difficult. Buddha achieved it with ease. Normal people don't abandon love so easily. This is where the problem lies. Chapter 6. In order to slip out of brain control. Why can't nothingness break out of the delusion of love? This is because their brains are connected to the dominators who control them, give them unwanted thoughts, force them to do things they don't want to do, implant guilt in their mind, and chain them down with sin to prevent them from breaking out of their delusion of love. There is no sin in nothingness. Now the dominators ask me, so even if you steal things and kill people, is that not a sin? They judge me and urge on, are you crazy or what? Originally, nothingness is an empty void with nothing inside. No anger, no hate, no resentment, no desire. However, the dominators use mirror neurons to hijack their brains and force them to commit sins in order to punish them and dominate them with guilt. Controlling someone's brain through mirror neurons is surprisingly easy. When I was a small child, my mother pulled together her last few pennies and bought me a birthday cake. I was so innocent and happy. My mother said, "I'm going to light the candles, so bring the cake in from the kitchen." I slowly carried the cake, making sure not to drop it, when all of a sudden my mother raised her voice. "Be careful you don't drop it." at which moment my legs stiffened and I stumbled over, dropping the cake. I felt so horrible that I bursted out crying. Then my mother came up to me with a cold glare. I knew you would trip and drop it right there. In her head, she had produced the perfect image of me, the clumsy, idiot child tripping over the threshold of the door and dropping of the cake. When she called out, "Don't drop it," my mirror neurons connected my brain to hers, and my body moved according to the image in her mind. Nowadays, I would have sneered, "Why would you make a little kid carry a cake if you already knew he would drop it?" But I was just a little child then, so it led me to believe that if I carelessly enjoy life, I'd annoy everyone else, and they would persecute me and make me feel miserable. On top of that, I felt guilty for ruining the cake my parents went to the trouble of buying for me. So I sank into the delusion of love. But my parents still love me, even though I'm such a bad kid. Using mirror neurons to control someone's brain and force them to fail is a piece of cake. Literally. When parents say our child has a violent side, we're worried he might injure someone at school. Just as planned, that child ends up injuring one of his friends. From that point on, he's chained down by the guilt of his violent deed. When parents create a violent image in their brains, it affects the child's brain so that he worries, maybe I am a violent person. Then one day he loses his marbles and ends up punching someone. His origin is nothingness, therefore he originally doesn't care about other people or what they do, but the violent image created in the dominator's mind possesses him and forces him to act according to the image, which binds him down with a guilty conscience. He believes that he moves on his own free will. However, when the mother produces an image of violence she calls her worry, the son assumes that is what I want to do, and does exactly that. Whenever a soul of nothingness feels joy and freedom, whenever he is on the verge of escaping the delusion of love, without fail the dominators will force him to do something sinful in order to pull him back into their delusions. However, if nothingness notices that these strange thoughts are not his own, the very moment they float into his head, he will not be chained down by the delusion of love. Even if he already executed the deed forced upon him by the dominators, if he realizes, I was forced to do this, and refuses to take responsibility, he won't have to worry about being tied down with guilt and robbed of his freedom anymore. He hears a persecuting voice in his head. You can't just run away from responsibility by putting the blame on other people. This voice is the dominator trying to bind him down with guilt again. At times like these, if he realizes, oh crap, the dominators are connecting to my brain again, he will be able to sever the connection. Note, by cutting off the connection to the dominators, nothingness becomes free and achieves a feeling of unity. I used to work in the sales department of a company where I was buddied up with a beautiful female colleague. She would handle the male clients and get them to sign contracts, and when young female clients came in, she would hand them over to me. In that way, we helped each other raise our sales and had a lot of fun in the process. Until one night, catching up on some paperwork, we were the only ones left in the office. Right when I thought, it's about time to go home, suddenly, without warning, the image of us kissing flashed into my head, and I felt the dying urge to kiss her. I said, what the hell? And fled the scene in a sweat. My heart was still beating out of my chest on the bus ride home, and my face was burning red. That was close, I thought, with a mix of relief and regret. The next day at work was a little nerve-wracking, but the relationship went back to normal before too long. After a few months had passed, I was transferred to a different office. At my goodbye party, she abruptly confessed, you know, I wanted to kiss you so bad that one night. I breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. So those weren't my own feelings after all. It was her. In that moment, I knew the horror of being possessed and tied down by other people's feelings. Chapter 7. How to Achieve the Feeling of Unity. As long as you have mirror neurons, it would be difficult to distinguish what your own feelings are, because your mirror neurons are always connecting you to someone else's brain. which means our thoughts are constantly being influenced by other people. Nevertheless, even though the majority of our thoughts originate in other people's brains, we assume they're my thoughts because they came into my head. Most people don't walk around suspecting, wait, did he just telepathically send me this thought? Although occasionally there are people who say, I can see his thoughts, or aliens are controlling my brain. We assume that all the thoughts in our minds are our own, but there is an inconsistency in this assumption. One day, I had a man who was depressed from the state of his marriage come in. He was in such a horrible condition he thought he might have to quit his job because he could barely even manage to get out of bed in the morning. Marital problems was written on the intake sheet he filled out for me, so I had the wife come into therapy too. Her husband was certainly suffering from depression. He also appeared to have a raging bloodthirst underneath. I thought, dang, that's a ticking time bomb right there. For 3 years he hadn't spoken a word at home and was struggling to get anything done at work. I asked him what happened 3 years ago, but he didn't give a definite answer. So I tried to ask the wife. She replied apathetically, he betrayed me. She explained that her husband wouldn't admit to it, but ever since she found out he'd been acting strange and they'd stopped talking to each other. The husband said, I've been so depressed ever since things got complicated between me and my wife, so I'm here to make the marriage better again. I would do anything to save our marriage. While he let out such a sincere, heartwarming message, his wife listened with a bored look on her face. After 3 months of marriage counseling, I saw a definite change in the husband. He cleaned up his appearance, what had been a far cry away from hygienic, and he even lost some weight, which really added definition to his facial features. I could clearly see how hard he had been working to overcome the negative traits pointed out by his wife. He could finally look her in the eyes and carry on a conversation. He was also able to admit his mistakes. He had really transformed from a bloodthirsty ogre into a perfect gentleman. When I asked the wife, do you see any change in him? She moved her eyes down to the left and said, not at all. In my mind, I screamed, what? I asked her, what hasn't changed? She shifted her eyes away again and said, he's basically the same person. He doesn't think about anyone but himself. Ooh, now things are getting juicy. When I asked the husband, he said he was putting every effort into restoring the family relationships. He was clearly going through a lot of emotional changes. So I asked the wife for her thoughts on the situation. She then rolled her eyes up and announced, it's my fault because I can't decide to leave him. Oh crap. My mind froze momentarily because her comment was at complete cross purposes to the conversation. I asked the wife what made her say such a thing at such a time. Again, she glanced down to the left and repeated, he doesn't think about anyone but himself. She seemed to be completely blind to the man right before her eyes. At that moment, 3 women appeared in my mind. Ah, this might be the answer. I got excited. You keep getting advice about your husband from a few other people, don't you? I asked. Her jaw dropped. What? How did you know? One of the women was an old friend living far away who always told her on the phone, that deadbeat husband of yours ain't never gonna change. The next woman was her mother, who blamed her. You're crazy for not breaking up with that idiot. And the last woman would always listen to her problems, but at the end of the conversation would say, you need to dump him. The wife wasn't speaking her own feelings. She was obviously remembering the advice those 3 women gave her and repeating everything they said like a parrot. And she had no doubt in her mind that those were her own feelings. I understood that the wife was being influenced by those 3 women because when she said, my husband won't change, her eyes moved to the right. People look to the right when they remember something they've heard from someone else. That's the action she made when she remembered the telephone conversation with her faraway friend who said, your husband won't change. When the wife said, it's my fault I can't break up with him, She looked up to the right. Our eyes shift up to the right when we recall the appearance of someone who told us something. When she remembered the look of her reproachful mother who said, "It's your fault for not breaking up with him," she connected to her mother's brain. Her husband's speech pressed a button in the wife's brain which connected her to people who weren't present in the conversation. Their influence over her mind made his words lose all meaning to her. After I got the wife to stop taking advice about her husband from those 3 women, the couple was finally able to talk to each other. Afterwards, we figured out that "my husband betrayed me" was all a story her talkative mother and friends conjured up. What she believed were intimate, helpful conversations turned out to be creating a world of confusion, pain, and suffering for her. From these kinds of episodes, we can discover what nothingness should do to achieve their feeling of unity. Chapter 8. Temporary numbness only deepens the loneliness. Alcoholics drink to escape the fear of abandonment. They become seized by the notion that they can't identify with other people, so they drink and numb their own brain in order to achieve a feeling of togetherness. Bulimics numb themselves with drug-like hormones that secrete in the brain when they binge and purge in order to achieve the high of togetherness. Then, before they even realize it, their little escape route becomes an addiction. The nothingness type means emptiness. Originally, they should all be connected to each other like air, but the dominators coat them over with the delusion of love, thereby depriving them of their connection to each other and their original feeling of unity. In anguish, nothingness tries to regain that feeling of unity with alcohol or binging and purging. From where do people get the idea that they can achieve a feeling of unity by getting high? People have a mirror neuron connection to dominators who flood them with the delusion of love, which coats them over and isolates them like a cocoon. However, by numbing the brain, they can free themselves from that delusion of love cocoon and, as a result, taste the unity of nothingness. People who go through near-death experiences report about a world of light and the ultimate feeling of togetherness. This is because, in the moments their brains were paralyzed, they were liberated from their mirror neuron connection to the dominators and left only with the unity of nothingness. So why don't we all just get drunk and keep our brains numb all the time? When the drunkenness inevitably subsides after you've numbed yourself with alcohol and drug-like hormones, your brain and its mirror neurons go into an overactive state. Therefore, your mirror neurons' connection to the dominators grows even stronger than ever before, and their delusion of love coating thickens over you, thereby deepening your loneliness. It's the perfect vicious circle. As you numb yourself by getting high, you overstimulate your brain and strengthen your connection to the dominators, who isolate you and reinforce their fear of abandonment, making it necessary for you to get high again in order to feel togetherness again. Nothingness intoxicates himself to achieve a feeling of unity, but in doing so, he inadvertently strengthens his connection to the dominators and intensifies his fear of abandonment. In the end, intoxication is just another method of dominators' control. People can also use anger to set off drug-like hormones in the brain, just like the wife in the previous example. When she felt angry towards her husband, she talks about it with her friends, who only fanned the flames of her anger to the point that it caused her real pain. Then, drug-like hormones naturally released in her brain to numb that pain. With her brain in its paralyzed state, she was able to achieve a temporary sense of unity, which she mistakenly attributed to the bonding time with her friends. And afterwards, she would crave these drug-like hormones even more than before. Eventually, she became addicted to ranting about her husband, because whenever she complained about her tragic marriage, pain-killing hormones numbed her brain and allowed her to achieve a calming sense of unity. Anger is no different from alcohol and eating disorders, in that the brain becomes overstimulated after the numbing high of the hormones subside, which makes it even easier for the dominator's mind to isolate you. The wife vented to her friends, "Even when I'm with my husband, I feel all alone, in search of a buzz." And while she was wrapped by the delirium of intoxication, she lost everything she had in the real world, so that she really was all alone, with no one to rely upon except her dominators. Chapter 9. Because I can't expose my emptiness. When you think about the love of nothingness, it's actually really interesting, because they're all connected to each other through their original form of emptiness. To them, love is unity. But once they're coated over by the dominator's delusion of love, they become isolated souls trapped in a state of constant wandering, yearning for the sense of unity which is their love. All nothingness desires is the feeling of togetherness. Acceptance, no matter what kind of person I am, is the original form of love which nothingness desires. However, the dominators indoctrinate them with the conditioning such as, if I don't get good grades, no one will love me. If I'm not beautiful, no one will love me. If I don't make money, no one will love me, etc. Even when a man and woman fall in love, sooner or later they'll start thinking, this person only likes me for my looks, or this person only wants my money, and they can no longer achieve a feeling of togetherness. Although they search for someone who accepts them no matter who they are, who accepts them even though they have nothing, the conditioning of the delusion of love follows them wherever they go, so that they have to hide the fact that they have nothing. Consequently, they cannot attain the feeling of togetherness, the love they desire. Only when their brains are numbed by pain-killing hormones, or alcohol, or whatever, can they block off the connection to the dominator's mind and attain a temporary feeling of unity. However, as the effects of the pain-killing hormones peter out, their brains become overstimulated and their connection to the dominators rejuvenates. The dominators then torment nothingness with an even more tenacious loneliness. The love hormone phenylethylamine, a pain-killing hormone, puts you in a state of freedom from the dominator's "no one will love you if you aren't beautiful" conditioning. As they say, love is blind. As long as your brain is numbed, your connection to the dominators fades out and you are able to say such nothingness unity things as, "I like you everywhere you are." People mistake this for unconditional love, but it is caused by the influence of love hormones, so it's clearly not unconditional. The truth of nothingness is emptiness, thus, originally, there are absolutely no conditions to obtain the feeling of unity. Chapter 10. What is the purpose of learning the various types? I'm not trying to make a philosophical or religious argument. I'm simply discussing techniques regarding the question of what people should do to make their lives easier. And I want to explain that the techniques for improving one's own life differ depending on his or her congenital type. When you go to the doctor for some kind of pain, you will be interviewed and tested for any physical, neurological, or nutritional problems. If the doctors find no problem, they say, it's stress. They diagnose the source of your pain as stress and prescribe some anti-anxiety drugs. The pills your doctor prescribed relieve your anxiety, help you sleep better at night, make you think more optimistically, and free you from your pain. But here comes the question, where the heck did all that stress come from? Was it stress from relationships with people at work or school, stress at home with the family, financial stress? We try to pin down the source of our stress and amend the problem. Even though people use the same techniques to solve the same problems, they're divided into those who can fix things easily and those who have difficulties. This is because people are born into different types. All the different types seek a different truth, so it's impossible to use a truth different from your own to amend the source of your stress. It's necessary to find a technique that concurs with your type and its truth. People who can't free themselves from suffering or stress simply aren't basing their actions on the truth of their own type. In order to slip out from your misery, you must learn the difference between your own truth and the other types of truth. Then you must pursue only your truth. Doing so, you will reach a deep understanding for many different things going on around you, and you'll be able to easily, effectively slip out of your misery. If your type is nothingness, the source of your misery is the dominator's delusion of love transferred to your brain through mirror neurons. Your wish is to liberate yourself from delusion and return to the all-embracing unity of nothingness. Your truth is meaningless to every other type than nothingness and becomes the target of their criticism. The dominators see it as a threat and say, "What the hell do you think of your parents' love, of humanity?" They threaten ingrates who tread all over their parents' love with punishment and suffering all the way into the afterlife. Of course, this is the dominator's truth and not the truth of nothingness. The people of light type probably think, not pursuing God's will makes for such an empty, meaningless life, but that too contradicts the truth of nothingness. When you think there can only be one truth, it causes the confusion of which one is true. But when you know that different types have different truths, it gets rid of these contradictions so that you can pursue your own truth and obtain the things you truly desire. The nothingness type's truth is liberty from the delusion of love, returning to nothing and obtaining unity. Because they cannot obtain their original feeling of unity, they think, nobody understands me, or nobody recognizes me. They work hard for recognition, but suffer because they cannot obtain what they desire. They think, everyone around me is such good friends, but I don't know how to join them. Or, I don't know how to have fun talking to people. Then they harbor jealousy and anger towards everyone around them. What nothingness wishes for is the feeling of unity. No matter how hard they work, as long as they cannot obtain their desired feeling of unity, the truth of nothingness, they cannot find freedom from their suffering. So what can they do to solve this? Chapter 11. When dominators rob nothingness of their freedom. Many people say they want to die. According to the dominator's truth, anyone who says this is a sinner who wastes the precious life his parents' love created. The dominators despise them and accuse them of sin. Your parents went to all that trouble bringing you into this world, and you whine about it like a spoiled brat. However, in the world of nothingness, I want to die means the unity I'm supposed to be feeling is gone and I'm in pain. Your mind is connected to the dominators, who take complete control over your thoughts and steal your freedom. The dominator's thoughts bring you the hopelessness of, no matter what I do, I can't be like other people. No matter who I'm with, I can't identify with them. Nothingness people are always connected to dominators. It's as if they live under the dominator's constant surveillance. For example, when someone who had been shut in at home finally takes ambition and heads to work, the ambitious, hard-working state of their brain is communicated over the connection to the dominators, at which moment the dominators worry, is this child really ready to handle the real world? What if he can't do it? And then, as the dominator's worry transmits over to the nothingness's brain, it changes into, a mess-up like you can't keep a normal job. Then, he is convinced, there's no way a mess-up like me can keep a nice job. Even though these thoughts are flooding in from the dominators, nothingness is sure they are his own thoughts. He's convinced that he has no confidence because he sucks at everything, which disables him from choosing a fitting job for himself. Consequently, he chooses a job that causes him suffering. People around him think, there must be a better job for you out there, but the dominator's thoughts force him to choose a job like penance. So he finally goes out and finds a paying job, but then the dominator comes and puts a curse-like thought into his brain in the name of worry. On the surface, they pretend to be concerned. My son has never gone out and faced the world before, so I'm worried he can't get along with people at work. but the thought they send to the nothingness child's mind rings, "Social retards like you don't know how to deal with people," which convinces the nothingness child, "Nobody will like me." In such a condition, if someone at work happens to point out a little problem, the child will think, "I knew it, they really do hate me." From the moment he catches a warning at work, he turns into a sourpuss. Then his sulky behavior makes people at work keep a closer eye on him and coach him even more intensely, and he becomes increasingly depressed. "I'm so worthless, everyone hates me." That's when the dominators come in with their worry. "I guess my boy really isn't ready to handle a job in the real world." But what they communicate through their brain connection to nothingness is, "You don't have the willpower to follow through with anything." So the nothingness child thinks, "Yeah, having a job is too scary after all," and ends up quitting. Then the dominator says, "I told you, this kid can't do anything right. I guess I'll have to take care of him myself." They sprinkle the delusion of love all over the child who, unable to identify with anyone else, hopelessly continues life under the dominator's control. In the very end, the agony of not being able to feel togetherness with anyone makes him think he wants to die. From the other side, the dominator says, "What if he kills himself because my love wasn't enough for him?" Assuming the worst, they imagine themselves always remembering their child and sending him their love after his death. That's how they butter their nothingness child up with a thick, wet coating of the delusion of love. Chapter 12. Is Death the Only Way to Freedom? All of the negative thoughts in nothingness's brain are not their original thoughts. They come from the dominator's brain who connected them through the delusion of love. "Everyone else is better than me. Nobody accepts me. I can't do what they do." All of these thoughts have been implanted by the dominators. As long as you're convinced that these are your own thoughts, the dominators will not only control your mind, but your body as well, turning you into a dysfunctional person. You won't be able to control your body at the most crucial moments, and then you'll fail. You'll become sluggish and unfocused, and people will nag at you when you mess things up. You'll become forgetful, which annoys everyone around you. Another possibility is the stuff you've experienced in nightmares comes true. In the nightmare, you know how you want to move, but your body is paralyzed. This starts to happen in real life. Although you think, "I should do this," you can't move your body to perform even the simplest task. Mirror neurons have the characteristic of becoming increasingly hyperactive the more you imitate a certain person, which means the moment you adopt the dominator's thoughts as your own, your mirror neurons go on overdrive and strengthen your connection to the dominator, who controls you and steals all of your freedom, even the freedom to move your own body. In this way, nothingness is robbed of both mind and body. Unable to obtain the feeling of togetherness he needs in his handicapped state, nothingness begins to have suicidal thoughts. Then the dominators persecute and punish him for the very fact that he wants to die, sneering, "You spoiled brat." However, nothingness is by no means wrong for thinking they want to die. Although death is a taboo topic in the dominator's world, nothingness can sense genuine freedom and togetherness in death. Nothingness people have the intuitive feeling that death will free them from their brain and the mirror neurons which connect them to dominators, the ones who interrupt their unity. Nothingness feels that death will emancipate them from the mirror neuron network controlled by the dominator's mind and allow them to secure a true feeling of togetherness. Some people who have had near-death experience say that they were able to live more freely afterwards. This is because their mirror neuron network and its dominators were reset at the time of the near-death experience. Freed from the coding of the dominator's delusion of love, they are now able to live within the joy of their original unity. Putting it the other way around, without a shock as severe as a near-death experience, it's pretty hard to break off the connection to the delusion of love. On the other hand, it's pretty difficult to break free from the dominator's brain is a negative thought, which means it could just be a delusional thought up by the dominators themselves. Thinking about it this way, things actually start to get quite interesting. Chapter 13. I'm kind of exaggerating here, but an experiment with near-death experiences. After talking to one nothingness man about near-death experiences and freedom from dominators, it looked like a light bulb flashed over his head, and he went home with a smile on his face. He had been lamenting, all of my friends are married with a steady job, and I have nothing. His anxiety interfered whenever he talked to girls, and he even looked like the kind of guy who gets killed off at the beginning of a TV drama, so he had never been able to get a girlfriend. After that same guy heard this stuff about near-death experiences, all of a sudden he went to a singles party and struck up a conversation with a beautiful girl he normally would have never dared to speak to. He pushed back the anxiety before he went up to her, thinking, it's all just the dominator's delusion, and if I keep my mind on death, it won't matter. He referred to the story of near-death experiences to cast away the embarrassment and feelings of inferiority welling up inside of him. He said, it won't matter when I'm dead, and blew all negativity to the wind. He kept his mind on death as he talked to the gorgeous woman. Then he stopped caring if she doesn't like him. As he gazed straight into her eyes, focusing on death, for the first time in his life he thought, oh, I can communicate with this person. Her looks and the content of the conversation were completely irrelevant. He just felt, I'm connecting with this woman. That's how the man told me the story a little excitedly. At first I doubted him. That's just the love hormones talking. It didn't really go down like that. But the photo evidence of him with the pretty girl showed 2 real, genuine smiles. He also got her phone number, and they even had a legitimate second date lined up. I was a little taken aback at how effortlessly this man succeeded. Wait, I thought you had to go through a bunch of trials and tribulations to free yourself from the dominators. Well, to be honest, I was jealous. The man said, from your story about near-death experiences, I figured that if I focused on death, I could see that the negative feelings about myself were all a delusion, so I wanted to test out my hypothesis. He removed the restrictions set on him by the dominators by turning his thoughts to death any time self-denying thoughts came to his mind. Then, just by looking into that woman's eyes, the conversation didn't matter anymore. He experienced what he had always thought impossible, togetherness with another person. Chapter 14. To sense death and be true to yourself. When you're aware of death, you're free from feelings of inferiority and alienation so you can experience your true self, which is extraordinarily fascinating. If you try to talk to a woman you don't know, the very first thoughts that come into your head are negative thoughts like, she won't like me because I'm bad at conversation, or I'm not cool enough, she won't be interested in me. So you say, nope, I give up. Everyone calls this phenomenon, if I may venture to call it a phenomenon, a lack of confidence. They think it's something you have to overcome on your own. But what we consider a lack of confidence is in fact the dominator's criticism transmitted in real time from the dominator's brain. Your dominator says, tisk tisk, my son's always looking so grubby and sloppy, it's no wonder girls don't like him. Which comes out at your end of the brain connection as, girls don't want to hang out with a dork like me. You become convinced no one would ever want to be with someone like yourself. The man in the previous chapter was able to free himself from those kind of negative thoughts through his awareness of death. When he looked into that woman's eyes, he felt unity. The dominator's brain network was firewalled. His brain was silenced. He felt tranquility in the depths of the woman's eyes, and the deep connection between him and the woman was born. It wasn't because he was so aroused by her, but as simply a feeling of relief rose between them, which produced the feeling, it's nice to be with her. He could truly know his original self, liberated from inferiority and alienation. Until this moment, he had been needlessly walking on eggshells. I have to make them like me, make sure not to make them uncomfortable. He would panic, wondering, what if they don't like me anymore? These thoughts made him nervous so that in the end people really didn't want to be around him. And upon seeing that result, he would think, people don't like me because I can't relax. But this was just another judgment coming from the dominator's brain. If you focus on death and block off the dominator's brain network, your anxiety will fade away, leaving you with your relaxed, carefree, original self. And this is where the real question pops up. If the negative judgments are being sent from the dominator's brain, then what happens when the dominator dies? Will the connection break off and free from the dominator's curse? Unfortunately, the answer to that question is no, because the mirror neuron brain network has the capability to transcend space and time. Chapter 15, The Brain Network, Transcending Space and Time. I feel like research on mirror neurons hasn't progressed very much since their discovery. I think that mirror neurons do more than just imitate in your brain the actions of people you're presently looking at. I believe that when you're conscious of someone, even if they're far away, your mirror neurons copy the condition of their brain, like getting a phone call from across the world. Just by thinking about someone, your mirror neurons connect you to them and make your brain imitate theirs. Although the frequency of cell phone and wireless internet waves can be measured, it could be possible that the mirror neuron network is connected through waves of immeasurable frequency, perhaps even faster than the speed of light. This is my hypothesis. If the mirror neuron network were in fact faster than the speed of light, we can assume it transcends time and space. Therefore, it would be possible to connect at distances as far as America and Japan in real time, or to people in the past and future, as long as you're conscious of them. Actors playing the role of a dead person sometimes say they can feel the dead person's presence. I wonder if, when they're conscious of the dead person, the actors cross over space-time to connect to that person's mirror neurons and copy the condition of their brain when they were still alive. When you actually imitate a historical figure, you start to feel like, whoa, I'm somebody else right now. According to my mirror neuron hypothesis, this is not to say you are possessed by the dead man's ghost, but rather you transcend space and time to connect to and mimic the living brain of that person. This means that even if the brain of the dominator who picks on you doesn't exist in this world anymore, your consciousness of the dominator's existence alone allows the mirror neuron network to transcend space-time and connect you with the dominator. You connect to the brain of the living dominator when they criticize you mercilessly, which makes you suffer from self-denial and agonizing guilt. And because the dominator doesn't live in this world anymore, it convinces you all the more I am the one criticizing myself. This is the reason why you don't break out of the dominator's control even after their death. You're conditioned by the delusion of love to transcend time and space and connect to the dominator's brain in their prime, when they can make you suffer the most. The man who experimented with awareness of death guessed that the mirror neuron network's speed is faster than light and, accordingly, transcends space-time. So he connected with his future self. In fact, the moment you leave this life, you become absolutely free from all dominators' networks. Surely you can connect to your own brain in this moment of freedom, your moment of death. The instant you are liberated from the dominators, fear has no power over you. The only thing that exists is the relief of true unity. Everyone is connected. Everyone is together. This joy overflows you and you experience the security of nothingness. Note, the technique for cutting off the connection to the dominators is elaborated in Section 5. Ask your heart and free yourself from control. Chapter 16. Learn the 3 types and live in your own reality. Type 2. The Dominator's Truth. Dominators believe that they are God. In fact, they are false gods. However, if I use the word false god here, it wouldn't be the dominator's truth. Why? Because the dominators believe I am God. Most dominators do not reveal the fact that they are God. While they act out a completely different character to the rest of the world, they fulfill the duties of God behind the scenes. These duties include judging people, establishing their sins, forcing them to sin, and handing down the punishment, causing people fear, and saving them with the delusion of love in order to dominate them. For example, a dominator playing the role of the mother scolds her nothingness child in the following manner. Why can't you save money? If you can't learn how to manage your own finances, as an adult you'll be buried in debt, become a burden to other people, and fall out of the ranks of society. The dominator says, I'll save you from that future by scolding you now and punishing you while you're still young. All the child did was go out with his friends and buy some things he wanted, but the dominator implants guilt in his mind. You can't manage your own money. She punishes him. Next month you get no allowance. In this way, the child will feel guilt for using money to buy what he wants. Also, the punishment of losing his allowance cultivates an ever stronger attachment to money in the child. The stronger his attachment to money grows, the stronger his guilt toward money becomes. He'll start to think, I'm such a dirty, greedy person, and worry I might be a financial burden to other people when I grow up, or even wind up in jail. The sin of financial irresponsibility which the dominator created is a suggestion. Therefore, it conditions you to feel guilt whenever you spend money, and to connect to the dominator who implants more guilt in your mind and controls your actions. The dominator uses mirror neurons to implant the thought, you can't manage money, in your brain so that you become convinced of your irresponsibility with money. Then you really do lose control over your finances. Not because the dominator thinks it's fun making children suffer from guilt or it feels so good to take a child's freedom. They don't do it for pleasure or amusement. Their sole objective is to dominate people by judging their sins, thereby forcing an attachment on dominators themselves through hate and guilt. Because it is their duty. That is the role of the false gods the dominators pretend to be. Inside the dominator's mind, he dispassionately establishes sins to judge, hands down punishments, and uses fear, anger, and guilt to force an attachment between himself and his subjects. I am God. It's only natural that I dominate, says the dominator, with no guilt, anger, or hate towards his subjects whatsoever. Outwardly, they pretend to have these emotions, but this is nothing but a performance they play in order to bestow guilt and anger upon their subjects. Dominators use acting as a means of control. Chapter 16. Full of unpredictability. There is no archetypal dominator. Dominators come in a lot of different types. Someone with bad character who is hateful or rude isn't necessarily the typical dominator. Sometimes they play the role of charismatic leaders in religion or medicine. In some cases, they play the role of the child who coops up at home all day and skips school. In other cases, the victim of domestic abuse is in fact a dominator who forces their attacker to commit violence. Therefore, it's difficult to make conclusions based on personality traits and say, this type of person is the typical dominator. Furthermore, from the first moment you try to identify a dominator, they hijack your mirror neuron network and control your brain so as to prevent you from using your head and suspecting, could this person be a dominator? In fact, many people are surprised to find out that the person they respected so dearly was actually a dominator. One time my teacher said, there's a study tour in San Francisco and you're coming with me. I ended up accompanying him without being informed who the participants were or what kind of schedule we were running on. Well, if it's a study tour, the participants are probably going to all be psychiatrists and expert therapists, I thought. I served out meals, chauffeured, interpreted Japanese and English, and put forth my utmost effort to be of service to everyone. But the harder I worked for them, the more horrible I felt, and I worried, maybe I'm not talented after all. Why am I getting so emotional? I had no idea what was going on. Even when I drove everyone around, all of a sudden this feeling crept up inside me that made me think, I want to die already. The longer I stayed around all these participants, the gloomier I felt, and my body also wore out fast. It's not as though anyone complained to me. They all said thank you and you're so thoughtful. And yet I had this feeling of being covered in filth and And it was like when I was being bullied by my class in elementary school. My whole body felt heavy like a mass of lead. Drowning in misery, I lost my ability to concentrate and made horrible mistakes interpreting, which made me even more depressed. One night I asked my teacher, "So, these participants are all experts, right?" He looked at me in disgust. "What world are you living in? You mean to tell me that you didn't realize half of them are the patients' families?" Since my teacher organized the trip, I figured it was just going to be psychology experts, but it turned out that the families of patients with eating disorders, alcohol, and drug addictions were participating too. I didn't have the slightest idea until he told me. They didn't openly criticize or reject me, but the dominators within the participants judged my actions and punished me in their minds. They kept up appearances with big grins, earnestness, acting out ditzy, dunce-cap characters, but inside their minds, the dominators played their role as God perfectly, deciding my sins and punishing me, making me feel as if death were my only savior. That was the first time I really took a walk in the patient's shoes. It was so intense, I knew this is why people get sick. After the study tour was over and I was away from those people, I was free. It was like the shackles came off my feet. The sky was a wondrously beautiful blue and all the people seemed to sparkle. The sheer power of the Dominator is incredible. Chapter 17. The Hormones That Bring Out the Delusion of Love. What are the Dominators doing in their heads all the time? I'm stuck between whether I want to find out or not. But they made me suffer so miserably up to now, so I'm pretty sure I want to know what was going on up there. Many people's mental image of love is the unconditional love stemming from Christianity. It means, I love you every way you are. This love can only be found in God. Love is God, and God is love. But I feel like I'm going to hear a lot of objections on this one. What? But I love my partner unconditionally. Show me one parent who doesn't love their child unconditionally. People who are in love say, I like everything about this person, even when other people talk trash like, why would you go out with such a loser? This is because the love hormone, phenylethylamine, numbs their brains with intracerebral narcotics and they mistake this feeling for unconditional love. The I love you parents say to their children is the effect of the hormone called oxytocin, which is secreted during childbirth in order to contract the womb. If oxytocin, also known as the trust hormone, is released when you look at someone, it makes you think, I trust this person. Because oxytocin is secreted during childbirth, when you look at the newborn baby and feel this trust, you acknowledge it as love. Oxytocin also plays an active role in lactation. While the mother is breastfeeding under the influence of oxytocin, she thinks, I love this child. Over time, she is conditioned to release oxytocin whenever she looks at her child, which makes her think, I love this child no matter what he does. So what about the father? He doesn't have a womb, he doesn't give birth, and he certainly doesn't give milk either. Does that mean he can't share the benefits of oxytocin? This is where mirror neurons make their appearance. They play an essential role in the father's brain. We've all heard the phenomenon of men experiencing morning sickness when their wives become pregnant. When a husband celebrates the joy, among other emotions, of a pregnancy with his wife, his mirror neurons react and mimic the condition of his pregnant wife's brain, which causes a shift in his hormone balance. Inside the husband's brain, it is the conditioning, the pleasure of having a child with my wife, which triggers the release of oxytocin. Oxytocin is secreted even when the couple looks into each other's eyes, so that when the husband holds his newborn baby and gazes into her big, round eyes, he's conditioned to think, I would do anything for this child. On the other hand, mothers who experience complications with their oxytocin levels during childbirth cannot feel relief or comfort when they look at their child, which convinces them that they are incapable of loving children. This is only a problem with their oxytocin levels. Another important thing people consider to be love is sex. During sexual intercourse, the drug-like hormone beta-endorphin is secreted, which numbs the brain and enables you to feel togetherness with your partner. When you are conditioned to think of this as love, sex makes you feel like, I love this person. This feeling is at its strongest when beta-endorphin combines with phenylethylamine, the love hormone. You don't have to actually have sex. Just imagining sexual acts makes beta-endorphin secreted state in the brain. Just by fantasizing, you can pacify your brain and attain a sense of relief and unity. This is why shut-in children are able to stay at home so long without interacting with other people. They absorb themselves in sexual fantasies and use beta endorphin to tranquilize their anxiety, paralyzing their brain and attaining a sense of togetherness, thereby eliminating the need to go outside. However, once the well of beta endorphin dries up, guilt, misery, and anxiety invade their brain, making them too afraid to go outside. In order to rid themselves of these feelings, shut-in children dive back into sexual fantasy and repeat the process. Even after hearing such an explanation, there are people who insist, no, love does exist in people. These are the dominators. Dominators are gods, and God is love, so there must be love inside the dominators, because this is the dominator's truth. Chapter 18. Cold-hearted, violent control lurking behind devoted love. Dominators play the role of God and control people with their love. What's so fun about controlling people like that? Only a dominator could understand. Everyone else wonders, do they get pleasure out of making people feel bad? Or is it fun for them to steal other people's freedom? Dominators don't do what they do for fun or pleasure. Their sole purpose for existing is to dominate people, which they execute and accomplish dispassionately. Furthermore, they aren't picky about their methods of domination. One man devoted himself to the care of his sickly, weak wife. Even when he came home tired from work, his wife didn't have dinner made. She complained, I have a headache, or my stomach hurts. But he didn't reproach her. He just cooked dinner for them nonchalantly. He took care of everything, cleaning, laundry, caring for the children. If his wife called him at work saying, come home, I'm lonely, he would explain the situation to his boss and return home in an instant. After all he did for her, his wife only complained and groaned. She didn't appreciate her husband one bit. She let her anger out on him. Why can't you come home earlier? Why don't you understand how I feel? Her parents blamed her. You're so unappreciative. You never thought of anyone but yourself. But she really physically felt bad and was stuck in a depression, so there was nothing she could do to help it. She kept feeling sicker, and her depression escalated to the point of suicidal thought. When she told people about it, they would make a dubious face and say, but why? Your husband is so devoted to you. So the wife was tortured by loneliness because nobody understands my pain. She felt more and more anger toward her husband. The angrier she became, the harder it was to climb out of her depressed state, and the scarier it was to go outside. And yet she would sometimes think, he loves me even though I'm so worthless, and I can't live without his love. In her case, anyone would think, that lady has some issues, that poor man doing all he can for his wife. At the time, I didn't know about dominators, so even I had the stupid thought, why can't she live up to her husband's love? I was so young then. When the wife was referred to me by a psychiatrist, I used hypnotherapy to search for the cause of her physical woes. I made her close her eyes, open the gates to her unconscious, and walk down those stairs. That's when she saw something unbelievable. Her husband, in the form of a monster, repeatedly kicking her stomach in with pointed boots. She rolled over and over on the ground. She rolled over at each kick, but her husband mercilessly disparaged her as he kicked her over and over. Watching such a scene, the wife felt pain rushing throughout her body and seemed to be on the edge of panic. I told her to ask her unconscious self, how long has this been going on? She answered as she rolled over on the ground, he's been beating me since before we were married. Then the wife remembered everything. Right when they first started dating, she tried her best to make enjoyable conversation, but there was always something cold in her husband's eyes. Every time she saw those cold-hearted eyes, she thought more and more, I'm not good enough. Then she came out of the hypnosis and declared, there is no love in what my husband does, and left my office looking refreshed. At the time, I had no idea what she meant. Soon afterward, her physical condition improved. The depression went away, and she brought the vitality back into her life. She didn't depend on her husband anymore. Eventually, she broke off from him and started to sparkle like a star. Chapter 20. The Mechanism of Imaginary Violence and Control. Just by using violence in your mind, you can do real damage to other people. so don't use this at home, kiddies." While the affectionate husband was smiling and taking care of his wife, inside his head he yelled, "You stupid bitch, you have no love, so I have to punish you." And he punished her with violence. His imaginary violence was the actual cause for his wife's bad health. All she did was sleep, but her body was so exhausted and sluggish she couldn't even get out of bed. She had become so frightened of the outside world that she couldn't even leave the house. And she had no idea why she had fallen into such a horrible dilemma. If you could see what her husband was doing to her inside her head, you would know exactly why she felt that way. It's only natural that you would become lifeless and dysfunctional if every day your husband berates you as he kicks your stomach in. Anyone would start to lose confidence after experiencing such degradation. Outwardly, her husband is always smiling, but behind the shadows he becomes a violent monster. Being with such a person would make anyone afraid of people and the outside world. But wait, why would he abuse his wife in his mind and make her dysfunctional if it only makes his own life harder? Anyone other than a dominator would have this suspicion. Why would someone go to all that trouble just to make their own life difficult? Well, that's the difference between dominators and regular people. Dominators exist to dominate people with the delusion of love. They establish your sins, hand down punishments, and force you to atone for those sins. Then they feign God's love and say, "I'm the only one who could save such a dirty sinner." Before that couple got married, when the wife talked about celebrity gossip on their dates, the dominator would smile, but in his head he made her into a sinner. "You sinful bitch enjoying people's misfortune." In that moment, the wife lost her confidence and felt the sinking feeling, "I'm a dirty person." What I want to make very clear here is nothingness has no sin. Even if they talk trash about other people, it's not because they want to do it. The dominators just make them do it. Dominators make you talk badly about other people and then turn around and judge it as a sin, punishing you for it. After the date was over, the wife was judged as a sinner. But this was only going on inside their heads, so she couldn't pin her finger on it. She was only left with a guilty feeling. Did I say something wrong? And after she went home, it bothered her so much that she had to inspect the conversation for her mistakes and reflect over her actions. By this time, a God and human relationship was already established. The woman was already serving her future husband in that she thought, "I have to redeem myself for him." But she was dealing with a dominator God. Even when he smiled as he received her gifts, in his head he disparaged her for wasting money and punished her with violence. Even when he complimented her cooking, in his mind he beat her and condemned her as a sinner. "There you are, wasting good ingredients again, blaspheming the food God bestowed upon you." So she gradually lost her confidence and her will to cook. Well, if you're being abused for it so badly in your head, it's only logical that you'd learn to stop doing it. When the wife lost her willpower to do the housework, her grinning husband picked up the slack. But in his head he decided her sin, this slothful sinner, and handed down the punishment. Then the wife, paralyzed by guilt and agony, as well as physical pain, started thinking suicidal thoughts, but no one would sympathize with her. Such guilt and physical pain are vital to the dominator's existence. Chapter 21. Isn't dominator just a prejudice? Now, how do you know what the dominators do inside their heads? Where's your proof that dominators even exist? Aren't you just inventing some bad guys to blame for your own problems? It's perfectly reasonable that people come up with these questions because their thoughts are being swayed back and forth by the brain network. When I used hypnotherapy to investigate what was occurring within the brain network, the induced wife witnessed the scene of her husband violently abusing her. When I retell this episode at academic conferences, people always shoot back questions of suspicion. Are you sure it wasn't just your subjective impression rubbing off on the wife? In fact, this question is very profound. There have certainly been reports of scientific experiments in which the researcher's own impressions affected the results. For example, the Hawthorne effect. Actually, when one other researcher and I studied the effect of trauma on stress by measuring the stress hormones in saliva samples, although we had the same amount of participants going through the same procedure, my sample examples could clearly be used to support the influence of trauma, while it would have been difficult to use the other researchers' results to prove the same hypothesis. My fellow researcher didn't value the importance of the experiment as much as I did. Well, I guess you could say it was just a matter of motivation. When I saw the results, I was taken aback. Whoa, the researchers' assumptions really do make a huge difference. This can also be attributed to the influence we have on each other's brains. My assumption conveyed to the subjects through our mirror neuron connection and influenced the experiment's results. This is definite proof of the fact that what you think in your head influences other people. Even without specifying your thoughts into words, slight differences in attitude and facial expressions are enough to get the message across. What they tried to ask me at the academic conference is, in its extended version, is your subjective impression or assumption influenced the client's brain during hypnotherapy and forced her to reconstruct the image of the nice husband beating his wife. This is the same as saying, I'm confident that the images inside one person's brain exert influence over another person's brain. But if the therapist's thoughts alone can cause the patient to paint such a horrifying picture, then what the smiling, caring husband does in his mind must have an effect as well. And, as a result, she had been tortured by the guilt, debilitated and trapped in her own house by fear. However, anyone who saw that husband gallantly taking his wife under his wing would say, there's no way this man could be committing such horrible abuse in his mind. In the beginning, the concept of dominators came from a study on abusers, perpetrators of domestic abuse. When cases occur in which the child accuses the parents of sexual abuse, I used to call the parents in and hear their sides of the story. But they would act out such nice, sympathetic parents, it would make anyone think, there's no way these people are child abusers. The parents shake their heads with expressionless faces and assert, everything my child is saying is a delusion. What kind of parents would do such a thing to their own child? In 1896, psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud presented a paper on the correlation between mental illness and sexual abuse for the Society of Psychiatry and Neurology in Vienna, which was totally ignored. Freud announced, 1 out of every 10 women is the victim of sexual abuse. But that too was thoroughly denied. The contemporary scholars treated him like a crazy person, saying, there's no way such rampant sexual abuse exists. Faced with criticism, he flipped his theory completely around, summing it up to delusion caused by the infant's sexual drive. He undermined his own theory and claimed that abuse is just a false image created by the child's own sexual fantasies, but only to be scorned as a sexual pervert all the more. In 1948, in the United States, the Kinsey reports found that 1/4 of all the women surveyed claimed to have either experienced or have been solicited for sexual relations by an adult male while they were still a child. In 1976, medical journals were reporting the probability for cases of father-daughter sexual abuse at 1 out of every million. Soon afterwards, many other magazines began to run articles depicting the horror of sexual abuse. Then the statistics for father-daughter sexual abuse spiked, reaching the same level as in the Kinsey reports. In other words, 1 in every few girls. It's easy to be fooled by an otherwise respectable-looking father who says with a straight face, I would never do something like that to my daughter. I love my daughter. It's easy to think, yes, of course, there's no way. But the dominators influence your brain to make you want to deny what is going on behind closed doors. Old man Freud noticed the problems going on behind closed doors, but he was crushed by the superficial tidiness of society. What goes on behind the scenes is completely different from what we see on the silver screen. If you make inquiries using not only the information on the surface, but also what's happening inside the brain network, you'll begin to find many different ways to classify information. Note, later in the book there's a more detailed explanation of how to delve into the brain network. If we examine not just the beauty on the surface, but also the reports of abuse hiding behind closed doors, what we see is the appearance of the dominator and his methods of control. Chapter 22. How are they different from other abusers? Are all perpetrators of abuse dominators? No, not all of them. Normal, non-dominator abusers use sexual acts to achieve the pleasure of togetherness caused by the hormone beta-endorphin when it numbs their brain. But when the dominators abuse, they cause you pain in order to incite the release of pain-killing hormones in your brain. They incite the secretion of pain-killing hormones to force their victims to achieve a feeling of unity as a conditioning for the dominator's love. Even though their abuse causes you pain, it's numbed by the pain-killing hormones in your brain, so you're conditioned to feel like, I think this dominator loves me. They cause you pain and incite the secretion of pain-numbing hormones in order to condition you with their delusion of love. They are in no way doing this for their own amusement. It is a very common phenomenon. An abusive husband who yells as he beats his wife, "This is what you get for not doing what you're supposed to." He establishes his wife's sin of not being able to clean or organize and punishes her for it. In this way, the wife's brain is numbed over by pain-killing hormones brought on by the simultaneous fear and physical pain of violence, which causes her to feel unity with her abusive husband. Also, after he's done beating her, the husband says, "It's because I care about you so much." So the wife thinks, my husband must love me, and it feels as if she would die without her husband's love. Feeling love from pain is often mistaken for sadomasochism. However, dominators do not use violence to achieve sexual pleasure. They deliberately use persecution and punishment to condition their subjects to feel the dominator's love and consequently become obsessed with the dominator. Because God is the only one who has this love, the dominator's love incites the secretion of pain-numbing hormones in the brain, thereby conditioning you to associate love with the dominator, making you attached to the dominator so that they become your one and only God. Therefore, the reason why many women can't run away from their violently abusive dominator husbands is not because these women are mentally weak, but simply because if they leave their dominators, their gods, they're assaulted by the fear of being forsaken by God and not deserving to live anymore. Once you undergo the dominator's love conditioning, your dominator becomes your one and only God, which means if I make the mistake of leaving this person, nobody else will ever love me. In reality, the dominator's delusion of love forms a coating over you which blocks everyone else out and prevents you from feeling togetherness with them. Women being abused by dominator husbands lose their ability to socialize with the neighbors or interact with anyone else for that matter. As they become more and more socially isolated, they get the feeling, the dominator is the only one on my side, by which point they really can't run away from him. Another one of the dominator's goals in abusing is to condition you to associate your anger with them. As the anger of being abused escalates, it becomes the same sensation as pain and causes the release of pain-killing hormones which paralyze the brain. The pain of violence and anger trigger pain-numbing hormones and give you the pleasure of togetherness. Pleasure you then associate with the dominators, who antagonize you further as your attachment to them strengthens. You should feel angry towards the dominators, but the angrier you feel, the more they subject you to their love conditioning. So instead of feeling angry towards them, you become obsessed with them. Your dominators never leave your mind. They stay connected to you through the mirror neuron network and control your brain, manipulating you exactly as they please. There are people who feel anger toward their abusive parents and say, I don't want to grow up to be like them, but eventually find themselves abusing their own kids in the very same way. This is no doubt due to the anger conditioning which keeps them connected to their dominator's brain network so that their brain perfectly mimics their dominators. The dominator's brain controls them and forces them to abuse their own children, after which the dominator connects to them through the brain network and judges them. You child-abusing sinner, you have no love inside you, punishing them in their mind. The pain of this punishment infuriates the victim so that they stay all the more attached to their dominator. When couples fall in love, the love hormone phenylethylamine is released, which numbs the brain and gives them the feeling of unity. I like you every way you are. They perceive this feeling of unity as love. However, phenylethylamine only lasts 4 years for each partner, and when it expires, the sense of unity disappears and the love cools down. If the couple bears a child during these 4 years, the oxytocin in the mother during childbirth is reflected in her husband's brain via mirror neurons. neurons. As a result, when the couple gazes into each other's eyes, they fall under the misapprehension, I can trust this person. Oxytocin is also secreted when the mother breastfeeds her child, so when the husband looks at his breastfeeding wife, it causes oxytocin to secrete in his brain as well, which convinces him, I love this woman. And with that, love just lost all its luster. After the wife and child oxytocin conditioning expires, the marital arguments begin, conditioned roughly around the wife's menstruation, when anger becomes explosive. Anger is cognized as pain, inciting the secretion of pain-killing hormones which paralyze and drunken the brain. These pain-killing hormones and the sense of unity they generate give the couple the feeling, I love this person. And if they keep up the married life after the fights, then beta-endorphin is also secreted, which serves up an intracerebral narcotic cocktail that keeps them drunk on the delusion of love for a while longer. Of course, there are women who claim, I don't feel any love for my husband, I hate him. But I'm mad at my husband means the same thing as I'm attached to my husband. Because they are conditioned to keep getting angry and triggering pain-killing hormones in the brain, they don't realize how they intoxicate themselves with anger to achieve a feeling of togetherness. Dominators systematically use these psychological techniques to administer the delusion of love to their victims. It's very creepy. Chapter 23. The Fabricated Delusion of Crime and Punishment. As a child, I was terrified that if I lie or say hurtful things, God will judge me and send me to hell when I die. This, if I do something wrong, God won't love me anymore, kind of sin and retribution mentality is a delusion dreamt up by the dominators. In reality, there is no such thing as sin. The concept of sin the dominators invented is most contradicting within the delusions they fabricate. If God exists and God is love, it must be the unconditional, I love you no matter who you are kind of love, or else God's love holds no water. And if God's love is indeed unconditional, then there would be no such thing as sin in God's eyes. But dominators play the role of false gods, ordaining people's sins and dominating them with punishments. Dominators can produce any kind of sin they want in everyone else. Everyone who isn't a dominator. They use the brain network to manipulate people and force them to commit these sins, which they punish in their minds, thereby incapacitating their victims with fear. In my case, my dominators produce the fear because I'm not living like a pure righteous Christian who can earn God's love. My classmates will hate me and bully me as a consequence for my sins. I sincerely believe that if I live purely and righteously, everyone will like me and no one will be mean to me. So when people bullied me at school, I felt like the bullying was a punishment made up by God, as if to say, see, this is what you get for your sins. However, in reality, the fear and anxiety I had for God's punishment was what made me the target of bullying. Because I had a sinful conscience every time they bullied me, I became increasingly nervous and couldn't join the group. Even when I told myself, go make friends, the dominators would bake up a fresh new sin. If you make friends with sinners, they'll taint you with their sins and make you go to hell, for example. So I was paralyzed and, in the end, I became a friendless outcast. Then I thought, nobody loves me because I'm a sinner. I had no doubt in my mind that the reason I can't study and everyone hates me and my whole life is a failure is because I'm a sinner. After the dominators fabricated crime and punishment put me into misery, next it put me into a rage. Then, just like a dominator, I started inventing sins, deciding other people's sins and punishing them in my head. When I went out to eat, I would get pissed at the restaurant employees thinking, why aren't they nicer to their customers? I imagined myself using violence against them. When I was standing in line and saw someone cutting, I would yell in my mind, why did that guy just walk up in here and cut everyone who's been waiting? The dominators invented sin and retribution, caused me unhappiness and misfortune. But the more I thought, I have to be good and pure, the more other people's sins started to bother me, so that I established their sins and punished them in my mind. Although I thought, as if I could do anything right myself, I'm such a dirty, sinning hypocrite, I still couldn't forgive other people's crimes. My sinful conscience made me connect to the dominator's brain. Then the dominator forced me to play the role of the false god. In other words, to judge people as sinners and punish them in my mind. as my heart clouded over darker and darker. The Dominator judged me in my mind. You're going to have a misfortunate life because you do heartless things like judging people for their sins. They made me terrified of my own sins and incapacitated me. This is where the pain-killing hormones secreted in my brain to numb over my agony. I was intoxicated. I felt unity with the false god Dominator, who is love. The more I suffered from the Dominator's judgments and punishments for my sins, the more pain-killing hormones percolated my brain, and the illusion that I could attain a feeling of unity or love from my false god trapped me in their world of crime and punishment. The anger I felt towards other people's sins also made pain-killing hormones release from the pain of anger, so my brain was numbed, and as a consequence I craved more togetherness, which is love. So I got angry again. It was an endless loop. I used to think I can't stop this vicious circle by myself, but I can't stop is also a delusion invented by the Dominators. The Dominators use the brain network to force me to do all this. Ever since I realized that, the world started to look a whole lot different. Chapter 24. Once you recognize their true identity, you can recover your true self. One man was referred to me by another therapist with a symptom of depression. My body feels too heavy to move, he said. For over 2 years, his entire body felt leaden and it really pained him just to go to work. Perhaps it was due to his inactivity, but he was gaining a lot of weight without eating very much. He had frequently called off from work because he couldn't wake up in the morning, which had put a dent in his salary so that he had to depend on his mother for financial support. He took a general examination at the hospital, but they didn't find any abnormalities. The doctor said, "It's stress," prescribed him some sleeping pills and called it a day. The man received no kind of explanation for the bodily heaviness he was experiencing whatsoever. When I asked what happened 2 years ago, the man bashfully answered, "I had my heart broken." He had always been shy with women, until he fell in love with one of his co-workers and unexpectedly asked her out on a date. But then the female co-worker who used to be nice to him had a complete change in attitude and started ignoring him. From that point on, he became increasingly depressed and sluggish. He couldn't get himself to do much of anything, and he could barely even make it to work. What happened was, he mistook the attitude of a woman who was affectionate towards everyone as, "Maybe she wants to go out with me," and confessed his love. As a result, she treated him like a stalker and shoved him down to the rock bottom of misery. Normally one would think that the trauma, or emotional scar, of unreciprocated love put him into a depression. Your everyday therapist would suggest, "So why don't you try dating someone else?" However, the fascinating point in this case are the symptoms of bodily heaviness and inexplicable weight gain despite a light diet. The emotional slump and lack of motivation were consistent with his circumstances. However, the physical symptoms were very striking and their cause was incomprehensible. So I used hypnotherapy to investigate what was happening inside the man's head. I made him open the gates to his unconscious and descend the stairs, step after step. What the man saw there was a gruesome sight. Well, if it's not the affectionate woman in the form of a monster mercilessly beating the man with a giant frying pan. The man vomited in unbearable pain. Then his mother, crouching by his side, scooped up the vomit with her hand and packed it right back into his mouth. So please don't be listening to this at the dinner table. After his mother finished shoving all the vomit back down his throat, once again the female co-worker broke out the frying pan and beat him relentlessly. It was like a painting of hell. The man was startled when he came back from hypnosis. "What was that?" he asked. It appeared that his female co-worker, a dominator, had used the brain network to force him to confess his love to her. Then, without warning, she treated him coldly, thereby making him form an attachment to her, which would keep him connected to her brain network indefinitely. The dominator woman abused the man in his mind and gave him pain to make pain-killing hormones secrete in his brain. After his brain was paralyzed, he felt the love of togetherness, which made him more and more obsessed with the woman. The more his body ached, the harder it was for him to stop thinking about the woman, and he was attacked by the anxiety, what if I start stalking her? He had no idea this was a delusion invented by the dominator herself. At any rate, what was his mother doing? The man explained that ever since he had his heart broken, he started calling his mother every day to vent about work. His mother would always listen to the end of his rant and then respond with the comment, "Well, anyway, you just have to toughen up." It was really abominable. Oh, so that's what the stuffing the mouth with vomit was all about. So he stopped calling his mother, and after he saw the true terrifying character of his female coworker, he made his distance from her. In the blink of an eye, he regained his vitality and lost the extra weight. What they do to you in your mind even affects your weight. After he slimmed down and restored his pep, the female coworker came back around again, affectionately, with a smile, as if she never treated him coldly. But the man backed away. "I've seen you for the monster you truly are, so you can't fool me anymore." Soon afterwards, other female employees started talking to him, and he was able to have fun at work again. Until this point, the man had thought, I have to try harder or else no woman will ever like me. But that was wrong. All he had to do was quit socializing with dominators. Then he could return to his true self and have fun being connected with everyone else. He realized it's that simple. Chapter 25. Imaginary sexual harassment is the working of mirror neurons. Dominators deny it straight on. That man just has a wild imagination. Either that or they say it's all an illusion of the sketchy spiritualist therapist put into the man's head during hypnosis. I try to bargain with them and argue that if I, the therapist, could create the scene of the woman abusing my client through hypnotherapy, by that logic the dominator could have exerted the same influence over him and sketched that violent scene into his brain in the first place. Recently, just casting an obscene eye on a female coworker is also considered a type of sexual harassment. I think this is reasonable. If you imagine having sex with someone in your mind, this image can be transmitted via mirror neurons and take a real effect on the other person. Therefore, if you look at a woman in an obscene manner, it's only natural that she would feel psychological and physical discomfort. In many cases, the female employee's body falls to pieces and she can no longer continue working. Back in the day, they used to blame it on the woman. She's just too self-conscious. They said that the female employee's wild imagination was the cause of their symptoms and treated the women as if they are crazy. The tricky part is it's difficult for simple spectators to understand how dominators abuse their victims in their brain. No one would ever imagine such a thing as the attractive, kind woman abusing her male coworker in his mind. Normal people would sympathize with the woman as the poor girl whose kindness was misunderstood by that creepy man who hit on her. But if you scratch beneath the surface, you'll find a dominator using the brain network to fill the man's mind with sexual delusions, hijacking his brain via mirror neurons, forcing him to ask her on a date, and turning him into the perpetrator of sexual harassment. That's how she set him under her control. She trained him to be her sinner and punished him in her mind. But nobody understands this because it happens inside the brain. Not even the man himself noticed how the dominator had tricked him and made him lose all his senses. However, the interesting part in this case is that when the man noticed what the dominator was doing to him inside his brain, he was able to back away from her. Also, once he was freed from the dominator's brain network, he regained control of his mind and body and was able to enjoy life again. Then he had no doubt, this woman really was abusing me. Oh well, the dominators can't help it. It's their job. The dominator's truth is to judge people's sins, then punish them and save them from their sins in order to put their love into practice. According to the dominators, abuse is nothing more than a means of control. Chapter 26. Memory of the grandma who damaged me without words. One cannot identify a dominator by their appearance or behavior. Even after spending many years together, it would be extremely difficult to point out a dominator by their words and actions alone. Dominators who at first glance seem like decent, respectable people are not uncommon, as was the case with my grandmother on my father's side. To me, she was the nice grandma who bought me toys, but every time she bought me something, I felt guilty. Grandma said, "Go ahead, I'll buy you whatever you like." But I didn't see a genuine smile, so I couldn't pick out the toy I really wanted. I wanted to buy the same toy as all my friends had, but I ended up choosing something completely different. At the same time, I felt guilty for making Grandma spend her money, so I still kicked myself for not picking out the toy I wanted. Then the greedy, money-wasting child character was born. Even as an adult, whenever it was time to buy something for myself, I would remember my grandmother. Then I would feel too guilty about spending money to buy what I truly want, and I would end up making a regretful purchase. Then I would turn around and waste my money on yet another useless thing. I could have never imagined that my erratic spending habits were the workings of my dominator grandmother. To all appearances, she was a nice grandma who bought me the things my parents wouldn't, and even took me to the amusement park many times. But when I really look back on it, my mother had a forced smile whenever she took me to Grandma's house. But by the end of the day, her face looked sad, and she was always crying on the train ride home. One time, although it was a 2-hour train ride between us, Grandma showed up at our doorstep unannounced. She then swiped the dust from the door frame with her index finger, blew it into the air with one gust, closed the door, and went home without speaking a word. My mother's face paled over in despair as she fell to the ground, crying and dozing off. I was nervous. I wondered, did Grandma leave because I did something bad? I carried a heavy guilt on my shoulders, thinking, did Mom fall down because Grandma blamed her for me being a bad kid? But the reality was my dominator grandmother had connected to my mother's brain and abused her in her mind, thereby causing her psychological and physical damage. Dominators need no words. Just by depreciating and abusing you in their minds, they can cause serious damage with certitude. Grandma abused my mother so badly that when she was pregnant with my older brother, her body went to ruin and she had a stillbirth. My mother's brain was then conditioned with the fear of stillbirth so that she had an excessively traumatic experience during my birth too. As a result, my mother was conditioned to associate children with pain. When she took her children to Grandma's house, Grandma abused her and brought her to tears in order to reinforce her children are pain conditioning and turn her into the mother who can't even love her own children. Even though love doesn't exist in the first place, the dominators produce the sin of having no love. After my grandmother bought me toys, she accused my mother of this sin. Your child turned into such a greedy, spoiled brat because you don't give him affection. Then, as punishment, she abused my mother in her mind. Although she grinned and said, "I'll buy you anything you want," she persecuted my mother with the words, "You raised such a greedy child." And nobody told me about this until I was older. Chapter 27. What is their intention in all these malicious acts? If the dominators truly abuse people in their minds, destroy their physical health, and cause such misfortunate things as stillbirths, it makes you want to cross-examine them. What are you trying to do? What is your goal? The dominator's goal is to play the role of God. Thereby, the dominator's truth is to dominate people with the delusion of love. In my grandmother's case, she conveyed harsh, unfair messages, spoken and unspoken, to my mother with the judgment, "You're a slack failure of a wife." This slacker is according to the 7 deadly sins depicted in John Milton's Paradise Lost, the sin of sloth. Grandmother decreed it as so and abused my mother in her mind as punishment. Establishing sin, convicting people of sin, and handing down punishments are all duties of God. My mother agonized from the psychological and physical damage of my grandmother's persecutions and punishments, at which time endorphin was secreted to numb the pain, and the sense of togetherness it granted was translated in her mind as "Grandmother is love." By this stage, the dominator is established as God, a false God. In my mother's brain, she's angry towards grandmother. I don't think my mean old mother-in-law is God. However, mirror neurons have the peculiarity of connecting to the brain of the person who draws your attention. Thus, her connection to grandmother becomes even stronger as her anger grows. Consequently, my mother is thoroughly condemned and abused in her brain, taking on more and more damage until it sets off the pain-killing hormones, hence the vicious circle. Recent psychiatric studies have concluded when people habitually take painkillers to soothe their headaches, their bodies will start to create headaches from the desire to numb the brain with painkillers. The same mechanism applies here. My mother gets angry at grandmother, connects to grandmother's brain, grandmother abuses her and causes her pain, then pain-killing hormones are secreted in her brain and make her feel the love that is the feeling of togetherness. Hence, she gets angry at grandmother because she wants to numb her brain and feel love, but she doesn't do this on purpose. The dominators control her through the brain network and force her to act this way in order to cultivate an attachment to their love. A dominator becomes your god from the moment this attachment is established, which makes you seek their love. Because God is love, dominators, the suppliers of love, are able to play out the role of God. Grandmother conditioned my mother to associate her children with the pain of pregnancy and stillbirth in order to tear her relationship with her children apart. She even severed my mother from my father with the distrust and loneliness of, my own husband won't even protect me from his mother. In this way, she antagonized my mother and caused her to form an attachment to her, the dominator, through anger. She paralyzed my mother's brain with pain-killing hormones and furnished her with love. Dominators produce these vicious circles with the intention of playing the role of God. Chapter 28. Their intention is to isolate and control you. Dominators use the mirror neuron network to persecute you, judge you, and isolate you with guilt because they have to isolate you in order to become your one and only God. The dominator's existence would lose all significance if people realized, I'm connected with everyone, we are all united, and no one has sin, which is why they persecute you and judge you, force you to sin, and then punish you for it, saying, there's no such thing as a brain connection with other people, you're the only one responsible for your own thoughts and actions. You are, after all, the one who commits these sins. One time when I was riding the train, for no conceivable reason I felt the dying urge to punch the man standing in front of me in the face. From an outsider's perspective, this would come as a surprise. But why? He didn't even do anything. But in my head, in that moment, even though all the man did was bump my shoulder, I couldn't restrain my anger. I thought, this dude thinks he can make an ass out of me. I felt like I could explode at any moment as the adrenaline pumped through my veins. If we analyze the situation objectively, I'm the kind of crazy person who lets his stress build up until he snaps. This idea frightens me. What if I snap at the slightest thing and get thrown into jail for battery and assault? Completely devoid of the love and togetherness of we are all connected, this loneliness adds fuel to the flame of my violent rage. I wanted to destroy that guy. This kind of jackass is the reason why I'm so lonely. But just as soon as the woman standing next to me stepped off the train, all my pent-up anger vanished. I looked at the man still standing right there in front of me, but the anger which had boiled up to that point was nowhere to be seen. What made me think all that madness? I was perplexed. Having left the train, I looked back on my situation with a cool head and saw the possibility that the man I had wanted to fight so badly could have harassed the female passenger. Then I remembered, he was standing awkwardly close to her. The woman's anger must have transferred to my brain through mirror neurons. So just by bumping shoulders with the man, my brain wanted to murder him. So that wasn't my anger after all. Once I realized that, all the built-up tension in my body loosened away. I felt obscurely carefree, and that nasty feeling inside of me washed away. I was so excited about my discovery that I accidentally went and told the dominator. He scoffed, "Those are just your subjective assumptions." In an instant, I was pulled back into the wrath I felt towards the man on the train, and I sunk down into a sinful filthiness. The dominator cast me under the suggestion, your assumptions equal an obsession. He judged and convicted me of my crime. You are the one obsessed with anger. You are the real sinner here. In that moment, I recalled Mara, the demon who tried to interrupt Buddha while he was meditating in search of enlightenment. Mara sent his 3 beautiful daughters to tempt Buddha. He sent ghastly monsters to scare him. He made rocks and weapons crash before Buddha's eyes and covered his whole surroundings in inescapable darkness. But Buddha didn't flinch. He just kept on meditating. Now that I think about it, Buddha probably didn't react because he realized that the anger produced by these sexual fantasies and frightful illusions were not his own thoughts, but tricks cast by Mara. Because Buddha knew there is nothing I can call my own, he did not fixate on Mara's illusions and was therefore able to become free. Once you recognize the existence of dominators, you'll become liberated from more and more things inside of you. You will see that all of those things inside of you were delusions dreamt up by the dominators in order to isolate and dominate you. Chapter 29. Dominators crush togetherness. In other words, love, into oblivion. Dominators don't allow people to feel togetherness or unity with each other because they have the duty to become these people's one and only God. If people could feel togetherness whenever they wanted, the dominator's existence would lose all its significance. So whenever people are freed from their control and try to live authentically, dominators always barge in and interrupt this freedom. One depressed college student was brought into my office by his mother. Ever since he had his heart broken by a woman, he couldn't function anymore and stayed shut in at home all day. The mother said, "Please do something with my son. I'm putting all my faith in you." After he took my therapy for a while, he was able to go to school again. Then his mother started nagging, "Why are you even taking therapy?" As if she didn't take him there in the first place. On top of that, she complained, "You cost me way too much money." Whenever he went out with his friends, she would scoff, "You never study, you just run around town with your friends all day." The student, who until now couldn't even take one step out of the house or make any friends, had finally started hanging out with other people, and his mother tried to destroy all of this progress. What in the world is going on here, I wondered. So I called the mother into my office. She put on a meek, trusting face and said, "I put all my faith in you. I'm not going to interfere with anything." She wouldn't admit that her son had changed since he started taking therapy. Even as I went over the details of her son's mental condition and the procedures involved in his treatment, she kept persistently repeating, "I put all my faith in you." After they went home, the dominator mother said to her son, "Don't you think that therapist is a bit off his rocker? That whole conversation was pointless." When I heard that, I was a little bit shocked. I mean, she's the one who said, "I put my faith in you," with that meek face. She pretended to understand the details of the therapy perfectly and gave me her consent, and then she turned around and said the exact opposite thing to her son. I feel like I can hear the dominator's voice now. "But if my son gets free, I can't control him anymore. That's no fun." I guess dominators don't really sound like kids' cartoon villains. Dominators try to interrupt and destroy anything that would free someone from their control, because the purpose of their whole existence is to dominate people. This is the dominator's truth. This is their reality. However, once you understand this, you will also realize that the dominator's interruptions are a sign that you are breaking out of their control. Therefore, observing the dominator's reactions can be very useful, but only if you do so from afar. Chapter 30. No matter how hard you try, there is never a right answer. Dominators deny the existence of the brain network. They call it impossible. When I'm with a dominator, I start to feel guilty for talking nonsense. Then, afterwards, they make me reflect over my actions and think, I wish I didn't say all that crap. This is nothing but the effect of the pain that comes from the dominator punishing me in his brain, which I feel because my interaction with the dominator made our brains connect. But what if I really was wrong? I can never be sure. This is because dominators make anything and everything into a mistake. In the Bible, even when the Son of God came down to earth, they made him into a criminal and sentenced him to death. One time on a study tour, my boss told me, "You need to go out and buy us some water." So I walked 20 minutes to the store in the blistering summer heat and carried a 2-liter tank of water back from the store. When I came back sweating like a horse, "Here's your water, sir," my boss was furious. "Are you stupid? You seriously thought I meant water? When I say go buy water, you're supposed to go buy beer, jackass," he yelled, treating me like a worthless idiot who doesn't know how to take a hint. Normally I would have just laughed it off, but in that moment I seriously took it to heart. So then, because I apparently wasn't allowed to do as I'm told, I tried to read my boss's mind and do what I assumed he wanted. But next time around he scolded me because I think too far ahead and can't just chill. I started to feel depressed. I'm so socially awkward and useless, I thought. So I tried my best to chill out and stay quiet, but this time he scolded, "Why aren't you taking care of the people here?" I felt hopeless. What if I can never grow past this? What if I shouldn't be a therapist after all? Another therapist who saw the whole thing go down praised me. "It's amazing how well you put up with him." But I didn't believe that my boss was treating me unfairly at all. I was sincerely convinced that I was a useless screw-up who doesn't know how to take a hint or calm down or consider other people's needs. One time, that same boss was picking at my subordinate's flaws in front of everyone. I knew this coworker very well, and he worked diligently and earnestly, so I was angry at my boss for slandering him without justification. I was so infuriated I wanted to shout, "You're wrong!" Then, from that day on, I ignored everything my boss said. No matter what he said, I refused to give him the time of day. And then, of all things, my boss started complimenting me, the person who was ignoring him and didn't do anything productive anymore, in front of everyone. "All this time I've been working so hard for you, and you didn't praise me once. And now, of all times, why?" In the middle of my astonishment, I realized, that's right. There is no right answer with dominators. If I looked at him and said A, he would say B. If I said B, he would say C. There's never a right answer. If you associate with dominators, they make everything you do into a mistake. They make you into a failure of a human being and punish you in the way that brings you down. People often use the phrase, "he tripped me up," but it's exactly that. Every time you dance around to earn the dominator's approval or respect, they'll trip you under your feet and nitpick your every flaw. Now the onlooking dominators condemn me. Why can't you just recognize that we're doing you a favor by teaching you how to behave like an adult? But this is the point. Simply put, dominators are the people with enough love to nitpick your every flaw and help you become a wonderful person. The more you seek their love, you form an attachment to the dominator, and the more the dominator steals away your freedom. What is freedom? According to the dominators, freedom means dominating people as they please. To nothingness, freedom means to become one with everything. If you put the dominator's freedom before your own, they will take all that's left of your own. Chapter 31. Is all this slander a delusion? Whenever I write about the characteristics of dominators, I end up showered in slander. You're just writing your own wild ideas without any scientific evidence. You're pushing your world of delusions on everyone else without their permission. You're casting the curse of suggestion to make people hate their parents and call them dominators. Just reading this makes me sick. These kinds of words end up popping into my head one after the other. I take them all to heart and sink into a dirty, sinful feeling. This whole brain network thing is nothing but a delusion. You're just making this stuff up as you please. A little while ago, I probably would have agreed with them. Maybe it really is all in my head. But recently, the internet, a world exceedingly similar to the brain network, verified this phenomenon going on in my brain. How convenient. When I upload my writings on the internet and open up the comment section, I see a perfect demonstration of the delusional slander I hear in my head. I have a reason for writing this book. That is, For people unable to change their lives of suffering to be able to live a little more freely and happily, if at all possible. The question which inspired it all was, why is it that even when people go to therapy, or take the medicine their psychiatrist prescribes, or cling on to religions, they still can't find freedom? This is why I chose to become a therapist. And up until now, I have searched, together with my clients, for the answer to the question, what is the quickest, most reliable way to become free? I want to introduce what we have found in the process and to further our pursuit of freedom. This is my current aim. Nevertheless, my intentions are inevitably distorted by the dominators. Whenever I write about dominators, I'm assaulted by fear and unease. Am I delusional? Is this all nothing but my false convictions? This calumny comes flooding in from the dominators through our brain network connection. The dominators say, this self-bashing is all in your head, but I can see my delusional self-bashing right before my eyes in the comment section, so the brain network must exist. Nevertheless, the dominators want to deny this fact and quarantine me away from everyone. No matter how much I explain the truth of nothingness, the dominators will never understand. One time they talked behind my back, saying, what an idiot, he just repeats the same thing over and over. I was mortified. You demand an explanation from me and never look satisfied, so what else can I do but explain it from different angles? The reason dominators can't understand is because the truth of nothingness inconveniences and harms them, which is the same reason why they deny it and arbitrarily treat it as something wrong or delusional. Or, if we flip it around, isn't there, in the very reason they want to deny it, a clue to becoming free from them? As I write this, whenever the slander from the dominators kicks it up a notch, I think, ooh, maybe I'm really onto something. It makes me smile. Right, because I'm writing stuff that will inconvenience them. They fight back with a vehemence. Ooh, this is starting to get fun. Chapter 32. Dominators have a plethora of ways. It isn't so simple as, this person is mean, so he must be a dominator. There are also dominators like the devoted husband I wrote about previously, who took off from work to take care of his sick wife. Conversely, there are dominators who play the role of the sick, feeble children who control their mother with the guilt of, I'm such a bad mother, I made my child sick and now he can't go to school anymore. You mean they deliberately make themselves sick just to dominate their parents? You'd be surprised, but dominators will do anything to control people. There are also dominator children who connect to their parents' brains and turn them into violent child abusers just to be able to control their parents with guilt. The parents of these dominator children get the unexpected urge to beat their child and succumb to this urge like men possess. But they couldn't possibly imagine that these temptations are streaming in from the child's brain, so they suffer from the thought, I'm a sinner who impulsively abuses children. They are liable to bear a cross for the rest of their lives, believing that they ruined their child's life. Now I can hear the dominator say, there's no way these kinds of impulses are being sent through the brain network. Am I hallucinating? Some dominators turn the victims of their mind control into violent aggressors in order to control them with guilt. But don't they feel miserable being the victim? That's crazy. That's what I thought too. But dominators are God, so they can't feel misery. God is almighty, therefore he has no sense of pain, hopelessness, loneliness, or whatever. I mean, wouldn't it be pretty weird if God said stuff like, I'm lonely, or that hurts? Dominators only pretend to feel loneliness and pain as a means of control. Because dominators are God, they can conjure up as many diseases and stage as many wretched situations as they please. If you come up to one thinking, this poor thing is in so much pain, and reach out your hand to help them, they'll implant your mind with guilt and dominate you. If you approach a dominator who stages sickness, he'll implant you with an impatient feeling. If I don't stand by him, his disease will get worse. Then the guilt of not involving yourself with the dominator turns into pain, and the dominator condemns you. Why aren't you more devoted to me?" and punishes you in his mind. Once he reels you back in with guilt, next the dominator will blame you. "You made my disease get worse." He implants you with the guilt. "If I had only paid him more attention, he wouldn't have had to go through all that pain." In this way, the dominator makes you form a fixation on him so that your brain stays connected to him and he can keep controlling you. In some cases, dominators also pretend to be sympathizers. They make their victim hated and despised by everyone else in order to convince their victim, "I'm the only person in the world who understands you." The target of their control doesn't suspect a thing. "But he's so sweet and understands me so well." Because on the surface, the dominator looks like he couldn't harm a fly. I personally suffered many years under the control of sympathizer type dominators without even realizing it. Chapter 33, Dominators Playing the Sympathizer Role. My grandfather on my mother's side was a Christian pastor. Anyone would consider him a respectable person. From a young age, I used to think, I want to become a great person like Grandpa. And whenever I was around my grandfather, I pretended to be a good boy. If I had any free time, I was sitting around at my grandparents' house. Every week I went to Sunday school, and afterwards I listened to my grandfather give an hour-and-a-half sermon. As I listened, I had to reflect on how bad of a child I am, and I feared if I don't change my ways, I'm going to hell. Whenever my grandfather was around, I tried my hardest to act like a good kid and made sure not to commit any sins. But when I did the same thing at school, I was bullied and outcasted. It made me think, the kind of child who everyone hates is a sinner child who gets sent to hell. To escape the loneliness and terror of that thought, I craved pain-killing hormones and lost myself in sexual fantasy. But then I felt guilty for sinning. I thought, I'm definitely going to hell for this. So it turned into a vicious circle where my horror and fear only grew until I escaped into sexual fantasy again. What was going on inside of me? We can figure this out by looking at my grandfather's daughter, my mother. She revered grandfather just as much as I did, and her mother-in-law's bullying damaged her health and kept her in bed all day. Whenever I wasted my allowance on something unimportant, my mother punished me like a sinner. Whenever my fear of punishment made me lie about how I spent my allowance, she punished me for committing the sin of deceit. If I didn't live purely and righteously, I would go to hell. So in order to save me from that fate, my mother took the place of God. Therefore, she judged and punished me to save me from going to hell. Now here's the point of interest. If sin did exist inside people, then God is the only one who can establish it as a sin and hand down the punishment. Taking the place of God by judging people's sins and punishing them as a means to save them is a system constructed by none other than the false gods called dominators. Thus, if I respect my pastor grandfather and try to live as righteously and purely as he does, I end up judging people, establishing their sins, and punishing them in order to save them from their sins. In other words, imitating a dominator or a false god. And I did convict my bullies of sin in my mind and judged them because I thought, I want to be righteous and pure like my grandfather. I thought, you're going to hell for all your sins, and sent my bullies to hell in my mind as punishment. The more I thought, I want to do the right thing, the more I connected to my grandfather's brain, and before I knew it, I was judging people's sins and playing the role of the dominator. I definitely sent real damage to my bullies' brains through the brain network when I judged their sins and punished them as I connected to the dominators. Even when you use imaginary violence against someone, you can cause them real damage, and the discomfort I sent to my bully's brain made them bully me all the more. One time, my teacher called me a coward for letting my bully punch me without resisting. At the time, I was shocked, but now I understand what he meant. Although I didn't throw any punches, in my mind I was doing something even more revolting. I sent my bully to hell and roasted him in hellfire, and then I prayed for him to save him from being sent to hell by God himself. As long as you aren't a dominator, saving people from their sins, giving them love and dominating them is not the truth that you seek. The more I did that, the more alienated and isolated I became, until I could no longer feel the togetherness I truly desire. Isolated, agonizing, and without any sense of unity, I started to crave pain-killing hormones, so I was forced back into sexual fantasy. Then the dominators punished me in my brain again, saying, "You're going to hell for committing sexual sins." The fear of going to hell made me beg salvation from my dominator grandfather, so I became fixated on him. The stronger this attachment, this fixation became, the more I connected to his brain and was forced to play the role of the dominator, of judging everyone else's sins, hence the vicious circle. My grandfather filled my head with the message, "You're a special person," which made me think all the more, I need to become a good, upright Christian like grandfather. I couldn't have ever imagined that the harder I tried to be good, the stronger my brain connection to the dominators became, which forced me to play the role of a false god and prevented me from feeling the togetherness I truly desired. Chapter 34, Dominators, a Summary. The more I revered my dominator grandfather, the more I thought, I have to live the way he lives. The more I connected to my grandfather's brain, the more my brain imitated his and forced me to act like a false god, so that in my mind I judged and penalized my bullies for their sins. When I imitated the dominators and used violence against bullies in my mind, I was caught in a whirlpool of anger so intense it graduated to the level of pain and caused the pain-killing hormone endorphin to release in my brain. My brain was then numbed, which allowed me to attain a sense of unity. Therefore, I literally intoxicated myself with the pleasure of becoming God. After the first time I was forced to play God, the anger of judging sins intoxicated me with the pain-killing hormones it incites, and I began to crave this intoxicated feeling, so that I started to play God and judge people's sins of my own accord. They are wrong. They have no manners. Why can't they just do what's right? Why can't they consider other people's feelings? Why do they have to be so rude? When I was around other people, their sins would bother me to the point that I lost my mind. I would never have even dreamed that I was getting pleasure out of judging people's sins and punishing them in my brain. I had no idea that the reason why I picked at people's flaws was because I craved the intoxicated feeling it gave me. But after I came home and was all alone, the pain-killing hormones in my brain would start to lose effect. Then, this time around, I would confront the fact that I'm a lonely, pathetic person, and the lonelier I felt, the more I clung on to my dominators. At which point the dominators connected to me through the brain network, judging my sins and punishing me. "Nobody likes you. Everyone hates you because you're such a creep. Look at you, judging other people even though you can't do anything right. You're a fool. Bad things happen to fools like you, and then they break down." I used to think that these were my original thoughts, that I was torturing myself. In fact, they were all pouring in from the dominator's brain. My dominators judged my sins, punished me in my brain, and reduced me to fear. When the fear and suspense of being punished for my sins became unbearable, I had two choices for running away. The first choice is to play God, to think about bullies and other unpleasant people, judge them, punish them, and get drunk off of anger and the pain-killing hormones that anger incites. The second choice is to indulge in sexual fantasy and trigger the pain-killing hormone beta-endorphin. No matter which I choose, my brain is numbed and I can achieve an intoxicated feeling. For a fleeting moment, I don't have to suffer in terror anymore. However, once the effects of the hormones wear off, I connect to the dominators' minds again, and they judge my sins. No one wants to be around perverts like you. You show everyone a false persona, but on the inside, you're nothing but a pervert. You're gonna go to hell because you're a filthy, sinning, sexual pervert. The fear of being judged for my sins made me pretend to be a pure, righteous person, so I imitated my dominators. I impersonated the dominator, played the role of the false god, judged people, and isolated myself from them. Every time I repeated this process, their domination over me grew one layer stronger and securer. Furthermore, Were these sexual fantasies coming from my original self? Did I think them up by myself as a way to run away from the dominator's fabricated illusion of fear? No. Unfortunately, the sexual fantasies were also a production of the dominators. In order to condition you with their godly love, the dominators sexually abuse you in your brain. The victim's anger towards their abuser turns into pain, and the endorphins released to numb that pain are conditioned to the dominator as a feeling of togetherness, an attachment to the dominator, which you consider to be love. When handling cases of sexual abuse in the psychological clinic, we encounter the problem of false memories. When hypnotherapy is used to search for trauma in clients with eating disorders, depression, and the like, there are cases in which we see scenes of sexual abuse which appear to have never actually occurred according to an investigation of the family. Dominators dismiss it as a fantasy originating from the client's own sexual perversion, but these false memories come into existence because the dominators sexually abuse their victims in their brains. Quote, imaginary sexual abuse has the same effect as sexual abuse in real life, the secretion of pain-killing hormones which attach you to your dominator. After all, you don't need to use actual physical sex to incite the secretion of beta-endorphin. Sexual fantasy creates the same hormonal effect. Of course, since it only goes on inside the brain, it leaves no tangible evidence behind. For this reason, this type of sexual abuse is very burdensome and difficult to understand. You lose yourself in sexual fantasies because you are conditioned to seek the love of your abuser, the dominator. I myself was exquisitely conditioned to cling on to the dominator's love and indulge in sexual fantasy in order to escape from my fear of judging my sins. The harder I clung on to my dominators, the longer I stayed connected to their brain and was forced to agonize. Furthermore, dominators do not use sexual abuse to achieve their own sexual gratification, in other words, the drug-like hormonal effects of sexual intercourse. They use it simply as a means of control. Dominators use the punishment of sexual abuse with the concept of saving you from your dirty sins through punishment. Even when they judge people's sins and punish them, they aren't doing this because they crave the comfort of endorphins. They use this simply as a means to force their victim to form an attachment to them and become their god. Dominators don't think, I want to hurt people, or I want to put them in peril. This is not their aim. The reason they abuse and hurt people is simply to make people attached to them so that they can become their victim's one and only God. Because the dominator's truth is that the dominator is God. Dominators deny the existence of the brain network and arbitrarily call it a delusion because it would inconvenience them if the truth came out about the abuse they commit over the brain network. As I write this, I am attacked by fear. I hear voices saying, "This is all in your head. If you write this kind of nonsense, everyone is going to laugh at you. No one's going to want to be around you." And then the dominators say, "Those voices are all in your head," and try to make me into a crazy person. But as I read the comment section of what I posted on the internet, I see proof that these feelings that come pouring into my brain, these feelings of persecution and punishment, are not just my imagination. Wow, these dominators are writing some crazy stuff. It really disgusts me, so bad that I even considered giving up on writing this book many times. So this book must be really, genuinely inconvenient for you dominators. But this is where the key to freedom from them is hidden. Chapter 35. Learn the 3 types and live in your own reality. Type 3. The truth of the people of the light. Leaving your life to God's will. God is the one and only truth for the people of the light. Thus, the people of the light have no will or desire of their own. They leave everything up to God's will. In everything they do, they ask and obey God. Their truth and purpose in living is to live by God's will. Which begs the question, what is God? Remember, there is no truth in God for any types other than the people of the light. If a normal person imagined God, they would imagine a dominator, because our brains are connected to the dominators through the brain network we were born and raised into. When we imagine God, our brains automatically connect to dominators who play the role of false gods. Also, dominators have been pretending to be God for so many years that God became known as a character who judges sins, hands down punishments, and saves people from their sins through godly love. However, this image was dreamt up by the dominators. It's a perversion of the God who is the truth for the people of the light. The people of the light's God does not judge sins or give out punishments. Therefore, it's unlikely that God would spread a religion or make people go through trials and tribulations to save them from their dirty sins, because sin is a delusion fabricated by the dominators. People get confused when I write about the truth of the people of the light. When we hear the word God, for some strange reason it agitates us, and sometimes we even show an intense aversion towards it. But why? Sometimes the reason is, no matter how much I pray to God to win the lottery, I never win. Oh, come on. Actually, I can totally understand not believing in God because you never win the lottery. I'm not kidding. Why are you suddenly agreeing with them? Well, I meant to say it figuratively, but simply put, the underlying motive of our frustration is, why won't God save me from my misfortune? Our hatred and apathy towards God is, in other words, everyone else lives their happy lives while I have to bear all of this misery. And when I pray to God for help, He never answers me. I've always tried my best to be honest and kind, and what do I get? Nothing. This feeling is also anger towards God. This anger turns into, I can't believe in anyone, and I can't believe in God. So you begin to isolate yourself from God and from everyone else, and by you, I mean the people of the light. Then the dominator becomes your God. So the dominator makes you lose the lottery so that you get angry at God? Seriously, this metaphor again? Dominators set you up with the delusion you could win the lottery, and then crash your hopes down saying you can't win the lottery because you sinned, in order to make you obsessed with their delusions and angry at God. Dominators implant delusional dreams in your mind, and then they implant you with the hopelessness of that dream will never come true, in order to break you, the people of the light, away from your God, your truth, and dominate over you. Chapter 36. The merits you seek cannot be proven in this world. The people of the light believe in God, what cannot be proven by science, and seek God's love, whose value cannot be converted into any worldly means. They live their lives pursuing not what can be seen, but the will of an invisible being. The dominators look down upon everything which can't be seen or demonstrated in this world as heresy, and delude the people of the light in the palm of their hands. When I write things like this, people say, "Ah, so you're one of those spiritual people," and look at me like some kind of nonconformist, something I'm not. When Jesus fasted in the wastelands for 40 days, the devil came to him and said, "If you are the Son of God, then order these rocks to become bread." And Jesus answered, "It is written, people shall not live on bread alone." Then the devil took Jesus to the top of a high mountain and said, "Look at all these kingdoms of the world and their splendor. All of this will be yours if you kneel before me and worship me. It has been given to me, and I can give it to anyone I like." But Jesus answered, "It is written, worship the Lord your God and serve only God." Then Satan took Jesus to the holy city to stand on the pinnacle of the temple. "If you're the Son of God, then jump off. For it's written, He will command His angels to protect you, to lift you up in their hands so that not a stone strikes your feet." And Jesus answered, "It is also written, do not put the Lord God to the test." Dominators test Jesus, telling him, "Do a miracle, change stones into bread, and prove that you're the Son of God." And then they tempt him, "Don't desire the will of your invisible God, but desire these luxuries and splendor that can be converted into worldly means." On top of that, they say, "Test your God and prove His love." But Jesus declared, "I do not find any value in these things that can be proven or exchanged in this world. I obey the will of a God who cannot be proven in this world." People of the light notice things which cannot be seen and follow the will of an invisible God. The dominators will always try to hinder this because it inconveniences them. In anything that inconveniences or harms the dominators, you will find the truth of the people of the light. Chapter 37. Believing is not seeing. People of the light believe in and obey what cannot be seen. That is their truth, what is invisible to the eye, what is immeasurable, what is unprovable. This is God. Dominators demand Jesus for substantial proof of an invisible God. They sow suspicion about the truth of the people of the light, saying, "If you can't prove your God in this world, then yours is not a real God." As a child, I was bullied and scorned by everyone at school. In a class of 40 students, 30 of them would say, "That guy's a creep." They hated me. Being hated by 3/4 of the class meant that I must have had some kind of problem with my character, behavior, appearance, or something. So I started to distrust my invisible God because God wouldn't help me. Then I reevaluated it as people hate me because I'm a sinner in God's eyes. I frantically repented my sins before God, but the reality of being hated didn't change. Then my mother told me, "You defile the name of the Lord by letting everyone bully you." And I felt even more smeared over in sin. It made my whole world shatter into sadness. My Christian father's company had a lot of financial difficulties, so my family was always poor and my parents couldn't buy me the things I wanted. The other children from non-Christian families were living a life of amusement and prosperity, but my house was always pathetic and sad. I felt insecure. Maybe we believe in the wrong God, but I didn't have the courage to doubt God, so instead I repented for my sins, thinking the reason my family lacks divine protection and has to live in poverty is because I'm a sinner. But despite my penitence, our financial situation never improved. Fast forward to adulthood. I was out eating with my friend, another therapist. He asked, "Why is a good therapist like you still working for his teacher? Why don't you start your own place?" And I answered, "Well, I really owe him one for hiring me, so I want to work for at least 10 years to show my gratitude." Then the next day, my friend told my boss, "Hey, your guy's planning on going independent." After that, my boss's attitude changed completely, so I really did have to consider going independent. When I finally announced I'm thinking of eventually starting my own place, all of a sudden my boss snaps back, "Yeah, because your patient's going to file a claim on you." What? Because the patient you yelled at said he's going to file a complaint. I had already asked leave for this client's therapy, and I left the office door open when I talked to him, so the other staff definitely had their ears open. I was pallid with shock. But that's not true. I never yelled at him, and I can prove it because the other staff were listening. Then my boss spat some wise words. "I don't care about your proof. People can come up with any kind of proof they want." Even after I went independent, my former boss was as good as his word. At a seminar of over 100 people, he announced, "This bozo cried and quit on me when I said that a former patient turned staff member did a lot better job than him." One of my patients who overheard asked me, "Is it true that you cried and ran out on your boss because he compared you to a patient?" Now, hold up. It wasn't a patient. It was a former patient turned staff member. But that's not the point. He lied. It was such a horrible feeling. It brought me back to the times I was bullied as a child. I felt like I'd been beaten down to the rock bottom of society. But now that I'm writing this manuscript, I realize anew the wisdom of those words. People can produce any proofs that they want. You really can't rely on proven facts or evidence because dominators can create all the facts they need. When I saw the sales for my previous book increasing, I thought, I hope my book helps a lot more people become free. I had believed that the rising number of sales proved that it was a useful book everyone receives well. However, when I started explaining the truth about dominators on my blog, without warning, a bunch of bad book reviews popped up on the internet saying, "This is a nasty book full of slander," and "full of the author's biases and delusions," after which my book sales plummeted. Wow, so facts really can be created. It's actually quite interesting. I've lived my whole life following the dominator's made-up facts, which incapacitated me and reduced me to fear, insecurity, and anxiety. Taking that into consideration, it really makes the words, "people shall not live by bread alone," sink into my mind. Chapter 38. People of the Light Obey an Inaudible Voice. Even when I write about the truth of the people of the light, it's difficult for anyone who isn't a person of the light to understand. Nothingness has their nothingness truth, and dominators have their dominator truth. Each truth is completely different from the other. There is no correct truth. Therefore, when we encounter someone of a different type, we want to repudiate their truth and say, "I can't believe that," or "but that's wrong." Not to mention that the population of people of the light is scarce compared to that of nothingness and dominators. Please refer to Chapter 5, Ask Your Heart, for how to calculate the population of each type. Therefore, the more I write about the people of the light's truth, the more I think, what kind of dangerous, delusional stuff am I writing? It seems like something completely removed from the rest of the world. Nevertheless, as I investigate the various truths, I see a common point of comfort in each truth. As I extract each of the truths, I begin to see the structure of the world from many different angles, and I can start to understand the contrivance of suffering. From birth, the people of the light pursue the will of their invisible God. But dominators do not allow for any gods other than themselves, so they distort the invisible God of the people of the light and make them obey the dominators instead. Religion was established for this very reason. Christianity is originally about faith and obedience to an invisible God, but somewhere along the line, conformity to the rules written in the Bible became the central theme. Before Martin Luther's Reformation, they created rules like, if you buy indulgences, you will be exonerated from your sins, or if you do penance, your family will be saved. People called clergymen interpreted the will of an invisible God from the Bible and invented rules on how to escape from the sin and retribution, which cast the highlight on the dominator's beloved sin and retribution. Therefore, it must be the dominator's fabricated truth of dominators ruling over humans. Indulgences and penance can be exchanged into real-world currency. Thus, they are perceived as real, practical saviors. The dominators control you by pulling you away from the God of the people of the light and towards themselves. Thus, it cannot always be proven or converted into worldly means. It is not true. This means judgment based on realistic standards of value, such as how much money you donated to the church or how many of the holy book's sacred passages you memorized. Dominators invent rules to pull you away from the truth of the people of the light, which is intent, faith, and obedience in an invisible God's invisible will. When I decided to study abroad, my mother asked me, "Did you pray to God and ask him if you should go study in America?" This is something my mother asked me any time I decided to do something ever since I was a child. And every time I wondered, when you pray, do you actually get to hear God's voice? And even if you did hear it, everyone would call it a psychotic hallucination. The answer from God my mother was talking about meant, pray to God, read the Bible, and use it as a reference for your decision. When I opened the Bible, these words came out. Obey your parents. This is the right thing to do. Honor your parents. This is the first commandment with a promise. I felt as if my decision were selfish and disloyal to my parents. This was a heavy load of guilt. In the end, anything outside of my parents' ideals is a sin, so I couldn't slip out of the feeling that I'm a sinner. Chapter 39. Is God's voice a hallucination after all? Reading religious scripture only smeared my face in sin, so I wondered, is this really God's intention? I desperately continued my search for God's will through prayer, but I never received an answer, and it made me anxious. Is God silent, or am I just praying the wrong way? A complete change in subject, but sometimes people bring domestically violent children into therapy. While the children are still violent at home, the tension is wound up so tight that it is hard to pick out any mental health issues. But after the parents get a handle on the violence, the tension loosens up and the child's psychological problems float to the surface. One child said, "I hear someone's voice telling me, 'Help me.'" He rushed out of the house, broke the vinyl piping of the neighbor's gutters, and brought it back home, saying, "This is where the voice came from." Since he damaged property, the parents had to file a report with the police, and the child was involuntarily committed to a mental hospital. After entering the hospital, the auditory hallucinations worsened rapidly. The child raged about, crying, "I'm hearing voices from heaven," and his hospital stay dragged on. His parents came into counseling with hopeless expressions, sighing, "They diagnosed our child with schizophrenia." They were considerably shocked when the doctor told them with a dreadful face, "This type of schizophrenia is incurable. He'll need to take medicine for the rest of his life." I said, "Well, people nowadays think of it as a disease, but not too long ago they used to treat it like a supernatural power. They would have called him a prophet or oracle, and he would have been hailed as the treasure of the town." And the parents dropped their jaws. The famous psychoanalyst Carl Jung listened to the delusion of one of his schizophrenic patients about the sun's penis. Jung noticed that his patient's delusion was exactly the same as a myth from an ancient Aryan religion called Mithraism. One time, a client diagnosed with schizophrenia told me, "I see a big, shining person." That person was so large she could only see his feet. A big voice from far, far above came echoing down. "Understand the true nature of man, contradiction, conflict, and paradox." She had never studied psychology or religion, so she didn't understand the meaning of those words. In modern times, schizophrenia is considered a mental illness. Their delusions are considered abnormal and repudiated as unrealistic. But if you think like Jung did, that maybe they're saying something amazing, and lend them an earnest ear, you can sometimes hear some really amazing things. If we honored them, as we did in ancient times, they might have become religious leaders or prophets. When I was in college, one doctor at a study tour asked us, "Do you know what the difference is between you and the schizophrenic patients?" While we were busily racking our brains, he said, "The only difference is the schizophrenic patients come in through the front door, while you guys come in through the back." At the time I didn't understand, but apparently he meant to say that the patients and the people we call experts all have the same problems, except that we experts sneak in and out through the back door. Later, during exam week, I stayed up for 3 days straight studying without eating sufficiently. Then, in the middle of the night, I heard a voice from outside calling my name. When I timidly opened the window, a pitch-black human shadow stood before me and disappeared in an instant. I was petrified with terror. Whoa, so that's what a hallucination feels like. That's when I finally understood the doctor on the study tour and what he meant. Now that I think about it, when Jesus was tempted by Satan, he had been wandering in the desert for 40 days without eating a meal. If Jesus also hadn't slept during that time, it would have been no wonder if he experienced the same kind of hallucinations as I did. So you're saying that Jesus' experience was nothing but a hallucination? Certain dominators would probably interpret it in such a way. Anyway, that's because they think dominators are the only gods. What we can grasp from Jesus' experience is that fasting and sleeplessness caused a decrease in the brain function, which blocked out the main brain network and connected him with a particular dominator, in this case, Satan. Their conversation is a hallucination. There was nobody else but Jesus way out in the desert, but even when you are far away, you can connect to dominators through the brain network and hold a conversation. In this story, Jesus, isolated and cut off from other people's brain networks, was tempted by a dominator who had accessed his brain and wanted him to obey. How is Jesus any different from a mentally ill person? Simply put, Jesus knew about dominators, Satan, nothingness, and people of the light, so he could specify exactly who was accessing his brain. Mentally ill patients cannot identify who is accessing their brains, so their minds are manipulated by the dominators, who force them to act out the role of the crazy people or the great prophets. Although occasionally dominators also play the role of schizophrenics and dominate people through fear and anger. Schizophrenic patients hear voices and are seized by sudden terrors. But this is just the dominators manipulating them through the brain network. If they decipher this like Jesus did, they can find their freedom. Chapter 40. Who is the voice echoing in my head? As I write, thoughts come out of my head like, what kind of half-baked, ungrounded crap are you writing? You're so stupid. You're just trying to confuse people with your delusional ramblings. Or at times, I'm taken over by extreme guilt. Like, you're desecrating the Lord with this blasphemy. Are these my own thoughts? After all, nobody ever said that kind of stuff to my face. Nobody sent it to me in writing. But are the delusions that pop into my head really delusions? If I check the internet, I see comments saying the exact same thing as my delusions, and it sends a cold chill down my spine. It clearly confirms that all the abuse, slander, foul language, and such floating into my head are voices flooding in from other people's brains after all. The internet has really made life convenient, hasn't it? On the internet, we can legitimately verify everything that goes on inside the brain network. I can clearly see that the slanderous voices inside my head are not paranoid delusions, but thoughts implanted by the dominators, who use the brain network to judge me, punish me, and scorn me. On the internet, they sign their slander under the name Anonymous. But in the brain network, they're even more vicious, because they make you feel as if you're the one wrestling with yourself. As you try to cope with the slander flooding in from the brain network, you become depressed and immobilized. They steal your freedom and dominate over you. Nowadays, if you stand out from the others just a little bit, people will punish you by tearing you up on social media, ignoring you and bullying you, which even leads to some kids dropping out of school. Adults, too, are punished with psychological damage, causing depression and anxiety disorders which make them become socially dysfunctional, immobilized, and incapacitated. In the generations before the internet and television, famous authors fell, one after the other, into depression and other mental illnesses. Because the same thing that happens on the internet happens over the brain network. However, dominators sum this phenomenon up as genius is madness, to cover up the existence of a brain network. When a dominator reads the work of a famous author, he punishes the author in his brain by scorning, abusing, and looking down on their work. The more famous their work becomes, the more dominators there are connecting to his brain network, which means more and more malicious gossip and abuse echoes in the author's brain. When the author adopts these as his own thoughts, he feels as if he's hurting himself. Eventually, it destroys him both mentally and physically. But when you think about it, if the snotty retorts echoing in your head really do flood in from the dominator's brain, perhaps Jesus really did pick up on the voice of God out in the desert. If the voice of the dominators echoes so loudly in our heads, wouldn't Jesus have been able to hear the voice of the people of the light's God in his brain too? Perhaps the people of the light's obeying God's voice is not as hard as we think it is. Maybe it's surprisingly easy. Chapter 41. Accurately identify your heart's voice. Before Buddha reached enlightenment under the Pipala tree, as he persistently sat in meditation and fasted, Mara, the personification of worldly desire, came out to tempt and threaten him. In modern Western medicine, this would be diagnosed as hallucinations caused by the delirium of malnutrition. I mean, if Jesus said he was driven by the Spirit to wander around aimlessly in the desert for 40 days, modern doctors would call him a schizophrenic and admit him to a mental hospital against his will. If he then told the doctors he was tempted by the devil, they would say, "You're delusional." They wouldn't give him the time of day. In the past, dominators used religion to judge other people as sinners, punish them, and control them. In fact, Jesus, the supposed Son of God, was made into a sinner by the Jewish people, judged and murdered on a crucifix as punishment. In modern society, dominators still judge people's mistakes as sins, not in the name of religion, but of science and knowledge. They shower their sinners in malicious gossip and abuse them on the internet, call them nutcases, and hand down a heavy punishment socially and psychologically. Why would dominators do such a thing? They do it because they want to be your only God. Because if you could connect to the God of the people of the light's truth and live according to God's will, dominators would no longer be your one and only God. So they routinely implant ideas of suspicion. You know your God's wrong, don't you? Through the brain network and into the minds of the people of the light. The people of the light who don't know about the brain network are scared to think, "I doubt the existence of a God." Then the dominators lay an even greater fear on them. Heathens who doubt God will receive divine punishment. At the point where it becomes a God of judging sins and punishment, you've already been pulled away from the people of the light's true God and are being controlled over the brain network by the false God, the dominator. The people of the light's God is love, thus it establishes no sins. But the dominators use the brain network to cleverly pull the people of the light away from their loving God. Jesus wandered through the desert for 40 days in order to cut himself off from the brain network. Fasting is also an important part in cutting off the network, because dominators can also connect to your brain through food. The manufacturers who produce the food also include dominators who play the role of the creator. I create food, they say. When you eat food produced by these dominators, your brain automatically connects to theirs. Moreover, we are conditioned to associate food with motherly love. When babies drink their mother's milk, the trust hormone oxytocin is secreted in the mother's brain. The baby imitates her mother's brain, thus oxytocin is secreted in the baby's brain as she is sucking her mother's milk, which produces the delusion that my mother loves me. Even after we mature into older children and our mothers cook for us, the conditioning, "mother is feeding me," incites the release of oxytocin. Because oxytocin is conditioned as motherly love, it makes you connect to your mother's brain. When we eat, the cells in the duodenum and the jejunum, the small intestine, secrete a hormone called cholecystokinin, which eases the digestion of food. Cholecystokinin also causes the secretion of oxytocin, which means that whenever you eat, you automatically connect to your mother's brain. Jesus and Buddha used fasting to suppress this motherly love conditioning. After separating themselves from people, severing their connections to them, and blocking off the dominator's brain network, the last thing that appeared was Mara, or the devil. All the lust, appetite, suspicion, anxiety, and so on popping up into your mind are not your own thoughts, but what the dominators implant over the brain network. Jesus blocked out all of these and verified the existence of the dominators for us. If you realize these aren't my thoughts and free yourself from them, you will start to hear voices other than the dominators, as you naturally should. Chapter 42. There's something sketchy about saying God's voice. There is certainly something repulsive about, quote, listening to God's voice. If somebody said, "I heard the voice of God," people would put their guards up and say, "What a freak." If someone came along and told me, "I can teach you how to listen to God's voice," I definitely would not believe him. I would say, "That guy's an imposter." Look who's talking, though. If someone told me I was moved by a divine revelation to become a servant of God, I would give him a cold look like, "Oh, is that so?" Why is that? God is the truth for the people of the light, not for nothingness or dominators. Is that why it sounds like a lie? God being the people of the light's truth means that, according to the people of the light, God's existence is as obvious as the air we breathe, and the people of the light are always together with God. There's nothing more natural to the people of the light than the existence of God. Therefore, if you hear someone proclaim, "I heard God's voice," it sounds the same as someone bragging, "I'm breathing air to live." It makes you wonder, why are you bragging to the world about your ability to breathe? And it makes you wonder if they were sniffing more than just air. If there were someone reciting techniques on how to listen to God's voice, it would be the equivalent of saying, "I can teach you a special way to inhale air." That's why you think, he's a crook. And if someone says, "I received divine revelation," it sounds like, "the air showed me how to live." Ooh, now I can hear the dominator saying, "That's freaking rude." For the people of the light, God's existence is nothing special. This is because there is no truth or reality outside of God. Therefore, they do not take it upon themselves to speak of God or spread the word. It feels unnatural for them to debate about God. In fact, arguing about the existence of God will connect you to the dominators' minds. I had a bad car accident when I was in college. According to the witness's testimony, my car flipped over 3 times midair, flying over the cars in the opposite lane, and then rolled over 4 times on the ground, totaling the car. I had assumed that in such a moment I would scream, "Mother!" But on the spur of the moment, I actually screamed, "Lord!" As I watched from the inside of the spinning car in slow motion, I thought, dang, I'm pretty straightforward. I used to think that Lord meant the same thing as God. Chapter 43. Yelling God connects you to the dominators. When I opened my eyes, I was lying flat on the asphalt in a pool of lukewarm blood. A big bear-like paramedic yelled, "I'm going to cut the roof open and pull you out of there, so don't move." I asked him, "Did I hurt anyone with my car?" He yelled back, "Nope, nobody." I had to hold back tears of relief. They sliced the roof of my beloved car with a box cutter, pulled me out and said, "Your neck might be broken," as they wrapped my head and body onto a hard plank to stabilize it. Why did this happen to me? The regret of what I had just done was outweighed by the sense of urgency. I could die right now. I desperately repented for my sins because if I didn't confess all of my sins to God before I died, I would go to hell. But the second the ambulance started moving, I lost even the composure of mind to pray to God, because there were countless shards of glass piercing the back of my head. Since my head was wrapped onto the hard board, every little shake of the ambulance sent glass scraping onto my skull. I yelled to the paramedic, "Put a towel under my head," but he said, "Your neck might be broken, so you're gonna have to be patient." Is this how Jesus felt when they put the crown of thorns on his head? I thought, and tried to give myself over to the pain a little. But I thought again, I can't do it. The paramedic reluctantly put a towel under my head. My consciousness faded away as I desperately attempted to repent for my sins. What other sins have I committed? I tried to look back on my life and systematically repent for every possible sin. They wheeled me into the emergency room and took x-rays of my neck. As I waited for the results, the hospital staff flirted around the patient in the adjacent bed who had just been carried in from a car crash. From behind the curtain, I heard the long electronic beep, and in the next moment, we were enshrouded in the smell of death. I was resigned. I knew I would be next. Hours passed, but my consciousness didn't fade. The doctor told me, "Your neck is fine, so now we're going to pick out the glass pieces and stitch you up, okay?" I nodded silently. I was even a bit disappointed. But I was all ready to die. I even confessed my sins. But more than that, I felt hopeless because that means I have to go back to that hellish college life of exams and reports. They put 20 stitches in the back of my head, and I left the hospital the same night of the crash. My friend accompanied me on the way and dropped me off at my apartment. I sat at my desk, turned on the computer, and started writing my report. This is where my memory comes to an end. I can't remember how I commuted to college without a car because my memory is fragmented from the shock of the accident. The only thing I remember is an episode with my cruel psychology professor. He said he would give us an A if we read the 8 books he assigned and wrote a report about them. I somehow managed to read 7 of the books and finish my report. When I handed in the report, I said, "I'm all right with a B." Then the professor said, "Nobu, you need to get an A." I pointed right at the bandages on my head and asked, "You mean I have to read the last book and rewrite my whole report?" He said, "You can do it. Read the last book." I answered, "No, I can't do it." But the professor handed me the last thin book and said, "No, you're going to read this book," smirking as he walked away. In my head, I screamed, "You evil professor." Exams were approaching, so I needed to read that book and rewrite my report quickly so that I could focus on studying. Regardless, was this thin little book even on the list of reading materials? I opened up the book in the library and looked wide-eyed into its pages. The title read, "Your God is Too Small." Your mental image of God can be your mother, your father, your grandfather, a puny, weak existence who gives out punishments and moral lessons. But the reality is different. That was the point of the book. Until I had read it, I had been blaming myself. I caused that car wreck because I was getting too full of myself, I thought. I sincerely believed God punished me for my pride. But that book told me, God is not such a puny, weak being that he would judge sins, punish you, test you, or cause you suffering. I couldn't stop the tears as I read the pages. In the car accident, I screamed, "Lord." But could it be that I didn't connect to God, but my grandfather? I included my experience with the car accident in my report, and the professor gave me an A, just as promised. Afterwards, I was able to apprehend, "Oh, so that's what the professor wanted to communicate to me." My grandfather, the head pastor of our church, went by the name Lord Pastor. I didn't even call him Grandpa, but Lord Pastor, just like everyone else. When we were instructed to pray not to God, but to Lord. That way, whenever I prayed, I automatically imagined my grandfather, Lord Pastor, so it felt like I was praying to my grandfather. Praying to a dominator instead of the God who is the truth of the people of the light made me fear the dominators pointing out my sins and sending me to hell. The more I prayed to Lord, the more sinful I felt, and the more I suffered from the hopelessness of never being able to clear away my sins. At the same time, praying to Lord gave me the sense that I'm special in the eyes of God. So I looked down upon other people, judged their sins, and was made into an outcast who everyone bullied. What I had believed to be the one real God turned out to be my grandfather. This came as a shock, but it explained everything, how I had suffered from a sinful conscience, so beautifully. This is where the dominators bash me. "You're a horrible person for calling your grandfather, who took such good care of you, a dominator." This is the difference between the people of the light's truth and the dominator's truth. For the people of the light, there is no other truth than God. Nothing in this world has meaning except for the will of God. And this feeling can only be understood by a person of the light. That is the truth of the people of the light. Chapter 44. But the real thing is right there. What I believed to be God turned out to be human. Better yet, a dominator. This is key. To the people of the light, the only truth is God. Even if the God I believed in was false, it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. What I had believed to be God took on the image of my grandfather. The God my grandfather pretended to be judged people's sins, punished them, and assigned them to heaven and hell. I was afraid of this God judging me for my sins, sending me to hell, and destroying me. He stole my freedom and forced me to constantly prostrate before him, confess my sins, and beg for salvation. That was my, quote, relationship with God. But what saved me was when I learned God is not such a puny little weakling. I'd put my faith in the wrong God. When I realized that, God didn't drift far away from me. On the contrary, it came closer to me. I could feel God's presence near to me. And that's what it is. Dominators climb up next to the people of the light and interrupt their relationship with God in order to replace their one and only true God. When you realize that the dominators are not your God and cut them off from you, the real God comes closer to you. The feeling is not of a faraway God coming closer, but that you finally see something which had always been with you, but you'd been blind to. Whoa, It was right there the whole time. Chapter 45, The Kind Voice in Your Heart. There's a voice torturing me in my head, but it's not like I can actually hear someone's voice. I recognize this torturing voice as my anxiety, my fear, or my anger. Am I doing things wrong? Am I just spouting delusional stuff that confuses and hurts everyone else? Are people going to look down on me and leave me? Then will everyone else criticize and despise me? It goes on and on. I sometimes imagine myself losing everything I have and becoming a poor soul lost in the streets. When this kind of anxiety and fear wells up inside me, I remember the ones who looked down on me and betrayed me in the past. I remember what those jerks did to me, and it fills me with rage and hatred. I get in a kind of dirty mood, completely cut off from the peace in my heart. All the times I've been stabbed in the back, laughed at, and made to feel pathetic, God never rescued me. I even feel anger towards God. Why won't God help me? According to the Dominator's analysis of my psychological condition, it's, quote, paranoid delusions in response to delusions of grandeur. That's the Dominator's judgment. The delusions of grandeur might talk about the brain network or, quote, Dominators interrupting me, is causing everyone to abandon me so that I become socially isolated and depressed. Therefore, my paranoid delusions are a very natural reaction to the circumstances. This is the Dominator's arbitrary decision. My irresponsible actions, namely proposing ideas which can't be proven scientifically, have sown the seeds of my own social and mental breakdown, as they say. When I hear that, I agree with them. Oh, so my delusional behavior made everyone abandon me, which casted me into a depression and made me indulge in paranoid delusions of my own accord. And then I go into a deeper reflection. Should I stop saying such delusional things from now on? I feel like a felon with a long, winding rap sheet, never to be treated decently in society ever again. Then I feel more and more wrath towards God for letting me fall into such a condition. I feel like God abandoned me, and there's no worth in living anymore. When I explain my situation, the people of the light speak their truth to me. They say the false gods, the dominators, are putting illusions before your eyes and forcing you to do what you don't want to do. That's all. The dominators are fabricating the delusion that you will become a god and have people respect and worship you just like they worship them. The delusion, quote, everyone will respect me, which the dominators produce, causes me to desperately explain myself in spoken word and writing in order to win recognition for my truth from the dominators. Then the dominators judge me, saying, you're wrong. They look down upon me and punish me, saying, you make up all those delusions just to please yourself. At the same time, they implant the delusion, one day everyone's going to see you and respect you. They punish me for how this delusion causes me to act, judging it as a sin, punishing me, and pushing me down into the pits of hell. The people of the light tell me, this is all an illusion the dominators cast before your eyes. And yet, I still can't recognize that the fear, no one's going to accept you if you keep spouting all of these fallacies, is an illusion produced by the dominators. After all, people on the internet say the same exact things to me in their comments. It makes me want to argue with them and explain my reasoning in a way that even the dominators have to agree with me. Then the people of the light say to me, delve into the fear you feel now. When I actually do delve into the fear, what I had believed to be a real, tangible, and impenetrable as a stone, vanishes into thin air like a bubble, and my loud, bustling head settles into silence. I can feel everything clearly. In this moment, kind words emerged in my mind. Everything's okay just the way it is. I'll always be here with you. Just relax and do whatever you like. The bitterness I had hitherto felt disappeared. It was visited by the warmth of relief. Tears streamed from my eyes. The kind thoughts that popped into my head felt nostalgic. When I was a small child and people picked on me until I thought that I wanted to die, I sometimes heard this gentle voice. But I used to deny its kind words, thinking, I'm just making up nonsense to please myself and run away from reality. I used to believe my God is not such a happy-go-lucky spirit. I used to think God won't accept me until I change myself through trials and tribulations, so I refused to lend an ear to that kind voice. But that seems to have been my greatest mistake. Chapter 47. They twist the people of the light's truth. The false gods the dominators are play-acting exist in reality and invent rules for real things. They judge people's sins, punish people, and love people in real life. Because the dominators are playing out the role of God in such a way, the only thing provable in the real world is the false god's existence, because they decided any god other than the dominator is wrong. Living in this kind of world confuses the people of the light. The people of the light wander around in search of God's will, because God is their truth. But they inevitably connect to the dominator's thoughts. As soon as they rejoice, oh, this just might be what God wants, they are let down. Gosh darn it, dominators. That's when the dominators retort, how can you prove that there's any difference between your God's intentions and the dominator's? Judging people's sins is the dominator's work. Therefore, as long as you don't obey the dominators, they will call it a sin and punish you for it. The pain of being bombarded by the dominators' judgments and punishments is so intense that it makes the people of the light think, maybe it would be easier if I just followed the dominator's will. You think, maybe if I do as the dominators want and act on my best behavior, they'll stop judging me and punishing me so much. Then I'll finally be able to hear God's voice. You do some good deeds and try your best to live purely and righteously, but the harder you push yourself, the louder the tormentous voice resonates in your head, persecuting you and judging you. You phony, your good deeds are all a lie. Deep down inside, you hate everyone's guts. The dominator's job is to decide people's sins and punish them. Therefore, no matter how many good deeds you commit, they will judge you and punish you. Their judgments and punishments transfer to your mind through the brain network, so you think, I'm a hypocrite, which makes you feel defiled and keeps you from connecting to God's voice. People of the light say, okay then, I'll try to hone my skills in meditation and prayer. They read books with techniques on prayer and meditation in search of God's voice. However, if the author of that book is a dominator, they'll connect to the dominator's brain, who criticizes and persecutes them in their mind. You don't even know how to meditate. There's no way you'll reach God with that half-assed attempt. You won't be able to last very long if you keep getting so happy over that temporary uplifted feeling. The same thing goes for prayer. You're seized by the persecuting feeling. Your prayers are selfish. All your praying starts to seem worthless, so you give up. Why? Because these things don't hold the people of the light's truth. The people of the light's God is neither a dominator, nor is it nothingness. Chapter 48. Rely on the kind voice. Once you understand the brain network, you'll see that the merciless personal attacks echoing in your head are the voices of the dominators, but there are indeed kind words streaming in from behind them. You don't have to care about other people. Don't worry, I'll always be with you no matter what. It's okay to do what you want to do. Let's call this our heart's voice. This is the communication of the people of the light with their truth, with their God. Of course, the dominators think of this nice voice as delusional, selfish thoughts created by the people of the light to suit their every situation. The dominators trick the people of the light into believing that the dominator's cruel voice is, quote, correct, in order to prevent them from listening to that gentle voice. The problem here is the word correct. Deciding what is correct and what is incorrect is characteristic of the dominators. Therefore, when you think, maybe this is the better thing to do, that is a thought sent to you from the dominator's network. To the people of the light's God, there exists no right and wrong. The truth of the people of the light is simply, is it God's will or not? Therefore, it is not the dominator's voice, but the kind voice flowing from the very bottom of your heart, which you persistently listen for, your heart's voice, because that is how the people of the light communicate with their truth, with their God. But if the people of the light call out God, they are already preconditioned to jump on the dominator's network and connect to the false gods. For this reason, when the people of the light connect to their truth, they do not use the word God. Instead, they call out heart. Within the kind voice flowing from inside the people of the light's heart lies their truth, so they use the word heart to directly inquire for it. Because the people of the light's truth is nowhere outside of themselves. However, like when Buddha achieved enlightenment, and Mara, in fear of meeting his own ruin, used all his power to interrupt, the dominators desperately try to interfere with the people of the light when they ask their heart. That's when you say, "I can't hear you," and seek help from the kind voice. Heart, please get rid of the interruptions between our connection, and then you will be able to hear the kind voice again. Then you can start asking your heart questions. Heart, will you help me? The kind voice answers, "I will always help you." I personally sense its answer more like a thought rather than a voice. When I receive my heart's answer, I feel warm tears welling up in my eyes. If I ask elsewhere for help, people push me away from them. You're not a child. Do something about it yourself. Eventually, I learned not to ask for help anymore. But when I ask my heart, I hear a sweet voice. Of course I'll help you. This is it. This is the voice I yearned for, and I'm so happy to hear it. The God, who is the people of the light's truth, judges no sin and gives out no punishments. This is because God is love. This is unconditional love, so you can be sure it will love you no matter what you do. This is the people of the light's truth. Chapter 49. Not the strict voice, the sweet voice. Why can't you do things right? Why are you so half-assed about everything? My parents scolded me like this throughout my whole childhood, which is why I think the strict, abusive voice is right, and the nice voice is wrong, because I'm always wrong. I lost my habit of listening for the kind voice inside my heart, but now I understand very well how the sin-punishing dominator's mentality had taken control of my life. For the people of the light to obtain their truth, they do not seek the dominator's right answer. Instead, they listen for and obey their gentle heart's voice. And if you can't hear a voice coming back when you call out heart, you're being interrupted by the dominators. That's when you ask the kind voice for help. If you think that the connection between you and your heart is clear, but there's still something lingering and you aren't too sure, just keep asking for help for as long as it takes. Unlike the dominators, you can persistently ask your heart for help as many times as you like, and it'll never turn you down with "buzz off" or "stop bothering me." Heart, are there any interruptions between us? You ask. Once your heart says, "Nope, no interruptions," you can start asking it various things. The people of the light's truth is the execution of God's will. Thus, their original way of life is, ask my heart before I do anything. When I write things like this, people ask, so you mean that we have to deeply reflect on God's intentions and pray before we do anything? This is a very important point. When we think with our heads, we automatically connect to the brain network. The very act of thinking involves using the brain network. This is a big chance for the dominators who want to pull you away from the light, which is why use your head and think has become such an important discipline in our society. When the dominators say, think about it, this means think hard and connect to the brain network. Connect to our brains and let us control your thoughts. The deeper you ponder things over, the more you access the brain network and adopt other people's thoughts as your own. You end up losing sight of what you truly desire. Say you're undecided about buying a computer and you go to different people for advice. You ask, I want to buy a notebook computer. Which one do you think I should buy? Person A says, "You shouldn't buy one now because the prices are about to drop." Person B says, "You can get a good deal on one of those cheap models." And person C gives a rude reply, "Why do you need a notebook so bad?" You get confused, and eventually you have a different computer in your hands than the one you originally wanted. You burn with regret. This isn't the one. The same phenomenon happens over the brain network. As you lose yourself in thought, eventually you find yourself far, far away from what you truly want. Therefore, the people of the light do not search for God's will in the advice of others. They don't seek God's intention by thinking and worrying all up in their heads. They just call out heart, right where they are, and do whatever the nice voice says. It makes them happy, because a life obeying God's intention is the truth of the people of the light. The times you were thinking with your head before acting, you were forced to obey the dominator's will, which is why all of your actions ended up in regret and dissatisfaction. But after you started calling out heart and obeying the gentle voice, a sense of fulfillment gradually welled up inside of you. You say, "This is what I had always wanted." Chapter 50. Thoughtlessly Obeying Your Heart's Voice. My mother used to tell me, "Think carefully before you act." But when I tried to do that, I failed. Then she scolded me, "Look what I told you. This is what happens when you don't think before you act." I intended on thinking. I knew the right answer. But the more I thought, the more this voice in my head tortured me. "You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. You're thinking the wrong way. Why can't you do things better?" Thinking turns into a chore, so I go about it like whoop-de-doo and mess everything up, which I regret later. The people around me only see that I behaved carelessly, so they decide, "What an idiot, he acts on every whim without thinking." In reality, it's not that I can't think, but that whenever I think, the inside of my head fills up with criticism which confuses me to the point that I can't choose what I want, and I have no choice but to give it a willy-nilly shot. I used to believe that all this criticism filling my head was because I don't know how to think optimistically. It feels like a fly buzzing around inside my skull. No matter how much I swat at it, I can't catch it. This housefly of self-criticism is in fact the dominators judging my sins and punishing me in order to render me incapable of doing what I truly want. As a test to prove that all this self-persecution is transferred to my brain through the brain network, instead of thinking in my head about something new I want to try, I interview different people for advice, and they answer with the same kind of criticism that I usually hear inside my own head. The more I talk to people, the more confused I become, until I forget what I truly wanted to do. I end up doing something I never wanted to do and regretting it all afterwards. The people of the light's truth is following God's will. When people of the light think with their heads, they connect to the brain network and end up obeying the dominator's will. Therefore, when the people of the light hear a persecuting voice in their head, they can ask heart to get rid of the dominator's interruptions. By simply listening to your heart and doing as it says, you will gradually regain your sense of joy, because this is the people of the light's original intended way of life. Wait a minute, how come your heart gets to be God's intention? The dominators make a jab at you inside your head. How did you come to figure that your heart's voice is God's will? You think you know better or something? The handy thing is, the people of the light can also direct these questions to their heart. Heart, who are you? I hear the dominators ridiculing me in my head. You really think it'll give you the answer to that question? So I ask my heart for help. Heart, are there any dominators interrupting me? My heart answers, yes. Then I ask heart, please get rid of the dominator's interruption. The persecution in my head dies down. I repeat my question. Heart, would you please tell me who you are? Oh, so that's it. My heart's reply gives me goosebumps. Chapter 51. The nice voice fluctuates. When you call out heart to the nice voice inside and obey all of its answers, you will start to see the truth of the people of the light. Communicating with your heart will become more enjoyable as you go along, and the joy of following your heart can only keep growing. However, one thing you must watch out for is to always, without fail, attach the tag heart to every question you ask. If you call out God instead, you'll connect to the dominators who have controlled your life up to this point. It's easy to think, I know who I'm asking. Do I seriously need to say heart, heart, heart every single time? But if you don't do it, before you know it, you'll find yourself connected to the dominator's brain, so please make no exceptions. One would expect to hear a solemn, godlike voice from the God of the people of the light's truth, but sometimes, for the people of the light, it feels just like your own thoughts appearing in your head. In fact, you can recognize the nice voice by the feeling, this might as well be my own thought. At which point the dominators chide, if God's voice doesn't even sound like God's voice, then you probably don't know how to do it right. Then you think, I can't do it, and treat it as your own made-up nonsense. I used to hear this nice voice inside me since I was a little child, but in the end I ignored it because that's just what I say to please myself. But when I think back on that gentle voice I heard as a child, I realize that it taught me the most important things I needed to know. One more crucial point in asking your heart is its fluctuations. When you ask your heart a question, dominators lather the answer in suspense. Is that really the right answer? Then you ask your heart the same question and realize, this is not the same answer I heard just a minute ago. This happens sometimes. When it does, the dominators always butt in, filling you with doubt. You aren't doing it right. That's the dominator's job. In fact, it's perfectly right for your heart's answers to fluctuate. Dominator gods demand consistency, and when you can't deliver, they judge it as a sin and punish you for it. But the people of the light's God does not establish or judge any sins, thus there's no need for consistency. Even when you think, it's a different answer this time. If you just keep asking your heart and obeying its words, soon enough you'll understand. So that's what my heart was trying to say. At first glance, it seems to have no consistency, but out from those seemingly random answers streams the will of God. Ride the fluctuations and follow your heart's voice, and you will surely part ways with the dominator's world and plunge into the joy of living by God's will. It will impress you. Whoa, this is on a completely different dimension than what I had in mind. Chapter 52. You don't have to be like the others. Nothingness lives with the desire to become one with nothing and feel a sense of unity. The dominator's only desire is to control people. People of the light live in search of God's will. This means that the people of the light are the only ones who live in pursuit of something unseen. Because they are unlike the others, they fall into the feeling of being an outcast. To the people of the light, it looks like everyone else is friends and they all have a fun life together. Nothingness people, when they throw away the pride implanted in them by the dominators, are able to feel the joys of togetherness and have fun with everyone. Dominators and everyone under the control of dominators blabber on, gossiping and having fun, talking bad about other people. But no matter where the people of the light go, they can never get the feeling, these are my friends, or whoa, this is cool. Because their aim in life is neither the feeling of unity with nothingness, nor is it the way dominators judge people's sins and control them. When people see a person of the light, they talk behind their back. Look at him all high and mighty, thinking he's better or something. The dominators judge you in the same way, but they send the message straight through the brain network. It makes you anxious. Do I look down on other people? On top of that, the dominators implant you with guilt. You're wrong, and that's why you can't make friends. Even if you happen to think, I made a friend now, soon enough your friend drifts away. Without a moment's delay, the dominators start persecuting you. Your friends always leave you because you're a freak. The judgment sent from the dominator's brain network makes the people of the light think, people hate me because I'm a dirty human being. That's why they always leave me. They feel too dirtied in sin to even think about seeking out God's will. By this point, the people of the light lose their original purpose for living. They have nothing left but to pursue the question, how can I get people to like me? The dominators make jabs. Isn't it standard that as a member of society you have to be considerate of other people? But this is the dominator's common sense, not the people of the lights. The dominators make you feel as if their common sense represents God's intention, so the people of the light start to feel like God is judging them as a worthless human being who doesn't know how to execute God's will. However, if you realize the people of the light's truth is not to be found in humans, you will be able to revive your original way of living. If you inquire for heart and do exactly as the kind voice tells you, you'll be able to feel joy inside your heart once more. This isn't the joy of accomplishment, nor is it the sense of satisfaction from being appreciated by people. This is the people of the light's original way of life, their truth. Chapter 53, People of the Light, Summary. People of the light are born as people of the light. They do not change into people of the light. As the people of the light live their lives in search of God's will, the false God the dominators pretend to be takes control over them. You feel like, this might just be my real God, and obey the dominator's will, but in the end they make you suffer. People of the light seek God's will and work hard to become a pure, righteous person, but before they even realize it, they start acting like the dominators. They find someone doing something wrong, judge that person, and punish him in their mind. People's wrongdoings bother you and never leave your mind until your head bursts with hate and resentment. Dominators judge your sins, control your mind, and destroy all your hopes, because a person so covered in the filth of hate and resentment doesn't deserve to seek out God's will. No matter what you choose, no matter what you do or how much effort you make, you cannot reach the will of God, what the people of the light truly desire. This only applies to the people of the light's truth. You can, however, easily obtain the will of the dominators. Suffering, you think, maybe there is no such thing in this world as the will of a genuine God. After you lose hope, a kind voice inside your heart echoes. This is the voice that always sounded in times of suffering. It's such a sweet, gentle voice that you had ignored it as what I say to myself when I want to get my way, and cut it off completely. When you lend an ear to this kind voice, for the first time ever you can feel a sense of security. When you let that voice guide your life, you can feel joy for the very first time. Although you had thought that God's will existed somewhere outside of you, it had actually been inside your heart the whole time. Although you had thought that the reactions of the people around you represented God's values and standards, the reality was a whole different story. Dominators are also born as dominators. People of the light cannot change into dominators. Dominators twist the truth of the people of the light. They have to pry the people of the light far away from their truth in order to become their God. Whenever the people of the light try to listen to the kind voice, they're repudiated by the dominators. You're just stringing together whatever words make you feel better. According to the people of the light's truth, the brain network does exist. Therefore, self-denying thoughts that pop into your brain are the dominators using the brain network to control your mind. They bombard you with these guilt-inducing thoughts to make you develop an attachment to the dominators. If you rid yourself of these thoughts and listen in to the nice voice, for the first time you'll be able to feel the joy of the people of the light and say, "This is my purpose in life." Until then, you had thought that you must confront the negative thoughts that well up inside your head and fight back at them. I seriously believed that if I couldn't cope with the dirty thoughts that appeared inside my mind, I wouldn't be able to reach God. But the harder I tried to fight back, the stronger my connection to the dominator's network became, so I ended up being robbed of my freedom. Once you call out heart for help and have your heart get rid of the dominator's interruptions for you, you'll realize that you never needed to deal with the dominators at all. In that very moment, just by calling out heart for help, for the first time you'll know the joy of becoming free. However, as the people of the light regain more of their freedom, the dominator's offensive becomes more vicious. The persecution, abuse, and other negative thoughts the dominators send through the brain network echo through your mind. When the attacks kick it up a notch, the people of the light rely on their heart all the more. You check with your heart to see if those negative thoughts and self-criticisms belong to you. If they don't belong to you, ask your heart to get rid of them. As you repeat this process, you'll inevitably come to see the true meaning of the dominator's existence. you'll learn from personal experience that the dominators exist solely for the people of the light to keep asking and relying on their heart. In this way, the people of the light's connection to their heart will grow even more intimate, and they'll feel an even greater joy. Therein lies the people of the light's purpose in living. Section 4. How did I discover the 3 types? Chapter 1. Everyone but me is my teacher. Carl Jung noticed the mysterious common link between the scenes described by his mentally ill patients and picked out the points where they were identical to mythical stories from around the world. From there, he came to the conclusion that, at the very foundation of each person's unconscious, there exists a collective unconscious shared by all of mankind. When we learned this in college, I was deeply moved. I thought, here's someone who thinks the same way I do. I was fond of Jung's spirit. He didn't disregard the stories of his mentally ill patients as mere delusions, but listened with great interest, thinking, there might be some truth to find in these stories, and he discovered some really fascinating things along the way. Since I was a small child, I believed that truth was only to be found in Christian teachings and nowhere else. Even when I started going to school, in my mind I made light of my teacher's knowledge and scorned my classmates' ignorance. Despite all that, I had the worst grades in the class. Not to mention that I had no friends and everyone bullied me. That was the reality. What had a great impact on me during my miserable school years was Eiji Yoshikawa's novel Miyamoto Musashi. What touched me most was the quote, "Everyone else but me is my teacher." Musashi said, "Anyone, no matter how small, is my teacher." I kept these words close to my heart, thinking, this must be the secret to becoming unbeatable. When I studied Jung, that quote from Musashi came back to me. What if Jung followed that idea and actually became unbeatable? It blew my mind, although of course I have no way of knowing whether Jung was such a humble man or not. I respected Jung because it impressed me how he thought that there's truth inside everyone. And when he lent an ear to his patients, he actually found the truth. That was a long introduction, but I wanted to say that these 3 types were all taught to me by my clients. All I had to do was summarize it. As I listened for the truth within my clients' words, I spotted the common points in all of their stories, and eventually ended up with the 3 types of truth. Though I regret to say this, I have not made any original discoveries of my own. One may say, "Puh, you're just trying to run away from the consequences of the dangerous things you write." But the ones who make it so dangerous are the dominators. If I keep rambling on like this, it will be hard to understand. So, without further ado, I will now retell the events which led to my clients teaching me all of this. Chapter 2. The Christian Contradiction. When the grandmother I adored passed away, I was shocked that my mother didn't cry. I had always been bullied and made a fool of for being a crybaby, but ever since my grandmother's death, I thought, I can cry because I have a heart. I started to feel a fondness for my own tears. Afterwards, I entered a Christian high school where several times a week we all listened to the Bible's words during morning service and prayed together with our teachers. Ever since I was a young child, I attended church every Sunday and Saturday without ever missing a day. Christian culture was the most natural thing to me. When I was a freshman, an older girl in drama club I had talked to several times failed her college exam and killed herself. When I heard the news, I was extremely dismayed. I seriously blamed myself for not being able to stop her death. She wasn't even a close friend. I'd only talked to her a few times, but I was inordinately depressed about it. Why would she choose death if every morning she came into contact with the same God I believed in? If my God were almighty, why would someone who knows this God have to choose suicide? It troubled me deeply. More than the regret of not being able to stop it was the shock of why didn't the God I put my faith in stop this suicide? I had lived my whole life with the fear that if I didn't live purely, God would send me to hell. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be pure. I was filled with hatred and anger towards people. I was always slathered in filth. I thought that God would never accept a person like me, so I repeatedly gave up on trying to be pure. Nevertheless, I set my aspirations on becoming a religious worker, a pure, righteous person who can earn God's acceptance. Well, to put it bluntly, it was like either I become a religious worker or be sent to hell. I wasn't out to save anyone or to carry out God's will or anything cool like that. I just didn't want to go to hell, so I thought there's probably no other way I can live a pure life except by becoming some sort of pastor. The upperclassman who passed away had been very active in the school's volunteer work. The teachers trusted her. Everyone liked her. She was the president of a club and a very diligent student. To put it bluntly, she lived way more purely and righteously than I had. Why, of all people, why such a pure, good person? I wondered in utter consternation. The combined events of the older girl's death and my mother not mourning at my grandmother's funeral shook my reality. Something's not right here. Something weird is going on. I felt suspicious, so I abandoned the path of becoming a pastor and decided to study psychology instead. I wanted to study in an American university, but of course I still felt unsure about it. So I chose a Christian university and studied Christianity alongside my psychology major studies. I guess I was still scared of going to hell. A lot of the students were children of missionaries working in other countries, and most of them were very devout Christian believers. Alcohol, cigarettes, and sexual relationships were strictly prohibited, and everyone followed those rules. I mean, mostly. We all read the Bible and studied it like crazy, but in my first year, 4 students were sent to the mental hospital. Well, it was definitely a medley of sadistic professors, and if you didn't study really hard, you couldn't earn your credits. So it was assumed that, as the students cut back on sleep to study, they visually burnt out and became depressed. After the first exams ended and summer break began, I went to my friend Adam's room to let off some of my bottled-up exam stress in a nice chat. But even when I screamed his name, he didn't reply. I leaned in for a closer look and saw that he was gazing into space with open eyes. I yelled at him, "Answer when people are calling you." But he still didn't reply. I didn't know if he was practicing his acting on me, he was in the drama club, or if he was just picking on me. So, being the prankster that I am, I turned his stereo on full blast and headed out towards the library. At about 10 o'clock, the library closed and I went back to the dormitory to find a big commotion. In the front of the building was the school nurse and some psychology and theology professors gathered around in the middle of a serious discussion. I walked over and heard them debating over why Adam was listening to the stereo so loudly when he stopped moving. In that moment, it all came clear to me. Adam was suffering from some kind of mental problem. I could hear the professor saying, "Maybe the loud noise of the stereo is what triggered his bout." "Oh my God, no, that's not it," says the one who convoluted the whole ordeal. Apparently they discovered Adam motionless in his room after some complaints came in about the loud noise. Since I locked the door as I left Adam's room, everyone thought that he was the one who turned on the stereo. A real locked room mystery. Afterwards, he was sent to the hospital on an ambulance. I was seized by the same sense of hopelessness I felt after the shock of my high school friend's death. Adam was such an exceptional student and a passionate, devoted Christian, yet he fell mentally ill. What is God? Where is God's will? I felt betrayed by what I had believed in most. Chapter 3. Why do we fall ill? The trauma theory. Soon after I engaged myself in the world of therapy, I found myself in deeper and deeper pursuit of the subject, why do people fall ill? People become too depressed to go to work or school, or too panicked to ride the train. Some people lose all their ambition and ability to concentrate on their studies or work. Some lose control of their eating and drinking habits, and in some cases it even kills them. There were also incidents in which people possessed by delusions or hallucinations turn violent and endanger the people around them. The question I constantly asked myself was, why do these things happen? I've studied many methods of therapy until now, but what really hit home for me was the trauma theory. That is, the theory that trauma from the past is the source of symptoms in the present. According to this theory, if you pull out the supposed trauma and reorganize the patient's memory, the present symptoms will be healed. For example, if I have a client who is too depressed to go to work, I ask him about his past, and out pops the problem of being bullied in elementary school. The memories of everyone hiding his gym shoes, writing graffiti on his desk and textbooks, pushing him down from behind, etc. This experience had faded out of memory and turned into trauma. However, when his boss scolds him in front of his coworkers, he recalls the horrible emotion he experienced during the school years, the feeling of wanting to die. And the next morning he's seized by a terrible depression and says, "I don't want to go to work." When he tells me about his elementary school experience, I remember my own experience with bullying, so we come together and cry from regret and frustration. Then the traumatic memory reunites with the emotional memory. As the trauma is reorganized into its proper place in the memory, we think we survived a lot and came out of it pretty well. We can feel proud of ourselves for not letting the bullying discourage us. Then the man realizes, my boss wasn't scolding me because he hates me. Thinking about it this way, the thought of going to work doesn't bother him anymore. He can now actively communicate with his boss and enjoy his work. In short, his depression was caused by unresolved traumatic memories which distorted the present situation. When the therapist feels empathy for his client, the dissociated emotional memory unites with the traumatic memory, the bullying, thereby setting the client's memory straight and cutting off the past from the present. Through this personal change, the client can discover a new side of life. Chapter 4. The emotional scars behind the suffering. One man came into therapy with the symptom, "I can't stop eating in the middle of the night." Before nightfall, he would say to himself with resolution, "Tonight's the night I'm gonna stop." But in the moment of truth, he would run to the next convenience store and buy a huge load of treats to bring home and devour in a delirious, insatiable lust. When he woke up the next morning, the remnants of his midnight snack would taunt him into self-hatred. "Oh no, I did it again." The client said, "The diet I started in college was what brought on the eating frenzies." His friend had pointed out that he was overweight, so he tried to control his eating habits. But right when he thought he had lost some weight, all of a sudden he couldn't stop eating in the middle of the night. There's definitely a possibility that the diet has caused his brain and body to lose control of its blood sugar levels, thereby making it easier for his blood sugar level to plummet. When blood sugar levels drop, brain function drops as well, which may cause dissociation, turning into someone else, losing control of yourself. This could be solved with a medical diet which stabilizes blood sugar levels, in which case therapy would not be necessary. But the fact he chose therapy means that he might have some kind of emotional scars, I thought, so I began the search. Emotional scars are what has fallen out of memory. If I rephrase myself, it's because it has fallen out of memory that trauma remains as an unhealed scar which continues to torment you indefinitely. Therefore, in therapy, we scoop up the puzzle pieces of memory and keep our eyes out for the missing pieces. As I listened to my client's story, I heard no information about his mother. He didn't speak of any childhood memories of her. When I asked about her, he said he was angry about a few things, but those episodes were too superficial. Something's strange here. Something's missing. This reluctance to talk is a major point in trauma therapy. Because trauma is an emotional scar, it's bound to come with some pain, which is why we subconsciously try to avoid our trauma, our scars, to avoid the pain. So the client beats around the bush. "I can't really remember," or "My mother was a pretty normal person." It's a cue for the therapist to say, "Oh, so that's where the scar is." You can't just force painful memories, which would rather stay forgotten, out of the client's head all willy-nilly. Instead, I ask about the layout of the rooms in his house he grew up in, the width of the foyer, the size of the tatami room, the colors of the sliding doors, one after the other. I have the client look back on the scenery of his childhood one more time. Then out spills the words, "I just remembered my mother looking like a monster and choking me." His mother had fallen into a depression caused by her mother-in-law's bullying. She had been in bed for days and hadn't made much of anything to eat for her 3-year-old son. One night he cried, "I'm hungry," and all of a sudden his mother flipped a switch and turned into a monster. She choked his neck, yelling, "Shut up, you fucking brat." As he remembered this scene, he understood everything. So she's the one behind all this. The reason he ate at night was because that's when the fear and anger from the time he was choked by his mother came back to him. Before this story came to light, I had thought every night he would remember all the bad things that happened during the day, which caused him frustration, nervousness, and fear. But that wasn't the case. When he was hungry, he was seized by the anger and fear of being choked and nearly killed by his mother, his emotional scar. This experience had fallen out of his memory, so he believed, I never had that kind of trauma. This whole time, he kept worrying and blaming it on his weak willpower. As the story untangled, he told me that he frequently called his mother for advice and yelled at her for her lack of sympathy, after which he would fall into self-hatred. After this traumatic memory came to surface, he now realized I yelled at her because I wanted freedom from my anger and fear towards her. From that point on, he felt stupid for ever calling his mother, so he stopped doing it altogether. He used to feel guilty if he didn't call his mother. He would worry, am I hurting her? But he realized that the guilt of not keeping contact was also connected to the fear implanted by his trauma. So my out-of-control eating habits weren't because I have a weak will? Once he realized this, those midnight dashes to the convenience store came to an end. He didn't have to hold back the cravings anymore. From that point on, he didn't have to suffer from eating problems anymore. As I observe trauma cases like these, I really admire the complexity behind people's suffering. Also, when I see how free people become after being liberated from their trauma, I can keenly feel the pain and burden of their emotional scars. Chapter 5: How to Search for Emotional Scars. Sometimes, even behind slight symptoms such as sleeplessness, depressed mood, or lack of motivation lurks emotional scars. However, since these emotional scars are blacked out from our memory, they remain unhealed, fresh wounds, which continue to make us suffer. How do you pull something out which isn't properly placed in a patient's memory? This is the question. If the therapist tries to force it out by asking, do you have any repressed emotional scars? He will inadvertently fabricate an emotional scar into the patient's memory. The patient may start to believe that scenes of parents abusing children they saw on a TV drama or incidents they read in books depicting neighborhood bullies are a part of their own life, their own trauma. For this reason, the therapist must listen to his patient's story and make sure not to create false memories. It's almost like bird watching. You quietly, motionlessly grip the binoculars in one hand, hold your breath, and wait for the trauma to come out. As you silently listen to the client's stories of suffering, you begin to see the faint silhouette of trauma hiding in the shadow of a tree. Identifying the trauma, which is the source of the symptoms, requires time and patience. The therapist must silently listen to his distressed client so as to not create any false emotional scars. Regardless of his client's urgent request, please make me better now. Isn't there a faster, easier way to bring the trauma to the surface? I researched. Freud, who wasn't very keen on hypnotherapy, advocated psychoanalysis and discovered a method for sniffing out the trauma, the source of the symptoms, just by listening to the clients. But it takes too much time to just sit back and listen, so how about hypnotherapy? I thought. So I began to study hypnotherapy. Within the world of hypnosis are the worlds of the unconscious and the conscious. We use hypnotherapy to borrow the help of the unconscious, of whom we are usually unaware, to ease the client's ails. The client is unable to perceive their own emotional scars, which means the traumatic memories, what causes the current symptoms, are sealed off in the world of the unconscious. Although I said I want to study hypnotherapy, I was still a little skeptical at first. I thought, they can never hypnotize me. But as soon as I sat in front of my teacher, he induced me right into a slumber. I thought I was just tired, but apparently I had legitimately fallen into a hypnotized state wherein I borrowed the help of my unconscious. When one loses consciousness, he is inevitably unaware of the help of his unconscious. For this reason, my teacher taught me how to cognize unconscious's help with the idiomotor response technique. He induced me into a hypnotic state wherein I cannot consciously move my body, yet I can still hear my teacher's voice. As he preserved my half-awoken state of hypnosis, he started throwing out questions. Heart, will you help me? My right index finger twitched of its own accord. Whoa, cool, I thought. But I couldn't speak in my hypnotic state. Apparently my unconscious would help me. My teacher asked my unconscious, Heart, is there something troubling me now? Again, my right index finger twitched in a reply. Apparently there was something troubling me. So my teacher asked, Heart, is that something I cannot solve on my own? This time my left index finger twitched. Whoa, so the left hand means no, I realized for the first time. Next, my teacher asked, Heart, do I need to bring what's troubling me into my consciousness? I was still a beginner at hypnosis, so I didn't quite understand the question. Nevertheless, my right index finger reacted with a twitch. Oh, so I can bring it into my conscious. My teacher then asked, Heart, please tell me what the trouble is. All of a sudden, I visualized myself lonely, working diligently, but receiving no appreciation from anyone. I felt hot tears of emotion well up in my eyes. Oh, so that's what I've been thinking. I was amazed. At the end of my vision, I heard a kind voice chiming in. But it's okay. I thought, huh? Is that my teacher's voice? It wasn't. Something warm ran down my cheeks. My teacher led me back out of hypnosis. When I came back, there was a sense of rejuvenation like I had never felt before, a feeling I wanted to stay immersed in forever. I knew I was one step closer to freedom. Chapter 6. What the heck is unconscious? The hypnosis teacher called heart by the name unconscious. What I understood at the time was that the conscious is what we do when we think with our heads, and the unconscious was what we do without thinking. To use a simple example, we use our unconscious to breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. We don't think, breathe in, breathe out every single time. Our respiration automatically changes its pace to align our body's oxygen and carbon dioxide levels with the level of physical activity or tension in order to preserve our bodily functions. Another easy way to understand the unconscious is your heartbeat. You don't force it to move by thinking, let's get this heart beating. When you tense up, your pulse accelerates. When you relax, it decelerates. For instance, when you tell a lie, even when you consciously think, just relax, act natural, your heart still beats out of your chest with a candor. At times, the unconscious and conscious work at cross purposes. Of course, there are myriad ways to explain the unconscious using psychoanalysis, psychiatry, philosophy, etc. If we pore over these endless explanations one by one, it would inevitably cause confusion. For me, the unconscious is, as my hypnosis teacher summarized, what helps us stay balanced without our noticing. Above all others, his interpretation really made sense to me. When my hypnosis teacher induced me, he drew the attention towards breathing. He murmured in a low voice, as you focus on your breathing in and breathing out. It was embarrassing at first, but eventually my body loosened up. When I felt embarrassed, I was clearly thinking a lot of different things in my conscious mind. What if I start saying weird things in front of everyone in a hypnotic trance? Or, how does my teacher rate me as a therapist? I can just pretend to be hypnotized and say whatever seems right. And then, wait, why would I do that? I'm paying good money to get hypnotized. I thought all these stupid, nerve-wracking things in my head. When my teacher started to induce me and focused his attention on breathing, without thinking, I naturally turned my attention toward breathing too. In that moment, I suddenly thought, oh yeah, I always breathe without thinking. Well, if that's the case, I shouldn't think about anything at all. Then I surrendered myself to my unconscious. My teacher used the idiomotor response technique and inquired to my unconscious, Heart, will you help me? My right index finger twitched. After a series of inquiries, my teacher said, Heart, please teach me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. As I thought in my head, earnestly and honestly? What a weird thing to say. My right index finger responded with a twitch. Oh, it's a yes. In the next moment, a thought popped into my head. I want to eat chocolate. What the heck? I was taken aback. It was such an unexpected thing I can do for myself. I was not the kind of person to buy chocolate for myself. When my teacher asked me how I felt after I woke from hypnosis, I replied with a boring textbook answer because I worried about how he would judge me. Even I recognized how stupid it was, but I couldn't do anything about it. I could only torment myself for pretending to be such a top student in front of my teacher. When his hypnotherapy lecture was over, in the cold night rain, for some reason I hurriedly ran to the closest convenience store. I put the chocolate bar, something I would normally never buy, in front of the cashier and handed him the cash. As soon as I left the store, I ripped the chocolate out of the packaging in a fluster, huffing out white breaths as I peeled back its silver paper in the pouring rain. As I crunched into the chocolate, pieces broke off and melted in my mouth. In that moment, a thought sprung out of my mind. Silly, aren't you being a little too hard on yourself? Huh? What was that? I continued to eat. Isn't it good to treat yourself a little nicer? In that moment, I couldn't stop the tears overflowing my eyes. I gazed into the dark sky and the falling raindrops. It was my heart. It felt strangely warm. Chapter 7. Using Hypnosis to Search for Trauma. While receiving instruction from my hypnosis teacher, I started to search for my clients' emotional scars using hypnotherapy. I led them into a hypnotized state and inquired heart for their unconscious's help. When I asked a hypnotized client who couldn't stop binging and purging, "Heart, will you help me?" her neck muscles twitched. So does that mean a yes? I wondered. When I checked with her heart, the woman's neck muscles twitched again. For the time being, we knew the sign for yes, so I started asking more questions. Heart, is there a cause for the binging and purging? The woman's neck muscles twitched again. Heart, is the cause for the binging and purging trauma from the past? Her neck muscles twitched again. Oh, so she does have emotional scars. Heart, do I remember this trauma? My eyes were on her neck, but the muscles didn't move. Dang, what do I do now? I repeated the question one more time and observed for a reaction somewhere else. I saw her left thumb wiggle up and down. Heart, is the left thumb's reaction the sign for no? Her neck muscles twitched. So I was on the right track, albeit a tricky track. From what her unconscious told us, the binging and purging was related to some kind of repressed trauma, so I continued my inquiries. Heart, do I need to remember my emotional scar? Her thumb wiggled. No? Dang, what now? Even though the binging and purging was connected to a traumatic experience, her unconscious said, you better not remember that now. Heart, can the binging and purging problem be resolved without remembering the trauma? Her thumb answered no. Hey, unconscious, tell me what to do already, I screamed in my mind. Heart, should I just wait until I'm ready to remember? Her neck muscles twitched. Yay, so we're good for the time being. In order to find out what the woman should do until she remembers her trauma, I drew out my dear hypnosis teacher's heirloom trump card. Heart, please teach me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. The woman's neck muscles twitched. Yes, it's telling her. I brought her back out of her trance and asked, what did your heart tell you? She smiled. It said, eat whatever you want. So the 20-something-year-old woman started dropping by the candy shop every day to buy an adult's worth of sweets. Several days into her routine, her traumatic memory came back to her. In elementary school, after coming home from the candy shop, she witnessed her alcoholic father coughing up black blood. If I don't clean up the blood, he'll die, she thought. She ran back with a towel and frantically wiped up the blood. Afterwards, she called her mother, but by the time the ambulance rolled in, her father had already stopped breathing. So whenever the woman ate something sweet, the guilt of killing her father rushed back and made her want to vomit. She told me that she now realized I was punishing myself with overeating and forcing myself to puke so that I could feel liberated from my guilt. "Oh, your unconscious is so amazing. I was truly impressed. But I was a little bit annoyed because if unconscious stopped acting so haughty and unveiled the memory during hypnosis, I would have looked so cool." She used to feel guilty and embarrassed about her binging and purging, but when she realized that it was all coming from the guilt of killing her father, all that guilt and embarrassment went away. When she looks back on it now, she can affirm, "It's not my fault my father died. He just drank himself to death." Until then, any stories about her father were a family taboo, but now that she could calmly reminisce with her family over their memories of him, all that stuff from the past didn't matter anymore. And she didn't have to binge anymore. She no longer had to repeat the process of binging and purging to numb her feelings. Before she knew it, she was already free from the guilt and embarrassment that tormented her for so many years, free from the bonds of misery that tied her down and incapacitated her. When I heard her story, I thought, the unconscious sure does a neat job. Also, the significance of your unconscious will help you really sank in for me. Chapter 8, Learning to Rely on Your Unconscious. I started to have fun using hypnosis on my clients and asking their unconscious questions with heart. And yet, with the client in their hypnotized state, I still have to silently, patiently wait for the yes and no signals their unconscious gives out. If someone else were watching, they would probably say, "What a boring job." However, there are a lot of interesting things going on inside this therapist's head. One time I asked, "Heart, will you show me the trauma at the root of my social anxiety?" The very moment their unconscious answered yes, inside my head appeared a dimly lit wooden bungalow. I entered the house and saw the wooden floor was rotted out and filled with holes. Beyond the door, I could see a dirty bathroom. What the heck is this? After a few days had passed, the client came back with a photo in his hand. "Here's a photo I took of my childhood home, the source of my trauma." It was the exact same house I had pictured in my mind before. But if I said, "Oh yeah, I know this place," it would probably disturb the client, so I had to keep it to myself. Hypnotherapy is sober work, but what unconscious does is pretty cool. One time I had a case so bad that I thought, is hypnotherapy really going to be enough? My client's children weren't going to school. When they were at home, they fought each other and destroyed the furniture. Her husband was having an affair, which had apparently turned sour because the other woman marched into the house, keyed up his car, and left. On top of that, her siblings ran off with her parents' money. When her father found out, he fainted and had to be taken to the hospital. When she told her friend about all that happened, this, quote, friend made up crazy rumors about her so that all of her other friends turned a cold shoulder. In her lonely, depressed state, her husband denounced her. "Get your act together." Upon seeing that, her son then swung a punch at the father, and the neighbors called the police over the loud commotion of the father-son brawl. A squad of police cars showed up at the house, so now even the neighbors started shunning her. And all of this happened in such a short amount of time, it would make anyone think, wow, awful luck. After getting wrapped up in such a story, I felt like I couldn't just casually sit back and say, "All right, well, let's use hypnotherapy to get the answer from your unconscious," to the crying woman in front of me who begged, "Please just teach me a way I can cope with this mess, at least for the time being." Although I could very well tell her how to deal with her situation without using hypnotherapy, it wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. In such a case as hers, even if you fix one problem, the next problem is sure to push its way through. We needed a way to twist the whole plot of the story and turn all of her misfortune around. Then it hit me. I'll use that. I remembered my hypnotherapy teacher's phrase, "Heart, please tell me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself." I recalled the time my heart said, "I want to eat chocolate," and when I ate the chocolate, something miraculous happened inside of me which made me feel like all my problems were solved. I retold the chocolate story to the woman and added, "If you have any emotional discomfort, this is your heart calling out for your attention. So just ask your heart what to do and do exactly as your heart tells you." Before returning home, the woman wiped her tears and nodded with an amiable smile. Okay. The next week, the woman sitting in front of me with the grin of a Cheshire cat seemed like a whole different person. Heart is really awesome, she said. She explained that when she rode in the car with her husband, she'd felt a sudden rage. So, just as I instructed, she asked, Heart, please tell me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. Her heart replied, I want to yell at my husband. So she looked at her husband, who was in the middle of driving on the highway, and abruptly yelled, I don't forgive you for cheating on me. It was the first time she'd ever let her anger out on her husband. He was always the one doing the yelling. It caught him so off guard he was speechless, so she took the opportunity to let out her anger about the affair, the cold attitude towards their son and her family, everything, one after the other, until her anger settled. Then she realized the joy of following her heart and felt true freedom from her pain. But after they drove a little further, the woman felt her frustration bubbling up again. So she asked her heart again, Heart, please tell me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. Her heart replied, I want my husband to buy me something expensive. Oh no. So she ordered her husband, Stop at that antique shop over there. She walked briskly, dragging her husband into the shop with determination. Then she asked her heart, Heart, what do I want him to buy? Hello, is that really what your therapist told you to do? Her heart said, I want the most expensive thing they have. So she called the shopkeeper to bring out their most expensive vase and said to her husband, I want this, buy it for me. The cheapskate husband, who never once gave out money for their son's tutoring, reluctantly took his card out of his wallet and paid a price that would make your head spin. When they got home, the woman took the vase out of the box and propped it up in the tatami room, at which moment she was seized by another burst of frustration. She asked, Heart, please teach me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. Her heart said, I'm not finished with him. So she called her husband, had him sit down in front of the vase, and proceeded to berate him about everything she's been bottling up inside. Well, that's perfect. The cheapskate husband can't argue with her at all because he's too scared she'll break the expensive vase he just bought, right? Fascinating. Finally, the woman said, My emotional wounds are still unhealed. The words came out of her mouth without thinking. She even had to hide her own surprise. Her husband, who had been lowering his head and listening, looked up and sighed, I'll do everything I can to make sure they heal. Then the woman's heart was at peace. After she finished retelling her story, she repeated, Heart is awesome. That was one heart going off on a joyride, but yes, unconscious is awesome. Until then, to be honest, the processes involved in leading the client into a hypnosis were always a drag. Sorry, teacher. When I induced people into hypnosis, I made their bodies heavy so that they couldn't even raise their own arms, and then I would make their arms so light that they rise without even trying. I kept doing this until I made sure that the client was unable to consciously move their own body. Then I asked questions to their unconscious and borrowed its help. But this series of tasks require a lot of time, and the scope of questions is limited. Because unconscious can only use the body to answer, I was limited to yes or no questions. This is not the standard for every type of hypnotherapy. It definitely took a bit of brain power to come up with the next yes or no question. Nevertheless, the same woman who used to be at the rock bottom of misfortune was now free. At first, like the time she let her anger out on her husband, whenever she felt any discomfort, she would ask Heart and obediently followed through with the first impulses that came into her head. Then, as she kept repeating the process of asking Heart and doing whatever popped into her head, eventually she was able to have full-on conversations with her heart. When she put it into practice in front of her husband, to whom she used to be submissive, she was able to say no to him and twist him around her little finger. On her husband's vacation from work, she looked at him and felt an unpleasant mood coming on, so she called out, Heart. In the next moment, she thought, I want to go to Hokkaido. She asked Heart when. Then the thought now came into her mind. So she told her husband, let's go to Hokkaido right now. Her husband shot back, no way. So she looked him straight in the face and repeated, take me to Hokkaido now. I imagine her stare was probably like swords. He couldn't deny her right after having said, I'll do anything to heal your emotional wounds. So he just asked, right now? And started changing his clothes. They drove to the airport, boarded the plane, and went to a hot spring in Hokkaido. Then the woman's heart was relaxed. But as she soaked in the hot spring, anxiety welled up in her mind. Is it okay for me to be doing this? She worried. I just heard a voice in my head say, of course not. Well, her therapist told her, if you feel any unpleasant feelings, ask your heart. So, without a moment's delay, in the empty hot spring, she asked, Heart, please teach me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. What came into her head in that moment was not an impulse, but something like her own thought. He's a golden stepping stone. Step on him with gratitude. She thought, you're right. She felt relief in those words. I almost fell over from surprise when I heard this story. Heart, who are you? How can you say such wonderful, profound words? A golden stepping stone? Who comes up with this stuff? I was green with envy. I'd never imagined Heart going this far. Of course, I also heard kind words welling up inside of me, but I had ignored them because I always half suspected. It's just what I think to make myself feel better, right? However, as I watched this woman's story unfold, things got a little more real. Could this kind voice be true? I mean, people don't usually come up with things like golden stepping stone husbands on their own. The true identity of the unconscious voice and the kind voice gradually came clear to me. As the woman kept asking her heart whenever she felt unpleasant emotions, before she knew it, her children's problems were solved, and she stopped getting wrapped up in the trouble at her parents' house. Her husband even became submissive towards her. Although he had previously only allowed her to be a housewife, now he approved of her finding her own work. As she continued to ask her heart what to do while at work, she fast-tracked her way up the corporate ladder and eventually founded her own company. So he really was a golden stepping stone, I say as I reminisce on the story of the woman who climbed from rock bottom all the way up to soaring heights. Chapter 9. What is the unconscious connected to? Just by asking Heart, we were easily able to borrow a helping hand from unconscious, the same way we do in hypnotherapy. In other words, asking Heart has the same effect as modern hypnotherapy. At first you ask Heart, please teach me earnestly and honestly what I can do for myself. Then you execute the first thought which happens to pop into your head. However, if self-harming words come out, this is not your heart's voice, so try to call out Heart once more. Over time, you'll be able to communicate with your heart just like the golden stepping stone woman did. Like an old trusted friend, your heart will start to teach you the most appropriate answers for your inquiries. And when you do exactly as your heart says, you'll begin to see some pretty interesting results. Many people ask me, why do I have to ask my heart? This is because when you follow your heart's instruction, it's freakish how easily you can cut yourself off from the chains of misfortune that have been tying you down. One woman came to my office because of a problem with her daughter, who made trouble at school and was always shut in at home. She lamented, for some reason I can't treat my daughter with love. The mother couldn't help it, although she knew if nothing changes, something really bad is going to happen to her. When I asked the mother about her own childhood, it was pretty gruesome. From a young age, she had always been abused by her older brother, who was so violent that even her parents offered her up to him like a living sacrifice. On top of that, she went and married an abusive man. In the end, they divorced, which ultimately left her the agonizing trouble with her daughter. So there are parents who sacrifice their own children. I was shocked because at that time I didn't know about the secret of the dominators of the three truths, and I thought it's going to take a long time for this woman's trauma to heal, but she was in a hurry. I want to get better and be able to accept my daughter as soon as possible. To answer this request, I decided to ask her to use heart. I was also pretty curious to see how unconscious would save a woman tied down by such misfortune. But the more this woman called out heart, the more confused and shaken she became. Why? The woman said, I see a black panther in the middle of the forest. Am I going crazy? When I heard the words Black Panther, I recalled a certain famous man. If anyone, he must be the Black Panther guy, I thought. But if I said his name, she would think, this therapist is just as sketchy as I thought. So I just assured her that it was not a problem with her mental state and added, if you keep asking your heart, soon enough you'll understand the meaning of the Black Panther, so just keep at it. After a little while, the woman came back with a baffled look on her face and asked, have you heard of the guy who was given a poisoned dumpling? The puzzle piece came together in my mind. Aha, I knew that was the Black Panther guy. I said, why do you ask? She said that he kept coming to her in her mind and teaching her a lot of different things. She seemed really pleased when I replied, you must be talking about Sundar Singh. The woman gleamed, he told me you would know. Sundar Singh, also known as a modern-day saint of India, was raised in a strict Hindu home. One day he decided to convert to Christianity, and when he left his home, his father sent him off with a poisoned dumpling. But Sundar Singh didn't die. A man whose parents poisoned him? What a perfect fit for a woman who was abused by her family. You did it again, Heart, I said to myself. My grandfather, the pastor, was a fan of Sundar Singh and told his stories often. The story goes, one day when Sundar Singh was meditating outside, a black panther strode up and rubbed against him like a house cat. So he pet the panther's head and left all the onlookers shocked. In Japan, only a few enthusiastic Christians know about him. The general public has little or no reason to know who Sundar Singh is. Until she checked with me, the woman suspected she had gone insane. It's extremely fascinating that Sundar Singh appeared in the woman's head when she called out heart. But for me, personally, this phenomenon was no miracle. I said, you mean Sundar Singh, as if nothing were out of the ordinary, while the woman dropped her jaw. Inside my mind, the supposition of what is the unconscious gradually defined itself. Chapter 10. I guessed wrong. Although insignificant, as a therapist, I still regard myself as a scientist, which means I make hypotheses, verify them, and attempt to demonstrate them. For that purpose, it's necessary to form what is called a null hypothesis. Looks like we got ourselves onto another difficult topic. For instance, I make the hypothesis that unconscious is connected to God. In order to verify this, I need a null hypothesis. In other words, I have to prove that unconscious is not God. If this null hypothesis cannot be proved, there's a possibility that unconscious is indeed God. A little confusing, but experimental verification is always a bit much. If I only try to prove unconscious is God, that would just be my subjective impression. For scientific proof, you must first try to disprove what you actually want to prove. Even if a bunch of people asked their hearts and saw Sundar Singh, a historical figure unknown in Japan, this still does not stand to prove that God must exist inside the unconscious. Therefore, I must challenge my hypothesis. So I gave it a shot. In order to verify the null hypothesis that the unconscious is not God, I had people ask their unconscious, heart, who are you? In many cases, the answer was, I am me. These are very intriguing words. Descartes, the French philosopher and mathematician, said, I think, therefore I am. In Exodus of the Old Testament, when Moses asked God for his name, God answered him with the words, I am that I am. From both of these examples, we can interpret the answer, I am me. However, out of the many people who asked their heart, only a few came back with the answer God. Heart answers in mysterious ways, such as, I'm you. Even if I have people ask, Heart, who are you? And come back with answers like, I'm me, or I'm you, this is not substantial proof that Heart is God. Ever since I was a child, I believed in a single God who is connected to everyone, which is why I assume that when people ask Heart, they connect to God and receive divine guidance towards the righteous path. I imagine that if anyone, regardless of who they are, kept listening to their heart, eventually they would come to know God's existence, and God would save them. But after trying to verify this with the null hypothesis, I see the fault in my assumption, which raises the question, what in God's name is this heart? Chapter 11. What I learned from a succession of failed hypotheses. In high school, I was deeply impressed by the quote in Eiji Yoshikawa's novel Musashi, "Everyone but me is my teacher." I thought, I want to master this, like I was so cool. In fact, my work as a therapist is always a blaring reminder of the fact that there's really nothing inside of me. I have nothing inside of me of my own. My clients taught me all the things that brought me this far. Above all, I'm amazed by Heart's answers, told to me by my clients who suffered many years and now direct all their questions to Heart. Here comes the question, why can these people who have suffered form a strong connection to their heart, and why does their heart help them? One time I used hypnotherapy to go back into a client's childhood. The abuse from her parents was absolutely cutthroat. She was the oldest of 3 children, but when her mother passed out the miso soup, only hers had bubbles in it. She asked, "Mom, why is there soap in my soup?" Her mother glared back like a demon, "Because you're dirty." One cold winter night, her mother pushed her out of the house, naked, and beat her with a bamboo broom. When the woman replayed that scene in her hypnotized state, tears started gushing out of her eyes. Even though she should have felt cold, it felt somehow warm. She looked back behind her and saw a giant shining person beaming warmth and protecting her. Even I couldn't help but cry when this imagery circulated into my mind during hypnosis. I was sure this is the reason why she was able to survive such awful abuse. I also thought, God really does exist. But when we asked her heart, the answer was completely different from what I had predicted. She asked, "Heart, when my parents abused me, was there anything protecting me?" As you see, this question is for verifying the null hypothesis. Her heart replied emotionlessly, "No one protected you. That's a delusion. Your parents' vicious abuse freed you from your attachment to their love, which granted you the relief of nothingness." Blam! Heart zapped me in the brain and smashed my hypothesis to pieces brilliantly. Unbelievable. Who even dreams of this stuff? I, for one, couldn't have possibly predicted such an answer. But when I heard this answer, the joy of nothingness came through to me. Being abused by your parents definitely destroys every ounce of love for them you once had, which frees you from your attachment to them. And once you're liberated from the delusion of love, you keenly feel the existence of a liberated feeling and a sense of togetherness with something mysterious. My hypothesis was wrong. Every time it's like a checkmate, but it's fascinating. I'm not a sore loser. One shut-in child was getting a lot of remarkable answers from his heart. When I heard them, as a reflex, I wanted to call him my teacher. I thought, since he's getting such awesome answers from his heart, he must be able to step back out into the real world and become unstoppable, right? So I had him ask his heart about going back into society, but his heart said, if you stay where you are, the fetters that are your parents' expectations will rust away, so for now it's important to lie low. In that moment, the image of nasty, creepy-looking parents with chains coming out from them and wrapping all around their child came into my head. But I saw that as time passes, the chains rust and break down. Ah, so that's why he should lie low. Then I understood what his heart meant. It also showed me how small my scope of thought was. My hypothesis was wrong again. In this way, I would make a hypothesis, then my client's heart would point out the fault in my hypothesis and show me a totally different world from what I had ever known. Chapter 12. But why did they get abused? When I have clients ask their heart questions in therapy, I always try to make my own hypotheses. In my head, I prepare 3 or 4 examples of what a normal person would say, the common sense answer, and the kind of answers a therapist would give. But my heart always surprises me with something completely different from all my assumptions. One client was a student who had left school and reached the point where one would think sooner or later you're going to have to go back, but he wasn't doing that. I seemed to be more impatient than he was, so I decided to have him ask his heart about his future. I had expected his heart to tell him, "Why don't you go back to school?" So I got him to ask heart, "What will happen in my future?" His heart answered, "You'll be happy." In my head I retorted, "That's not what I meant," and formulated the next question, "Heart, what can I do to make myself happy?" And then his heart said, "Just enjoy the game of dice." Oh, that's deep. You mean, don't think about the future or worry about making plans, but just enjoy each round of the game? We checked with his heart, and the answer was yes. I, myself, definitely have times where the more meticulously I plan, the more I lose my motivation at every little setback, and end up accomplishing nothing. I agreed that battling each round as it comes is indeed legitimate advice. Just as his heart said, life is a game of dice, or rather, it's about enjoying the game. Why didn't I realize this earlier? It frustrated me. Then I understood. That's why this student always looks so dignified. There emerges the question, but if heart is so amazing, why does it let abuse happen? If heart is really so superior, then why can't it prevent this abuse from ever taking place? I'd been asking this question for a long time. I'd always wondered, if God really exists, why does he let abuse happen? I've been in charge of a lot of therapy cases where the father abuses his own daughter. I used to believe in parental love. I used to think every parent, no matter who they are, loves their children. However, after witnessing so many cases of abuse, I can confidently say people have no love inside of them. In most cases, the victim has no memory of being abused. So the abused daughter doesn't speak badly of her father. On the contrary, she calls him a great person, or just a wallflower type. As therapy progresses, the memory of abuse comes back to her, and she remembers exactly what kind of horrible things her father did to her. Before I knew much about the mechanisms of the dominators of the 3 truths, I used to call the abusive parents into therapy and set up a session with them and their child to confront the abuse head on. Chapter 13. What do abusers want? When I treat symptoms such as inability to eat or debilitating depression, sometimes the client recalls a suppressed memory of, for instance, sexual abuse from her father. What had been absent from her memory for many years abruptly comes back and causes her to suffer. The therapist must take a neutral stance in regards to this kind of memory. Neutral stance means taking the 50-50 standpoint of the abuse may be real or it may be imagined by the unconscious. This is due to the problem of false memories. In America, there were incidents in which people were mistakenly arrested for abuse which had never actually occurred. Therefore, whenever my clients spoke of a suppressed memory, I had to treat the case with great care. But now I know the true nature behind false memories. In fact, the same person who claims to have been sexually abused tends to lack confidence in their memory and thinks, what if this is all some crazy delusion? Even though the images and discomfort come out very distinctly and cause them pain, they can't tell if it's real or just a nightmare they dreamt up. Therefore, the abuse cannot be put in its proper place in their mind as a past memory. As long as the memory is not placed in the past, the discomfort they felt at the time they were abused will always haunt them. This is why I needed to call the parents into therapy and borrow their help in clearing up the facts of the case. If by any chance the sexual abuse was a false memory, we would rely on the parents' help to correct the false memory. If the parents realize that was a different sexual trauma which accidentally linked up with the father and correct their daughter's memory, she'll stop suffering from the emotional trauma. If it turns out that the abuse was indeed real, in order to tie the fragmented traumatic memory with the emotional memory, it would be necessary for her to retell the scene of trauma and let out her feelings, to tell her parents what they did to her, put her anger into words, receive an apology, then get angry again, and unite her emotions with the memory. Through a repetition of this process, her memory can be properly placed in the past. I needed to keep a neutral stance so that I could flexibly choose from either of these two ways of handling the situation. When a memory of sexual abuse came out and I realized that the client had to face her parents, right before I actually called the parents in for the family meeting, even I would suffer from nervousness. I would imagine the worst possible way the parents could react to a claim of sexual abuse, so the nervousness before college exams is nothing by comparison. Family meetings were the one thing I could never get used to, no matter how many times I did them. I was in the worst condition, having been tense since the day before, when I led one family into the meeting room. The client mustered up the courage to recount her experiences of abuse to her parents. The parents acted as if their daughter had just dropped a bombshell on them, but the next moment was the problem. Although I was supposed to take a middle stance, inside my mind I pleaded, "Parents, please, I'm begging you, correct her memory." Before their daughter talked about her memories of sexual abuse, the parents said, "We love our daughter, and we'll do anything to help her get through this." Before their tongues could even dry, the father went into a disgruntled, sulky attitude, saying, "I didn't do it, you're a nutcase." What the? Their daughter properly described the details surrounding the sexual abuse. Therefore, if the father really didn't do it, then all he had to do was tell his side of the story and correct her. That was my standpoint, but the father didn't explain anything. He just looked at his crying daughter and brusquely repeated, "That's not true. I didn't do it." In my mind, I wanted to bash him. "Hey, is that all you have to say?" I was begging him. "If you're gonna deny it, then back up your case." Sitting next to the father was the silent, frowning mother, who coldly declared, "You've always been delusional ever since you were a little girl," which made her daughter start crying even harder. We finished that session without any progress. But the parents came to the next family meeting as planned, and even though I gave them a whole month to think it over, they came back saying the same things as they did at the previous meeting. "I didn't do it," and "You're delusional," nothing more. The daughter let her anger out on her unapologetic parents, but the parents just said more antagonizing things to exacerbate her anger and went home. It was increasingly difficult for me to keep a neutral stance. In the next therapy session, after the family meeting, I had my client ask her heart, "Heart, what is going on?" Her heart answered, "Dominators sexually abuse you to anger you and make you attached to them so that they can keep dominating you." So I was wrong about the abuser's intentions. This was the first time I encountered the word dominator. Before this client, who had been sexually abused by her father, asked her heart, the word had never come out. When I had clients ask their heart, most of the time we only asked, "What can I do for myself?" Until then, we'd never ask questions like, "Why did I get abused?" or "Why did they do that to me?" But when you ask for it, heart gives you the answer. I was confused. What? They anger you and make you attached to them so that they can keep dominating you? So we asked, "So abusers don't abuse for sexual pleasure?" Heart said, "Dominators don't do it for pleasure. Their goal is to make you attached to them so that they can dominate you." There were even more questions welling up inside of me, so I got my client to ask her heart for me. "Heart, what does dominate mean exactly?" "Dominate means acting out a false god, judging people's sins, punishing them, and saving them with love." This person had no knowledge of religion whatsoever, so I was astounded to hear this kind of stuff coming out of her mouth. Who the heck is this heart? But heart, isn't the dominator committing the sin of abuse? The dominator creates the sin in the daughter that she seduced her father so that he can abuse her as punishment and thereby save her from the sin he created. Heart, did she actually commit the sin of seducing her father? Sin doesn't exist in the first place. Dominators invent sin. Heart, why did they go to the trouble of inventing sins and punishing people with abuse? To pull people away from their heart and dominate them. That's the work of the false gods who the dominators pretend to be. Her heart convinced me in this conversation, but the client herself was left with a vacant look on her face, completely flabbergasted. While she asked Heart questions she herself didn't even understand, gradually the puzzle pieces came together and formed the bigger picture before my eyes. Until that point, I had assumed that parents who sexually abuse their children do it for their own sexual pleasure, but they actually use sexual abuse in order to play the role of false gods. I could have never even imagined such a construct. But I had the feeling that anyone who knows the brain network would understand. One special characteristic of the brain network is that when you think about someone, you connect to their brain. Your connection over the brain network tricks you into believing that the other person's thoughts are your own. If someone goes so far as to abuse you, at any random trigger you would automatically connect to their brain. If you connect to your abuser's brain, they keep abusing you over and over. Abuse inside the brain causes the same effect, the same damage as real physical abuse. Therefore, the discomfort you feel when you remember your abuser is not from remembering the discomfort of the past, but rather that you are being abused in real time through your brain network connection to the abuser, which is why the discomfort never eases. I had thought that the victims stay attached to their abuser through anger, but in reality, their abuser abuses them over the brain network, so they are attacked by a discomfort which can never be erased, and this discomfort creates an attachment between the victim and the abuser. But now I understood very clearly. The abusers, called dominators, use abuse to force their victim to become fixated on them, thereby strengthening their brain network connection, which is how they keep control over their victim. Now I could see. Heart's explanation opened my eyes to a completely different world, where sexual abuse was not the sexual perversion I had believed it to be. I was really taken aback. Chapter 14. They abuse for the attachment. You hear brilliant answers when you ask your heart. When you connect to your heart, all of your problems disappear and you can live freely. When I get clients to ask their heart, the answers that come back are so perfect it makes me wonder, are they connecting to God? But then I start to wonder, what kept these people from asking their hearts before? That's where the existence of abusers called dominators comes in. If you're the victim of abuse, you can't get your abuser out of your head. This is a phenomenon where the dominators force an attachment between themselves and their victim. Attachment means that you always connect to your abuser's brain network. Thus, you are forced to imitate your abuser's brain. Although the victims of abuse hate their abuser, their hate only strengthens the attachment and keeps them connected to their abuser's brain so that they inadvertently imitate and become the same as their abuser. It's a very common phenomenon for the victim of abuse to say, "Before I knew it, I became abusive too." This is their connection over the brain network, forcing them to mimic their abuser's brain and take on the same behavior as their abuser. At which point the dominators, playing the role of false gods, connect to their victim's brain and judge them. You abusive sinner. Even though the dominators were the ones who force you to abuse people, they turn around and punish you for it. The abusers, who are dominators, punish you and abuse you over and over in your brain as indemnification for your sins. One cannot possibly imagine right now in real time they're abusing me in my brain. So instead you think of yourself as a nutcase who always wallows in the pain of your traumatic memories, and people actually treat you the same way in society as a crazy person. Any regular person who isn't aware of the mechanisms of the brain network will carelessly say, "Just get over it, what's wrong with you?" According to the trauma theory, the shock is not adequately processed in the memory, thus the emotional scar remains fresh. Therefore, for instance, if you were in an almost fatal car accident, the fear of death you experienced during the accident remains in its fresh condition for 10 or 20 years, or so the theory goes. Considering the brain network, what you think are feelings from the past which won't go away is actually your abuser's connection to your mind in the present time. Whenever your abusers appear in your mind, they're abusing you through the brain network. The reason the pain of abuse remains fresh is because the moment you remember your dominators, they abuse you in your brain all over again. The more they abuse you, the stronger your attachment to them becomes. The abusers who are dominators abuse people in their minds in real time and implant the message, "You're a pervert obsessed with abuse from the past." Also, when their victims complain about being abused, they create the sin, "You seek out this abuse because you're a pervert," judging you as a sinner and abusing you in your brain as punishment. Doing so, they prevent their victims from cutting off the connection to their dominator's brain network. Thus, the victims continue to be controlled by the dominator's brain and, as retribution for their sins, continue to receive the punishment of unhappiness and misfortune indefinitely. Why do dominators do this? I'm going to repeat myself, but they do it to supersede your connection to your magnificent heart. Given that the people of the light's heart is God, when dominators connect to them through the brain network and replace their heart, they become the people of the light's God, which makes the dominators their standard of judgment, important beings who influence and dictate their lives. Given that the nothingness person's heart is the collectivity of nothingness, the dominators deprive them of that aggregation of nothingness and force them to seek their feeling of unity from the dominators. Nothingness is deprived of their feeling of unity with nothingness, so this thirst for unity causes them to crave togetherness with the dominators who control them. Dominators abuse and dominate nothingness and the people of the light in order to interrupt their connection to their heart and thereby replace their heart. They abuse people for the sole purpose of becoming the false god who replaces your heart. This construct came clear to me when I asked the heart of a victim of abuse. Chapter 15. Forced to pursue the pleasure of abuse. After I had the victim of abuse ask her heart and teach me the motivation behind abuse, the abusers didn't seem so scary anymore, because people are afraid of what they don't understand. Abusers who are dominators deprive you of your connection to your heart and make you connect only to the dominator so that they can be your god. In this way, the dominator becomes the standard of evaluation for everything their victim thinks. The dominators constantly criticize their victims in their brain and give them the punishment of unhappiness to steal their freedom and make their lives hell. Alrighty, let's expose the dominator in the next abuse case. I was enthusiastic to start the meeting with the next abusive family. Even though I'm not the one disclosing the dominator, it's the client's heart who teaches me. This was also a similar case in which the father sexually abused the daughter. However, there was something different about this case. The father didn't acknowledge the facts. Even if the memories of abuse were in fact false, he put forth no effort whatsoever to amend these memories. His reaction was the same as the first father. At the next therapy session after the family meeting, I had the client ask her heart, "Heart, is my abusive father a dominator?" This profession lacks professional objectivity. The client asked, What's a dominator?" But if I explained it to her beforehand, the question would have lost its objectivity. Well, it's already pretty shaky from the point I threw out the word dominator. So I asked the client, "For now, could you just try and ask?" But her heart answered, "No, he's not a dominator." What? Heart? Isn't the abuser a dominator? In a fluster, I begged for reaffirmation. Then came the simple answer, "No." What the? That's not what I expected. In my mind, I lost my composure. Inside, I was grieving. But it's the same development as the previous case. I thought I could just reconfirm what the previous client's heart taught, and it would all end in a happily ever after. "Heart, If he's not a dominator, then what is he? Nothingness. This was my first encounter with the nothingness of the three truths. In this moment, I remembered the old phrase I adored, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. In the middle of finding out the true identity of a sexually abusive father, then I understood, could it be that the father's attachment to a dominator who abuses him makes his brain connect to the dominator, which forces him to mimic the abusive dominator, who then judges the father and punishes him for his abusive behavior? Heart, was the abuser who is nothingness simply forced to abuse? Yes. Heart, who forced this nothingness to abuse? There's no need to know that now. In other words, if she found that out, next she would form an attachment to the dominator who forced her father to abuse her. I see. Wow, that's amazing. Heart, then what can I do for myself now? This is the best question in times of trouble. Heart answered, when you feel any discomforting emotions, ask me. So whenever she remembers something from the past or is seized by a discomforting feeling, all she has to do is ask Heart. That was the ending note of the session. I felt a vague sense of refreshment, and I wasn't the only one. Even the client felt a mysterious sense of security as we wrapped up. By asking the client's heart, I came to see the existence of nothingness. Until then, I was under the simple conviction that abuser equals someone you should hate. But when I learned that some abusers are nothingness, I felt my attachment of hatred towards them melt away. Chapter 16. Abusers are the puppets of the dominators. In the majority of abuse cases, when I have the client ask their heart, we're told the true nature of your abuser is not a dominator, but nothing or nothingness. Originally, the desire to derive sexual gratification from abusing people does not exist in nothingness. Nothingness is alienated from their original feeling of unity by the dominator's delusion of love. Unable to attain their feeling of unity, nothingness is forced by the dominators to seek out this feeling of unity in sexual activities. The dominators establish their sins, punish them, and by receiving the dominator's punishment, they are saved and become unified. This can happen to them in real life as well as inside the brain. When the dominators abuse and punish you for your sins, they use sexual acts to make you form an attachment to the dominators. Thus, they replace nothingness's feeling of unity with sex, which is why nothingness seeks out sexual gratification. Then, as punishment for his sexual lust, the dominator abuses nothingness, and in doing so makes nothingness fixated on the dominator. Nothingness's attachment to, in other words, fixation on the dominator, caused by the dominator's abuse, connects him to the dominator's brain. Thus it forces nothingness to imitate the dominator and commit sexual abuse. Then, after forcing nothingness to commit sexual abuse, the dominator punishes nothingness as a, quote, sexually abnormal sinner. From the moment nothingness is judged by the dominator and feels guilt for committing the sin of abuse, he connects to the dominator's brain. The dominator then abuses him in his mind in the name of punishment, which makes nothingness imitate the dominator's brain even more and turns him into a, quote, pervert with abnormal sexual desires. The dominator's goal in abusing nothingness is to block off their connection to their heart, the aggregation of nothingness, through sin. Another goal is to use guilt to force nothingness to connect to the dominator's brain so that the dominator can control their mind. Nothingness is nothing, thus all nothing people are connected as a single entity. I had my clients ask, heart, is there sin in people's hearts? No matter which heart we asked, the answer was, there is no sin. Note, we only ask after getting rid of the interferences between the client and their heart. Sin is what the dominators create in order to obstruct your connection to your heart. For nothingness, heart is the unity of all nothing people. When nothingness and people of the light feel guilty for committing the dominator's invented sins, they're forced to do things they don't want to do. Now I could see this construct coming clear to me. Feelings of guilt and inferiority are produced by the dominators. Therefore, the moment you're overcome by these feelings, you connect to the dominators who abuse you in your brain and trap you in an uncomfortable, miserable mood. Attempting to escape from the discomfort of the abuse coming into your brain, you unwittingly seek the dominator's help. Then the dominator hijacks your brain through the brain network and forces you to do things you don't want to do. According to my client's heart, even though the dominators force them to do it, that doesn't mean that you should forgive your abuser's sins. Even if the abuser's true character is nothing, their brain has been hijacked by the dominators. Hatred or grudges against your abuser causes an attachment to them, which means they'll keep abusing you in your brain and thus the discomfort will never go away. When the victim, quote, suddenly remembers the abuse, this is their brain connecting to the dominator who judges them as a sinner, abuses them, and traps them in fear. On the other hand, abusers lose themselves in sexual fantasy in order to erase the fear of the dominator's abuse. According to Hart, when abusers have sexual delusions, they connect to their victim's brain, so the victim suddenly remembers the scene of abuse and is seized by discomfort, like a pile-up crash of a construct. Until then, I had thought, I'm obsessed with my past trauma, but Hart taught me that, in actuality, the dominators were blocking off my connection to my heart by forcing an attachment between my abusers and myself. So all I have to do is go against the dominator's intentions and strengthen my connection to my heart. By asking the hearts of clients who have been abused, I could see the true state of affairs behind why people abuse their own children. I gradually understood more and more about the reasons I had suffered so deeply until now. When I was a student, I felt guilty for not doing my homework. Everyone else except for me was able to do their homework. The moment I felt this guilt, I lost myself in sexual delusions. I used to think that's how I run away from the pain. But when Hart told me the truth about abusers, I realized that from the moment I felt the guilt of I didn't do my homework, the image of my mother beating me came into my mind, and I would fall into a helplessly miserable, pathetic feeling. Then, in the next moment, I would indulge in sexual fantasies. The longer I lost myself in sexual fantasy, the stronger my guilty conscience grew. It really felt like I was being pulled farther and farther away from God. Therefore, although I originally don't even want to indulge in sexual fantasy, the fear of being punished for my sins and the fear that God and everyone else would abandon me as a consequence for my sins made me connect to the dominators who play the role of God, and their brains put me in the condition where I'm forced to do what I don't want to do. Incidentally, although my mother was the one who beat me, she's not a dominator. So it was my dominator grandfather's brain that I connected to and was forced to imitate. It wasn't that my dominator grandfather was the sexual pervert type. On the contrary, many people looked up to him with awe and reverence. The dominator's motive is to cut me off from my heart. One method of doing that is to force me to lose myself in sexual fantasies so that I waste my time and, as a result, I can never finish my homework. With the help of my clients' hearts, I was able to see this construct. People are forced to do a lot of things they don't want to do, from eating too much and vomiting to cutting themselves on the wrist with box cutters until they bleed. There's also sexual delusion, plans of revenge on other people, etc. But all of these are simply what the dominators force people to do to make them feel guilty and pull them away from their heart. Hart taught me that all you have to do is the opposite of what the dominators want you to do. Hart says to recondition yourself to automatically ask your heart whenever you're seized by unpleasant feelings, because that's where your true desires are hidden. Chapter 17. Conditioned to associate pain with your abuser. When I have clients ask their heart, a lot of things come clear to me. Up until now, I had enough knowledge of Christianity to make a career out of it, and I also studied psychology with a passion. But when I have clients ask their heart, all the knowledge I cultivated up to this point is smashed to smithereens. Even when I was confident this is the truth, I actually feel better when heart makes me see that I was completely wrong. Whenever my assumptions are crushed by a client's hearts, it makes me realize how right Miyamoto Musashi was, and I think everyone except me really is my teacher. When I get clients to ask their heart, every day is a fun new discovery. What's particularly interesting is when the client's answer from their heart really impresses me, and I say, "Isn't that crazy?" But the client can't make sense of it. They say, "What?" I'm not trying to say anything important. They can't feel the amazingness of their heart's words. My readers doubt their own heart and think, other people's hearts say such incredible things, but my heart's answers all seem pretty bland to me. However, when other people hear these bland answers, they say, "Wow, that's really incredible." Why is it that people don't recognize the greatness of their own heart? The reason I thought up was, people overestimate the greatness of their heart and lose their modesty and insolence. But when I had my clients ask their heart, I realized that my prediction was totally off. My client's heart taught me it's because their heart is their original form. Also, because of the dominators who connect to them through the brain network and try to block off their connection to their heart. Then I understood that the dominators interrupt your heart's connection and make it so that you can't think that your heart is amazing. Yet again, heart's answer exceeds my knowledge of psychology. One could say it exceeds exceedingly. The dominators connecting to you through the brain network block out your heart's voice. Furthermore, the dominator's brain causes you to misinterpret the meaning of heart's words. But if you keep listening to your heart, your brain network will start to change. The dominator's network will be intercepted, and you will start connecting to your heart. Then you will start to see the big picture, which will change your perspective of the world irreversibly. One time when a client asked their heart about his fear of pain, his heart taught us, you feel fear simply because you're conditioned to associate pain and death with the dominators. Pavlov's dogs are the classic example of conditioning. If you ring a bell every time you give the dogs food, they'll be conditioned to salivate at the sound of the bell, even when there's no food around. This was Pavlov's discovery. If we base our interpretation of heart's words on Pavlov's discovery, one could say that we are conditioned to associate the dominators with pain, so that when we feel pain, we remember the dominators and automatically connect to their brain network. It's a mechanism where the moment you connect to the dominator's brain, the dominator establishes your sin and punishes you in your brain, causing you to feel fear. I used to always feel extremely pathetic whenever I had a stomach ache. I automatically thought my stomach hurts because I did something wrong. I feared that because of this sin, my pain would escalate until I died. Even as an adult, whenever I felt stomach pain, I could see my mother glaring coldly before my eyes. "Look what I told you. It's because you don't do what you're told." Then my grandfather, who preached of sin and retribution, flickered in the background and made me shiver in fear, thinking, I have to atone for my sins. I went into fear because I was conditioned to associate pain with the dominators. But if it weren't for the dominators' conditioning, there would be no fear and pain. From this experience, I could easily understand what my client's heart was saying. Whenever the client felt pain, he would feel hatred towards his dominator father and the mother who obeys him. It's their fault I have to suffer. Then came the fear, no one will accept a person like me. I'm going to die a lonely death. Then he would see his dominator father's face in his mind and think, just as I thought, it's all his fault. His head would fill with hatred, which only intensified the pain. His heart said that as long as you don't connect to the dominator's brain, pain is originally a way to connect to your heart. And the same goes for death. That really made sense to me. When we're faced with hardship or death, we naturally seek out God, that is, everyone except for dominators. Because for nothingness, God is the aggregation of nothingness, which is their connection to their heart. And for the people of the light, God is their connection to the truth, what nothingness and people of the light respectively seek. Pain and death are signs given by your heart when you need this precious connection most. However, dominators condition you to associate pain and death, the precious signs nothingness and people of the light are supposed to use to connect to their truths, with the dominators, and they overwrite pain and death with fear in order to sever you from your truth. That's the kind of interesting stuff my clients' hearts teach me. Chapter 18. Trauma is associated with dominators. It used to feel like real pain to think I have to clean my room or I have to finish my homework. Even when I thought, all right, let's get to work, I couldn't move. All the while I thought, I gotta do it. I neglected what I had to do. And the longer I procrastinated, the more pain it caused me. As my pain intensified, I felt all the more paralyzed. Although I wrestled with this phenomenon for many years, it was always a mystery to me. Other people would say, if it's such a pain, then why don't you get it over with as soon as possible? But the moment I thought, all right, gotta get going, I suddenly felt sluggish. I literally couldn't move my body, so even when I wanted to clean, I would lose my focus and start reading a magazine, or get the random urge to clip my nails. This phenomenon can be explained by the functions of the brain. When normal people encounter a stress stimulus, such as a loud noise, their stress hormones rise and glucose is released in their brain. The glucose turns the brain on full power so they can handle stress appropriately. However, if you were neglected by your parents during infancy, and infant neglect means not being held by your parents in critical moments, your stress hormone as well as your intracerebral glucose levels decrease, so your brain loses energy in the face of stress. Your mind goes blank, and you can neither think nor move. Therefore, when neglected children think, all right, time to clean, the glucose levels in their brain decrease and they freeze in place. They think, it's too much, I can't do it. This type of person is unable to take advantage of their talents and skills in the most critical moments. Neurologists have published findings from experiments with rats with the conclusion that infants who are neglected develop this type of stressed brain. One further explanation for this phenomenon, when you suddenly can't perform a task in the most crucial moment, is a conditioning to the abuser's brain. The moment you think, I have to do this, you're conditioned to connect to your abuser's brain through the brain network. This is because whenever you were faced with a task, your abuser said, you can't do it right, thereby establishing your sin and punishing you. Therefore, when you think, I gotta do this, your brain automatically connects to your abusers through the network and they abuse you in your brain, making you feel pain and a loss of motivation. In my case, the moment I thought, I have to study, I actually felt heaviness in my head and neck, and went into a strangely reluctant mood. When I found myself in such a mood, I wanted to run away and do anything else but study. But the moment I delved into the pain of wanting to escape, I saw my mother in the background. When I couldn't do my homework, she grabbed me by the nape of the neck and bashed my head against the desk. And when I couldn't read a word, she slapped the back of my head. Oh, so that's what this feeling is. I was relieved to realize that this feeling from the past coincides with what I feel now. Your run-of-the-mill clinician would diagnose it as, quote, remembering the trauma. But when you consider the brain network, every time you think about your abuser, you connect to their brain and they abuse you, which is where the pain is coming from. I can much better relate to this explanation because it accounts for the authentic pain I feel. Like the bell of Pavlov's dogs, studying and cleaning is associated with my abusers. When the bell rings, I connect to my abuser's brain network and they abuse me in my brain. To escape the pain of this abuse, I go into worry about anything other than what I have to be doing mode. Of course, The explanation of remembering past trauma is more simple, but it fails to account for the real physical pain I experience. On the other hand, if you say that I'm being abused in the present continuous tense, I can agree with that intuitively. Yes, that's exactly how it feels. Also, regarding the question, why do people abuse? I can comprehend it if you say that they do it to pull you away from your heart, steal your freedom, and dominate you. Then comes the inevitable rebuttal. What parents wouldn't love their own child? The answer is, dominators are the only ones with love, which is why they abuse people and dominate them. Dominators have love because they play the role of God. Their love makes them bravely volunteer to sacrifice themselves and save the poor wretched child, to guide his pitiful soul towards the path of righteousness by judging his sins and punishing him with abuse. The dominator is God, so his domination is love. I had been smothered in the dominator's love for many years. Whenever they abused and paralyzed me, I was submerged in their delusion of love. It debilitated me and kept me from doing anything I wanted, but I never tried to break out of it because I wanted to cling on to its warmth. Once I did slip out of the delusion of love, I realized how badly it had disabled me. I was able to cut loose from my abuser's conditioning and stop feeling love from being abused. I was able to think, abuse is nothing but abuse. Chapter 19. He really was abused in his mind. My client's heart also taught me about abuse committed within the brain network. One shut-in child described the symptom of being too sluggish to move. Doctors investigated the cause with a blood test and a brain scan, and there was definitely decreased function in his frontal lobe, which I believe to be the cause of the sluggishness. So I told him, you have to treat it with exercise, but he said he couldn't exercise because whenever he tried, he felt even more sluggish. A normal person would judge this as, he's just a spoiled mama's boy making excuses. He was scorned and despised as a boy who can't do anything but complain. An expert who examined him decided, he has decreased function in his frontal lobe and sluggishness caused by depression. I need to prescribe a medication that increases frontal lobe function. Then another expert made the analysis. Being in the house all day, he can't express his anger, so his suppressed anger is somatized as sluggishness. In this child's case, even when he took the pills for increasing frontal lobe function, his condition stayed the same, and even when he took therapy for venting his anger, he still couldn't move. All this trouble only intensified his suffering. I said, this is a job for heart. I had the shut-in child ask the perfunctory question, Heart, is there a cause for my sluggishness? His heart answered, yes. So we asked, Heart, could you tell me the cause? His heart replied bluntly, because you're being abused. Huh? At the time, I didn't attach much importance to the influence of the brain network, so I had no idea what his heart meant. We asked, Heart, by abuse, do you mean trauma from the past? I used to base my therapy on the trauma theory, so I couldn't think of a better question, but Heart answered, abuse in the present. I had met the parents face to face, and they didn't seem like the type to get violent, so I denied it head on. That can't be right. There's no way such a seemingly nice mother could be abusive. Then we tried to ask, Heart, am I actually being abused? And Heart said, yes. The shut-in child and I were both tilting our heads in utter confusion. He said that he barely had any contact with his parents because he stayed shut in his room all the time. So what is this abuse all about? We tried to shoot that question at Heart too. Heart said, he's being abused in his mind. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it, except that he wasn't actually being beaten. But there exists such a thing as abuse in the mind. The therapy session ended on a shaky tone. The mother came to the next therapy session, so I took my chance to make the subtle leading question. You're beating your son in your imagination, aren't you? I had expected her to deny it, but instead she looked startled and asked, What? How did you know? Oh, wow, so she was doing it. It really startled me. The mother said, when I get mad at him, I kick him and stomp on him in my head. I thought nothing I did would affect him because it's just my imagination. It seems like Heart wasn't wrong. Contrary to appearances, in her mind, this mother was violent. For the time being, I told her about the possibility that the violence in her brain was doing actual damage to her son and asked her to stop. Of course, I couldn't tell her child about this conversation because of the duty of confidentiality in therapy. 2 weeks after I asked the mother to stop beating her son in her mind, he was able to wake up in the morning like he should, and he calmly began to exercise. When I saw his fresh facial expression in therapy, it was as if an evil spirit had left him. Wait, hold on. People really take on damage from imaginary violence? I was astounded. I could clearly see how this child had been paralyzed by his mother's imaginary violence. The things my clients' hearts taught me kept undermining my hypotheses. Chapter 20. Abused in the mind and now she can't eat. In another case, there was a woman who was losing weight because she couldn't eat. People mistakenly assumed she was on a diet. That's how fast she lost weight from starving herself. At the examination at the hospital, they diagnosed her with dysautonomia, but she still couldn't eat. Because she couldn't eat, she always felt tired and out of energy. She couldn't even think about what she wanted to do because she was too depressed, smothered in a wretched, hopeless feeling. I couldn't pin down the cause of it either, so I had her ask her heart. When we asked her heart for the reasons why she couldn't eat, her heart said, "Your husband is abusing you." It was a little unexpected. What? Wasn't her husband a super nice, understanding person? Because the woman couldn't get up and do the housework, her husband always prepared dinner when he came back tired from work. Even when the woman couldn't eat what her husband made, he never once complained. He just smiled and cleaned it up for her. That sweet husband is the one abusing you? We double-checked with her heart. Her heart said, yes, he's abusing you. Then we asked her heart how he abused her, and heart said, you don't need to know that now. Heart said, separate from him for a while. And when she actually did, she was able to eat again. Once she was able to eat, her brain started working again. That miserable, depressed mood vanished like a wonder, and she was healthy once more. But when she came back home, a mist came over her head, and she couldn't move or eat any more. At which moment, an image flashed into the woman's head, her husband playing with her scrawny, lanky, paralyzed body like a doll. Ugh, this is disgusting. She wanted to vomit. Then she realized, so this is why I couldn't eat. Inside his mind, her husband was playing with her like a skinny, lanky doll, which is why she couldn't eat, and started to take on a doll-like physique. I was stunned. Whoa, you can even use the brain network to do that? Her heart showed me what really goes on inside the brain network. Heart, why does my husband abuse me like that in his mind? We asked. My hypothesis was that he did it to achieve some perverted kind of sexual gratification, but her heart said, he does it to steal your freedom and keep you all to himself. Again, another one of my hypotheses brilliantly overturned. I was a little excited. Ooh, I found another dominator. I guess it's the wrong time to be celebrating. This woman's heart taught me how stealing someone's freedom to possess them exclusively is an enactment of love. Maybe some romantic drama-loving lady would say, but if your husband loves you, what's the problem? This husband definitely has a problem with expressing his love, that's true. Most people mistakenly think, but if he's doing it with loving intentions, shouldn't you forgive him? Isn't being loved what makes us happy? Well, that's the common opinion, which makes you want to think, why don't we just give the guy a break? Heart, is the problem simply in the way my husband expresses his love? Heart replied, the love itself is an illusion. You become obsessed with this illusion and it steals your freedom. Heart, does that mean my husband's love is a lie? Heart replied, what you consider to be love is an illusion. Wandering in the desert, I see the mirage of an oasis in the distance. No matter how far I walk towards the oasis, I can't reach the water. Inside my head, this image appeared. But at that time, I didn't know the truth of nothingness. In other words, there is no love in people. Christianity preaches, love thy neighbor, and love one another, so I used to believe that love was something that existed. I didn't fully understand what heart was saying, but for the time being, I was sure of one thing. The love the dominators use is creepy. As I borrowed the help of my client's heart, in my head the puzzle pieces linked together, one after the other. Chapter 21. Can you prove it scientifically, but not dominators? One time, when I held a speech about the unconscious at an academic conference, another scientist argued, but the patient's unconscious tells lies. If you believe everything it says, it's not scientific, which is actually quite interesting. We certainly cannot prove that the opinions of the heart, the unconscious, are correct. If you fully believe the things that heart says, it would only be natural that society thinks of you as a crazy person. However, we cannot prove that this academic man's opinion is correct either. No matter how many essays you pull out from the past, there is no definite answer to the question, did that really ease the patient's symptoms? The therapist looks at their client's symptoms, makes the hypothesis, the cause of the symptoms is so-and-so, and doing so-and-so should fix it, and goes forward with the treatment. If the client's life betters during the course of therapy, this stands to verify that your hypothesis was correct. If you collect evidential data verifying your hypotheses and organize it statistically, then you can call it scientific. However, as I practice therapy, all the hypotheses I make in my head are overturned by the words of my clients' hearts. It's embarrassing to say, but heart's impressions always blast my hypotheses to smithereens. Although I've read many theses and racked up considerable experience on the clinic floor, heart denies my hypotheses, and the clients who adhere to their heart's sentiment become healthier. So I end up with more and more evidence that my hypotheses are all wrong. The dilemma that we can't scientifically prove heart's answers is rooted in the lack of reproducibility. Reproducibility means no matter who does it, the results will be the same. The reason that there is no reproducibility is that dominators are born with the disposition to take on the duty of interrupting people's communication with their heart. As long as dominators have something to do with the experiment, reproducibility cannot be achieved. If I have people ask their heart in an experiment, the results will differ from a dominator researcher doing the same experiment. If the experimenter is a dominator, the clients will connect to the dominator's brain, so their heart's answers will come out distorted. Even if the clients follow these answers, they will not get better, and the outcome will be that their heart's answers are all wrong. Also, if dominators are included as clients in the experiment, they will undermine the hypothesis that heart's answers are correct. This is because the hypothesis that heart's answers are correct is, according to the dominator's truth, false from the start. Because the dominators play the role of God, as long as the outcome is not that the dominators are God, dominators are righteous, then everything is wrong to them. Then why don't I just get a bunch of nothingness people together and test out asking your heart on them? Because once you start picking out subjects, it's not scientific anymore. No matter how we distinguish between dominators and nothingness, it's not scientific because dominators and nothingness cannot be classified on a scientific basis. Besides, even if we secretly bring exclusively nothingness people to the experiment, they're still connected to the dominators through the brain network, which means the dominators will use the brain network to prevent their heart's answers from being proven correct. A long time ago, I read a book where a group of scientists uses computers to try and prove the existence of God, but all of them go insane. I feel like I can really relate to that for some reason. So why don't I give up on trying to prove it scientifically and make asking your heart into a kind of new age ideology? If you really think about it, whenever you try to get closer to the truth by asking your heart, dominators interfere and distort the data. Thus, the data for asking your heart will have inconsistencies, and the result is it's not scientific and it lacks credibility. Instead, I try to gather data that distorts the credibility of heart to reveal the existence of the dominator, then brush all of those answers aside statistically to reveal the existence of heart. It sounds complicated, but this method can actually be used on an individual level when you ask your heart. As I mentioned previously, when individuals ask their heart, a phenomenon occurs in which the dominators always interrupt your connection to your heart. When this happens, heart's answers cause you anxiety or uncontrollable anger and hate. Some people go into financial trouble and feel hopeless and wretched after they follow their heart. Then they get the feeling that asking their heart is a trap door leading to an abyss of hopelessness. Then they fall under the misapprehension that this hopelessness is real. In short, they fall into the thinking pattern of something bad is going to happen if I keep following my heart. Just like the example about verifying heart in a scientific experiment, when an individual asks his heart, he may find himself faced with a rapid succession of serious problems. One time after I followed my heart for a while, I discovered that there was no money left on my bank account. Someone stole my bike, and on top of that I dropped my cell phone and broke it. All these extra expenses piled up and I was seized by the anxiety of, if this keeps happening to me, I just might go bankrupt. Then I made the illusory correlation. All of this misfortune is because I followed heart's advice. If you follow heart's advice 1,000 times and 50 of those results were bad, then you can make a correlation between heart and discomfort. However, if you only ask your heart 2 or 3 times and conclude, I met misfortune because I followed my heart, this is an illusory correlation. Even though there's no correlation between heart and the misfortunate events, you mistakenly assume that there is. This illusory correlation is the interference of the dominator coming in through the brain network. But if you collect the data surrounding these illusory correlations, the dominator's intentions will be revealed. When I looked back on the thinking patterns going through my head at the time these illusory correlations occurred, I discovered an interesting phenomenon. Whenever I met misfortune after following my heart, I fell into the sentiment, I became unhappy even though I followed God, and God is treating me unfairly. I hated and resented God for, quote, treating me unfairly, which made me want to follow the dominators, who pretended to be real-life saviors. It made me think, I'm hopeless without the dominator's help. I couldn't listen to my heart anymore, and every time I tried to kiss up to the boss, I was looked down upon. When I asked my parents to lend me some money, they reprimanded me and I felt more and more dirtied in wretchedness. Yet again I tied this to asking my heart. I made the illusory correlation that I became unhappy because I followed my heart, and I felt like I hated my heart. However, the fact that I fall into this thought pattern of I'm being treated unfairly, even though all I did was ask heart and follow its answers, makes for some highly intriguing data. As I accumulated this data, I started to see patterns dominators use within the brain network. Moreover, as I collected the data of illusory correlations which the dominators implanted in my mind over the brain network, I came to see not only the existence of dominators, but also the existence of the heart of the various types. Chapter 22. Prove it inside yourself. When we start thinking about heart, we automatically connect to the dominator's brain through the brain network and reach the conclusion asking such a sketchy thing as heart is a mistake. Either that or it's the same thing that spiritualist guy says. We arbitrarily generalize the existence of heart. But this is the dominators connecting to you through the brain network and implanting thoughts in your brain to create conditions which disable you from asking your heart. Yet, this is nothing more than a hypothesis. So I actually try to prove this hypothesis by myself. Heart, does the brain network exist? I ask. When I think in a scrambled mind, I can only feel skepticism toward my heart. But when I actually ask heart, I hear a completely different answer. In order to confirm the existence of heart and the brain network, one must make, as expected, a null hypothesis. To prove that the brain network doesn't exist and this is all a product of my imagination, I keep questioning my heart. Simply put, the null hypothesis is to proceed with mindful skepticism and keep asking your heart. As I asked my own heart to verify my null hypotheses and collected the data, I shot more null hypothetical questions at my clients' hearts for even more verification. In the end, I was left with a clear perspective of the brain network, and the existence of abuse in the brain also came to the surface. On top of this, I was able to categorize dominators, nothingness, and people of the light. When I started treating cases with the 3 types in mind, I saw clients slip out of extremely difficult situations they had hitherto considered impossible to overcome. They attained a sense of freedom which they had never yet been able to experience. I would have never been able to come to the idea of the brain network or heart if I had kept thinking with my head. I was only able to reach this fascinating theory by asking my clients' hearts and trying to confirm the existence of heart. Clients often ask, how many dominators are there in the population? As a rule, I always get them to ask their heart so I can compare the data with my other clients' answers for further verification. It's pretty cool because everyone comes up with roughly the same numbers. When I first heard it, I thought, oh my god, there's so many of them. I almost lost hope, but afterwards, when I thought about it with a cool head, I could accept it. Yeah, that's life. Therefore, approximately 30% of the people who read this book will feel disgusted by it. They'll want to fervently repudiate and denunciate my theory because that is their type. In this way, I determinedly asked my client's heart and collected the corresponding information, and from there I derived the theory of the brain network and the 3 types. I believe that any attempt to argue whether this theory is right or wrong would be meaningless. This is because the moment people think in their heads, they connect to the dominators through the brain network. The dominators will, without fail, deny the existence of heart and make you feel skeptical towards your heart. And even when they don't deny heart, they equate it with some other spiritualist mumbo-jumbo and treat it as a worthless, creepy theory. You must confirm the existence of heart for yourself by putting your skepticism to the test, establishing your own null hypotheses, and actually asking your heart. By doing so, for the first time, you'll be able to see what's really going on. Ah, so this is how things work. Once you see the worlds produced by the 3 types, you will become free. Then, once you're free, you'll be able to live in a completely new, easier way. Section 5. Ask your heart and free yourself from control. Chapter 1. When you ask your heart, you can do what you truly want to do. Asking your heart is not something created by religious or spiritual thoughts. The moment you think, is this the same thing as praying to God? Your brain network connects to the dominators, and asking your heart is perverted into something meaningless and irrelevant to you. Once you start thinking about which ideologies or theories you can relate or compare it to, you connect to the brain network which produces those ideologies and theories and the dominators who make you doubt your heart. Then you say, I don't want to do this kind of crap, or I can't do it, and distance yourself from asking your heart. The sentiment, well, I can't do it if it doesn't have a theoretical basis, or perhaps I can't trust it if it can't be proven scientifically, may be correct according to society. However, can the correct things with a theoretical foundation or scientific proof actually relieve people and make them happy? This question cannot be answered with scientific evidence. When you ask your heart, you start to see a world like never before. Although you used to think, I live in reality, once you start listening to your heart, you realize, I used to live in a delusion. When I asked my heart, I was taught that what I had believed since I was a child, that I will go to hell because I'm a sinner, was a delusion. This is completely different from the teachings of Christianity, which I had studied for so many years. I'm going to hell is not my type, but the dominator's type of truth. And my heart says, that way of thinking may exist, but I don't care about that. There was never any need to prove whether heart is right or wrong, because heart teaches me the truth of my type. When I learned about my type's truth, I saw how much trying to accept the truths of the other types had made me suffer. I realized that the types of truth which hurt me are not mine, and I was able to feel like this is what real living is. I couldn't have reached this truth from the things people tell me or knowledge obtained from literature on the internet. I could only secure it when I asked my one and only heart. When I listen to my heart, I make a ton of new, interesting discoveries that make me say, so this is how the world works. I stopped messing up and regretting everything like I used to. It used to be that no matter what I did, the results were useless or caused me misfortune, but that vanished away like a bad dream. My head used to be full of what I have to do, what I have to think about, and what I have to work on. But now inside my head is nothing. The impatient feeling I always used to feel is gone, and I'm able to experience genuine joy. Until now, I used to think that life was continuously doing things that you don't want to do. But I began to understand that that was the conditioning of having my freedom stolen by the dominators. And before I knew it, I was able to do what I truly want to do. Asking your heart is not just for people of the light. Nothingness people can ask their heart to connect to the collective nothingness and come into contact with immeasurable knowledge. I think that Jung was someone from the past who preached the truth of nothingness, and his collective unconscious and heart are one and the same. Nothingness people can ask their heart to connect to the nothingness of everything existent in the present, past, and future to receive knowledge and guidance for achieving the unity, which is the truth of nothingness. Dominators think of themselves as God, so they don't feel the need to ask their heart. However, they can ask their heart to derive answers for pulling the people of different attributes away from their truth. Therefore, no matter what kind of person asks their heart will guide them toward their type's truth. And now I will introduce the technique for how one should actually go about asking their heart. Chapter 2. How to go about asking your heart. There are no rules for asking your heart, such as you have to do it in a proper meditation style. At first, it will be easier to focus on heart's voice if you close your eyes in a quiet place and call out heart in your mind. Eventually, you'll be able to do it anytime, anywhere. Even in the middle of talking to someone, in your mind you can ask, for instance, heart, do I have to talk to this person right now? I've seen many people in the process of learning how to ask their heart. At first, it's like a friend you just met and you play by the rules of formality. Then you gradually start to loosen up, and eventually this blossoms into feelings of trust, and the relationship to your heart is akin to that of a close friend. Most people doubt themselves. What? There's no way I can hear my heart's voice. They think, the only people who can do this kind of thing either have some kind of special talent or mental illness, right? This is because we mistake it with the stuff we see on TV. I can hear the dead person's ghost screaming, or I can hear the voice of God. Actually, I'm not very good with these kinds of people either. This type of image perverts the true nature of asking your heart and makes it seem like something sketchy. In reality, asking your heart is not such a unique or bizarre thing. Right now, in this very moment, I'm deep in thought. Most people believe I have these thoughts because I think of them. But in fact, thoughts automatically come to us. For example, when I'm reading a book, memories of being bullied in the past abruptly pop into my head. I wonder, is this because I want to remember unpleasant experiences from the past? Am I really creating these horrible thoughts on purpose? It makes me confused. Our thoughts are influenced by the present environment. When we're around fun people, fun memories come to mind and we brim over with exciting ideas. When we are with unpleasant people, unpleasant experiences come back from the past to haunt us and worries about the future spring forth one after another. One way to look at it is, our mood is influenced by the atmosphere of the people around us and incites our brains to retrieve memories from the past which conform to this mood. However, when you consider the brain network, it's not just that, but that the thoughts of people around us transferred to us through the brain network incites the retrieval of memories from the past. Without even realizing it, people communicate with each other inside the brain. However, since they're unaware of it, they're convinced all the thoughts in my brain are my own thoughts. The brain even connects to people who aren't right there with you, and even to people from the past, which makes for complex thoughts. Therefore, most of the thoughts that come into my mind don't originate in myself. Everything that comes into my head is in no way my own thoughts. Even when I try to think up something original, I'm actually connecting to someone else through the brain network and am influenced by their thoughts. So I ask my heart to direct myself away from the complex connections to various people throughout the brain network and back to my heart to make it so that I only connect to my heart. Connecting to your heart is easy. You simply put the tag heart in front of every question you make. That's all you have to do to get heart's answers. For example, let's think about it this way. There are 40 people in a classroom buzzing with conversation. Chatter about club activities and love advice flits about the room. But when the class starts, the noise settles down for a moment, and the teacher asks, "Billy, why does the earth rotate?" Everyone else is silent, and only Billy reserves the right to speak. When the teacher calls out the name Billy, it would be inappropriate if Timmy or Johnny answered. Billy, the only one called upon by the teacher, gives his answer. This is kind of like asking your heart. When your mind feels jumbled up by unorganized thoughts, this is actually your connection to various people throughout the brain network speaking their own will. But if you call out heart, only your heart will answer. Furthermore, although nothingness is collective nothingness, the true nature of nothing is unity, therefore it is one. I say one, but it's actually zero because it's nothingness. When nothingness people ask their heart, the unity of nothingness gives them an accurate answer. Therefore, when nothingness people ask their heart, "Who are you?" their heart answers, "I am me." Chapter 3. Carefully, deliberately cultivate trust. At first, you will not be able to shake your feelings of doubt regarding heart's answers. This is because until now, the thoughts that came into your head were the basis for all your actions, which always led you to a miserable defeat. It makes you think, things that pop into my head don't matter, or nothing good will come from following my heart's voice. Although you intended on following your heart and doing things only after deep reflection, it always ended in the worst possible outcome and left you disappointed so that you stopped trusting your heart. The same phenomenon happens when you ask people for advice. You ask a friend, "What should I do to get along with people better?" Your friend says, "You should read a book about how to understand people's feelings." Following their advice, you read a book and try your best to understand other people's feelings. Then, another friend comes and says, "You can't get along with people because you read stuffy books like that." You get confused. Although you trusted your friend and worked hard to follow his advice, someone else comes along and tells you you're wrong. The friend who pointed out, "You can't get along with people because you do that kind of stuff," actually does treat you cruelly. So you lose hope and think, "I guess I'll never get along with anyone." There is such a thing as an addiction to second opinions. When people go around to various doctors for advice, just one doctor's opinion makes them uneasy, so they want to check the validity of his diagnosis with another doctor, who gives them a different diagnosis. Then they feel anxious unless they get another second opinion from the next doctor, and so on. When you ask for advice from various people, they all say different things. It makes you more and more confused and disables you from doing what you truly want to do. Your anxiety steadily amplifies with every person you ask until you find yourself trapped in a vicious circle of advice getting. The same thing happens when you ruminate over nerve-wracking things in your head. When I ask myself, "What should I do about my future?" I connect to my mother's brain through the brain network and hear the answer, "You're going to be a failure because you never finish what you start." Because I mistakenly apprehend this as my own thought, I sink into a dark mood thinking, no matter what I try in the future, I won't keep up with it, so it's pointless. Then, to break myself out of that dark feeling, I think even harder. This time I connect to my grandmother's brain and the thought, "You're going to be poor because you're so reckless with money," is transferred to my brain through the brain network. I feel helpless thinking, I'm going to run out of money and have to lead a wretched life. Then, when I try to think myself out of this hopeless feeling, I inadvertently connect to my grandfather through the brain network. From my grandfather's brain comes the fear, your life will be a succession of failure and then you'll go to hell because you're a sinner. I have to do things I don't want to do just to escape from this fear, and in the end I can't slip out of being a useless person who can't do anything. It seems like I'm fretting and worrying all by myself, but if it were only one opinion to each person, no one would ever find himself so confused. However, because we are led by the nose by the opinions of various other people, our anxiety intensifies, and, unable to break out of this vicious circle, we can no longer enjoy living. Asking your heart is like centralizing the place where you get your advice. Once you do centralize it, the haze of confusion will lift, and you'll be able to do what you truly want to do. Nevertheless, since you have been manipulated by so many negative opinions until now, you may feel uncomfortable following your ally, your heart's opinion. This discomfort is, for instance, your mother's criticism coming in through the brain network. You just keep telling yourself whatever you want to hear, which makes you feel uneasy. You think, in the end, I'm just making things up to please myself, aren't I? If you shrink your source of advice down to a single place, heart, its spot-on answers will clear away all your confusion. And regarding the thought that these answers are just you pleasing yourself, you can ask, heart, where is this thought that I'm making up things to please myself coming from? And heart will give you the most appropriate answer. If you ask your heart whenever you feel anxious, you'll gradually build a relationship of trust with your heart. Asking your heart will become fun, and you'll eventually feel nostalgia for the former you, how you used to be trapped in the vicious circle of anxiety. You'll look back on yourself with composure and allowance and say, wow, come to think of it, I really had been blowing my time away in useless, exhausting thinking. One more important thing in fostering a relationship of trust between you and your heart is actually executing the things your heart tells you from the very moment after you ask heart. Even when you have doubts like, this can't be serious, you push those aside and go forth with the resolution, like plunging into the great unknown. Like when my teacher asked, heart, please earnestly and honestly teach me what I can do for myself, and my heart answered, I want to eat chocolate. I didn't question the meaning of it like, why chocolate? I just blindly tested it out. And when I did, a kind voice echoed in my mind, why don't you be a little easier on yourself, huh? Even though you don't know what kind of answer will come back, for the meantime, you just try it out. If you do, your heart will gradually teach you more and more. Then at some point you'll be able to feel it. Oh, I got my heart's trust. When it happened to me, I remembered the relationship I had with my favorite teacher, the hypnosis teacher. When I first met him, he would only teach me a few little tricks. In my head I grumbled, why won't you teach me more? But when I followed his little tricks exactly as he taught me, it was the onset for some really interesting results. And when I told my teacher about these cool experiences, we shared a big loud laugh. As we repeated this process, he started teaching me more and more tricks. I thought, but at first he barely taught me anything. So trust really is important in a relationship. In order to build a relationship of mutual trust with your heart, at first you ask, heart, what can I do for myself? Please teach me earnestly and honestly. The earnestly and honestly part may feel a little awkward. When I was first taught this, I was embarrassed to chant these words in my head too, but now I understand the significance behind it. I'll save the complicated explanation for later. For the time being, let's say the reason for earnestly and honestly is because heart is playful. Heart is on my side. That means when I ask heart, I should never hear an answer that hurts me. If an answer comes back that seems just too questionable, you should ask one more time. It may seem tenacious, but you should really emphasize the earnestly and honestly part. Chapter 4. No matter what you ask, it knows. As you keep asking heart, what can I do? Soon enough, you'll be able to ask anything that interests you, and your heart will answer all of your questions. It's not uncommon that heart surprises me and I say, "How can you know all this stuff?" Even when I double check what I think is the most correct answer, a completely different answer comes back. And it's strange, but I feel more satisfaction and understanding from my heart's answer than what I used to believe. When I mull over a single topic in my head, I fret all my time away contemplating this, that, and the other thing. But when I hear my heart's answer, my mind quiets down unhesitatingly. One time at a meeting, my boss seemed frustrated. I got nervous as I watched him shaking his leg. Is he mad because he found out about my mistake? I thought. I better do something to make a better impression on my boss. So I raised my hand and tried to say something, but he yelled, "I didn't ask you," and left the room. All my coworkers looked at me coldly, and I felt like they thought I was stupid. I couldn't even sleep that night. When I think with my head, I connect to the brain network and other people persecute me and make me feel guilty. It's all because of your mistake, they say. Then I panic. I gotta do something about this. It makes me do things I shouldn't do and bring about my own downfall. Even when I actually put it into words instead of just contemplating in my head and ask my coworker, the same thing happens. When I ask, "Is our boss mad because of that mistake I made?" my coworker comforts me, "Oh, don't worry about him." However, hidden in that comment is the nuance. Maybe it is your fault that the boss is mad. So even when I discuss it with other people, the conclusion is my boss's frustration equals my failure at work as the cause. And even when I think by myself, I hear feedback from other people's brain networks, so it's the same outcome as if I actually got advice from other people. That's when I ask my heart, "Heart, is my boss angry?" Yes, he is angry. "Heart, why is he angry?" Because his gout is acting up. Huh? Gout? I looked down at my boss's leg. He was shaking them pretty hard, and I could see from his face that he was holding back pain. Wait, so it's not my fault. When this relief came over me, my boss didn't seem so scary anymore. After the meeting, I went out to eat with my boss. As he drank his beer, he laughed. "Yeah, lately my gout's been acting up pretty bad because I haven't been watching my diet." Okay, wait a minute. If your gout hurts so bad, then stop drinking that beer. I was secretly impressed. Whoa. Heart is amazing. If I had just thought in my head, I would have never been able to make the connection between my boss's anger and his gout. Chapter 5. Doubt your thoughts and ask. During your everyday life, you think, for instance, "Why can't I concentrate?" Your question doesn't have the heart tag on it, so it doesn't specify who should answer. Therefore, on a regular basis, you automatically connect to the brains of people who pick at your faults and hear them answer, for instance, "Because you're a slacker." Even though this judgment is coming from someone else connected to you via mirror neurons, you adopt it as your own and think, "I can't focus because I'm too lazy." Such casual, everyday conversations are sent out as tagless inquiries to the multiple brains of people who criticize you. A variety of criticism resonates in your head and makes you feel despised. So, instead, you should put the tag heart on your questions. The next thought that pops in your head after you ask heart will be your heart's answer. Heart, why can't I concentrate? The next thought that came to mind was, it's not that you can't concentrate, you just work too much. It's so nice, I can't even compare with any of the other answers I come up with when I didn't attach the heart tag. We become convinced that this nice voice is just telling yourself whatever you want to hear. We're so conditioned to the usual criticizing answers that when we hear a kind-hearted answer, it feels like a scam. Therefore, we mistakenly believe that the criticism we're so accustomed to is our own thoughts. So, whenever you have a question, immediately ask it to your heart. Heart, why do I always stress myself out? You aren't stressing yourself out. You're being forced to think stressful things. This answer brought on another question, so I asked, Heart, who is forcing me to think stressful things? People who dominate you, put anxiety in you, to steal your freedom. Heart answers any questions, so you can ask anything you want. Heart, why do they put anxiety in me and steal my freedom? To steal your freedom and dominate you through sin and retribution. Heart, but don't I feel sinful because I have a conscience? Sin is produced by the people who dominate you. It doesn't actually exist. Every question I ask is like a weight off my mind. I start to realize that I had been mistaking the world for something else. What I had believed to be reality was delusional world created by the people who dominate me. I used to think that I knew everything. I studied a lot of stuff up to now and picked up a lot of experience in society. So I believed that meant I had a greater abundance of knowledge than other people. However, when I double-checked with my heart, I was a little shocked to hear that even what I had considered to be common sense was wrong. It confused me. What? But I was totally sure that my beliefs were the obvious truth. But as I listened to the answers heart gave me, I became more free. I could do what I had never been able to do. And I finally realized that my common sense didn't actually belong to me. Everything I thought of as, I know that, were delusions the dominators implanted in my brain to steal my freedom. Once I also doubted the things I thought that I understood and checked with my heart, I saw the errors in my common sense. One time I asked a client's heart, can I ever change? And her heart replied, you can never change, no matter what you do. If I made the mistake of thinking in my head, I would come to the conclusion, so there's no use taking therapy. However, this negative conclusion is sent from the habitually criticizing brain I'm so well acquainted with. Therefore, I don't draw conclusions there, but ask heart further questions. Heart, don't I need to change? When you try to change, you're just being you trying to change. This answer is very profound. If I try to comprehend it by thinking in my head, I connect to the criticizing brain. So we repeated the question, heart, don't I need to change? You don't need to change at all. Then heart adds, you need to recognize the fact that you don't have to change. Heart, how can I recognize that I don't have to change? No matter how hard you tried to change the problems in your relationships before, they didn't change at all, did they? Also, it taught this. Once you recognize that you don't have to change, it will all work out for the better. This answer also sparked up doubts, so we repeated the same question. Heart, how can I recognize that I don't have to change? Once you quit resisting, you'll be able to accept it. Heart, how can I stop resisting? Feel how much you resist it. Once you realize that you're resisting, you'll naturally be able to stop. Also, in the end it adds, you must never forget that the only one who can accept you is you. This is when I understood the importance of not drawing conclusions in your head, but instead asking heart all the questions. Chapter 6, where it diverges from the reality I know. In the world as I knew it, if I felt stressed after dealing with people, I used to think I needed work on changing the way I communicate. Whenever I thought, I don't like people, I used to think I needed to face my bad attitude towards other people and change myself by actively socializing. But heart taught me about a different world, where the harder you try to change yourself for being bad with people, the harder it becomes to finally accept yourself. Therefore, instead of putting forth the effort to change yourself, you should stop resisting and that you try to change. That's what heart taught me. This was markedly different from the world I had previously known. I used to believe that if I stopped resisting, I would fall off and have to live a pathetic life being despised by other people. So I desperately fought back and tried my best to change. But heart taught me that resistance actually creates pain in relationships with other people. They say the same kind of deep stuff in philosophical and religious books, but even when I read those kinds of books, although it impresses me in the moment, it somehow seems disconnected from my life. Although I think, what a beautiful thing to say. Soon enough I forget it and think reality isn't so sweet. But when I go straight to my heart and ask it about my worries and hear the same kind of answer, it's a whole different story. Heart answers my repetitive questions with patience and generosity without ever getting angry or annoyed. Its words pervade my broken, bruised heart. When heart told me, "You don't have to resist," for some reason my eyes welled up with tears. When it taught me, "The only one who can accept you is you," I really didn't care how other people assessed my value as a human anymore. When I thought about it in my head, I was always restlessly pacing back and forth in the threshold between hope and despair. Anger, fear, and anxiety took the wheel as my time was wasted away. But once I started asking my heart, I saw that the world that I had known was not a reality, but a fabricated delusion. I realized very well how thinking with my head put me in a loop, where I continuously create my own pain to get drunk off of the pain-killing hormones it incites. Chapter 7. What I Know and What I Don't Know. As a child, my parents wouldn't let me watch television freely, so I sometimes hid in the closet and secretly watched. I didn't know the TV shows my friends at school were talking about, so they picked on me and looked down on me. Oh my God, how can you not know about that? And it always made me cry. Ever since then, I was afraid to say, "I don't know." I learned to observe other people and read their feelings, trying my best to make sure that there was nothing that I don't know. I even prided myself on my superior wealth of knowledge. Now a story about when I went on a study tour as a working adult. I was my teacher's assistant and had to manage the schedule. I didn't ask my teacher any questions because I was scared of not knowing and people looking down on me and hating me. My teacher didn't explain anything either, so I accompanied him without any idea what the training course was for or what kind of people were participating. I tried with all my might to grasp the situation by observing the participants and listening attentively to their conversations, while they all ordered me around with a pretentious attitude. From what I observed and heard, I came to the conclusion these participants are all psychiatry and psychology experts. As I walked with my teacher and carried his bags, I asked a little boastfully, "Are all these psychology experts your pupils?" I wanted him to praise me for being able to grasp the situation through mere observation without receiving any information about the participants. But instead he got pissed and yelled, "You're always getting ahead of yourself." This, quote, "getting ahead of yourself" was the number one thing I least wanted to hear. Anyway, always is an overstatement. I don't know anything, but I'm afraid of being looked down upon for not knowing anything, so I pretend to know. But what I thought I knew turns out to be false, and my ignorance is exposed in the most embarrassing way. That's when my teacher taught me to doubt what you firmly believe to be true and use effective questions to verify it. From that point on, whenever I thought, "I know that," I doubted my own knowledge and tried to verify it instead. I began to enjoy double-checking my own knowledge, because it opens up a whole new world to me, completely different from what I had always assumed. I stopped feeling so embarrassed to see what I had assumed to be true was false. Instead, I learned to welcome it like, so it's a completely different reality that I had never even known about. To this day, I still verify my knowledge by asking my heart. Even when I'm completely confident, this is the answer, I check with my heart just in case. Then my heart comes up with a completely different answer than what I had assumed to be true, and I say, "Really? Oh my gosh." Every time I make these kinds of discoveries, needless things break off inside of me and fall away, leaving me with a lighter, fresher feeling. The world heart shows me is wonderful. Chapter 8. Dare to ask what you already know. The trick to asking your heart, discovering new worlds, and living freely is asking what you think you already know. Impose yourself to ask your heart even the kind of stuff you think, "Well, anyone knows that," or "I've known that forever." When I do it, my heart either gives me confidence in what I already thought I know, or sometimes it overturns what I thought I know and shows me the way to a completely different reality. So rather than asking what you don't know, dare to ask about the things you consider obvious or common sense. I was raised in a Christian family where sin was an everyday fact. One time I timidly asked my heart, "Heart, is there sin inside me?" The common sense in my head told me, Everyone on this planet is covered in sin, and it's impossible for them to escape it by themselves. But Heart said, "No, there's no sin inside you." When I heard this, I teared up. But at the same time, I heard a voice in my head echoing, "Yeah, you like to think that you don't have sin, but you still hate and envy people." So I double-checked with my heart. "Heart, but sometimes I'm hateful, envious, and violent toward people in my mind. Isn't that a sin?" "You're not doing it on purpose. You're being forced to do it. It's not your sin." My heart undermines my common sense and knowledge in such a pleasurable way that I keep asking question after question. Heart never rejects me or says, "That's enough." It never gets angry at me for not understanding. It just answers all my questions matter-of-factly. As I go about my life for a while, I start to feel dirty inside again, and it makes me worried. Am I doing something wrong? Are people criticizing me? In such a time, I check with my heart. "Heart, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Am I actually committing a sin?" "You have no sins." I was reassured by these words. "Heart, but why do I feel so dirty right now?" "Because you're being implanted with the fear of isolation and the fear of being hated." "Heart, why does my fear feel like guilt?" You get angry to escape this delusional fear, then you feel guilty about your anger. I remembered when everyone outcasted me in grade school. One time on the way home, I slapped a neighborhood kid who tried to mess with me and made him cry, which made me feel really dirty inside. "Heart, is it the same feeling as that time in elementary school?" "Yes." "Heart, isn't getting mad and hitting people a sin?" "You're only being antagonized. That's not you." Then a big question popped into my mind. "Heart, this dirty feeling I feel now, is it a flashback of the trauma from elementary school?" Because trauma is important in my work. "It's not from the past. The dominators connect to your brain and send you this dirty feeling in the present tense." In my head, I saw the image of myself as a marionette doll. Strings dangling out from a dark sky pulled at my limbs and contorted me every which way. But when I realized, they're just making me feel this way, I had control over my limbs again. "Heart, this is it, isn't it?" My chest welled up with emotion. Chapter 9. Dare to ask about the most obvious realities. When I paid my utilities bill, all of a sudden I was seized by the fear, I'm broke. Looking ahead, I realized that I didn't have enough money to last. It made me angry. Why am I so poor? Then I felt impatient. I gotta do something about this. Then I felt hopeless. If things keep going this way, I just might end up homeless. To me, being broke was a reality. I had next to nothing left on my bank book. Other people told me, well, as long as you're getting by, there's no use thinking about the future. In my mind, I was angry at them. This person doesn't understand my situation at all. Whenever I'm gripped by the anger and panic of I'm broke, without fail I do something I shouldn't do. I waste my money on a losing lottery ticket, or I think if I suck up to this person, maybe it'll turn into an opportunity to make money. But the person I suck up to takes a I deserve it attitude and doesn't appreciate a recompense for my favors at all. I succumb to hatred towards that person. I take on work that I don't have to, do favors that I don't have to, and the person I'm serving treats me like a nuisance. In the end, I just waste my time and effort on things which will never turn into money. I get angry at myself for doing a bunch of useless things that bring me no new income. Then I can't trust my own senses anymore, and in the end, I lose all my inspiration and ambition. When I fall into such a condition, I can't even take care of my basic duties anymore, and afterwards I always feel like I let a good chance slip away at the most crucial moment. Then the regret and panic of I'm broke takes control of me, which makes me do unnecessary things yet again. I fall into a vicious circle of agonizing anger. In such a time I ask my heart, "Heart, this I'm broke feeling, is it a delusion?" "It's a fact that you're broke." That was different from the answer I had expected. I felt a little dejected. I'd anticipated the answer, "The feeling that you're broke is just a delusional obsession which is being forced upon you." Heart, what's going on in my head? I was disappointed with the first answer, so I tried my luck with a vague question. You're running away in anger. Oh, that's harsh. Heart, what am I running away from? You're running away from the fear that when you lose all your money, everyone will leave you and you'll be isolated. It also taught me, everyone leaving you is the delusional obsession you were just anticipating. Oh my gosh, heart can read my thoughts. It seems that I numb myself with anger to run away from the fear of isolation which disables me from doing what I truly want. Heart, what should I do? Just leave everything up to heart, huh? Try and give yourself over to that anger. Heart, but if I give myself over to anger, won't I get drunk off of hormones and become crazy and dysfunctional? I'm being stubborn. Just try it. So I decided to stop complaining and immerse myself in anger. But when I tempted fate and tried to stir up my own anger, there was no anger to be found. Only the fear hidden underneath the anger floated to the surface. I could distinctly feel the fear that every single person around me would leave me all alone. Then I understood this was the feeling I wanted to escape. Impatience took hold of me. My head was in such a panic, I almost forgot the conversation I just had with my heart. I couldn't contain myself. I thought, I gotta do something about this. Heart, what should I do about this fear? Just immerse yourself in it. I said no more and tried to delve into my fear as I was told. Then a wondrous phenomenon occurred. Wait, this fear of isolation doesn't belong to me. In an instant, the fear vanished without a trace. Up to that point, I had thought I would succumb to the impatient urge to bustle around, born of my fear of isolation. But when I took the plunge into this fear, I realized its absurdity. What? That's not even really how I feel. When the delusional fear disappeared from inside me, I understood the meaning of, it's a fact that you're broke. Heart, the real delusion is the feeling, I'm not broke, right? This realization made me bubbly and cheery. When I first heard, it's a fact that you're broke, I felt that my heart was looking down on me like, face the reality that you have no money left on your account. So I felt anger toward my heart. I had to experience from anew the truth in what heart taught me, the fact that I kept using anger to run away from the fear of isolation. Then I was able to grasp the profound significance of, it's a fact that you're broke. Chapter 10, Relying on Your Heart. People repeatedly rely on other people only to end up betrayed or hurt. Even though it does you no good, you trust other people, seek their advice, and ask their opinions. Then the person whose advice you trusted mocks you and talks bad about you behind your back. It hurts your feelings and turns you into a pessimist who says, I can't trust people. The interesting part here is, although you say I can't trust people, you repeat the same exact mistake over and over. As time and time again you're hurt and betrayed by the people you trusted most, you only superficially learn, I can't count on anyone. Superficially learning not to trust people means that you reject the people who sincerely care and want to reach out a helping hand because you, quote, can't trust people, but at the same time you still trust and depend on the obviously untrustworthy ones who only cause you trouble. A clear example of this is the phenomenon that kind, earnest people aren't as popular as bad boys. Even though you think, I really shouldn't trust that hoodlum, you're attracted to them like a fly stuck on flypaper. It makes the people around you wonder, why do you always go for these jerks when there are plenty of nice people who would love to offer their advice? But since you've had so many horrible experiences with people, you've learned, quote, not to trust people. So you strangely pretend to be sober as you guard yourself against and insult the ones who actually try to reach out to you and say, you can trust me. Also, well, especially in high school and college, the hard-working, kind-hearted people are looked down upon as lame or creepy, while the assholes get all the girls in popularity. But why is it that we want to lean on the most untrustworthy people? Because when they hurt you, the pain-killing hormones in your brain secrete and you mistake the intoxicated condition of your brain on these hormones as, quote, love or security. The more horrible things you do to someone, the more pain-killing hormones will secrete in their brain from the pain of these emotional scars. So the intoxication grows stronger, and with it the mistaken sense of security. Then, when the effects of the pain-killing hormones wear off, you say, I feel antsy. I need more pain-killing hormones. So you repeat the whole process. You go back to the negative people, they hurt you, and your brain gets drunk off of pain-killing hormones again. The same mechanism occurs when you repeatedly get angry about cruel things people did to you in the past. When you remember the times people betrayed or hurt you, pain-killing hormones put your brain in an intoxicated state. You keep remembering those bad experiences because you want to reap the drunkening effects of pain-killing hormones. People who don't understand this mechanism say, well, if it makes you feel so bad, then stop thinking about it. But you can't stop because you need the sense of security it gives you. Once you find yourself in such a vicious cycle, you can no longer differentiate between what or whom you should and should not believe. So here's where we get to the point. Asking your heart doesn't set off the usual pain-killing hormones you get when people hurt you. Therefore, you may feel something unsatisfactory, like a lack of comfort. This may make it difficult to continue asking your heart because you think it's not even working. However, if you preserve your curiosity and wonder, what does it feel like to have a sense of security that doesn't come from pain-killing hormones? As you keep asking your heart, interesting results are sure to follow. Once you start asking your heart, you'll finally be able to judge what or whom you can truly rely on. Then you can experience for yourself just how wonderful it is to leave it all up to heart. Chapter 11. How to Say Goodbye to Pain-Killing Hormones. Before sleeping, I used to remember all the bad things that happened during the day, one after the other, while I picked at my every flaw. Why did I say such a stupid thing? Why didn't I just do what I was supposed to do? I'm such a useless piece of crap. I'm so pathetic. After I wallowed in regret, next came the anger. Why was that jerk so rude to me? I remembered all the bad things that ever happened to me, every terrible memory, one after another, all the way down to my homeroom teacher in elementary school. Why did that jerk throw a chair at me? Wait, was it really a chair he threw at me? I named this series of operations my self-evaluation meetings and my imaginary revenge time. I used to believe that the reason why I brooded over all these bad memories over and over was because I'm crazy. Normal people don't bash themselves this much or fret over every single bad memory in their life. I thought, I'm the only person who thinks such nasty thoughts. Then I realized I was already criticizing myself again. When I really think about this mechanism of self-evaluation meetings, I see that I was forcing endorphin to secrete in my brain from the pain of persecuting and punishing myself. I thoroughly reproached and hurt myself to make pain-killing hormones secrete, which numb my brain so that I can finally fall asleep. Without realizing it, I was in the same condition as people who say, I have to drink alcohol to sleep. The same goes for anger. As anger intensifies, it turns into pain, which, as a matter of course, incites the secretion of pain-killing hormones in the brain. Seeking these pain-killing hormones, I would relive scenes of the worst things people have ever done to me to arouse an even stronger anger. I used to be anxious that if I didn't get drunk off pain-killing hormones, I couldn't go to sleep. Of course, it wasn't a conscious decision, but I couldn't contain myself without the self-evaluation meetings and imaginary revenge time. There's one more reason that comes to mind for, quote, not being able to sleep. My parents used to attend a meeting at the church every Wednesday. While I was still very young, they would tuck me in for bed early and leave by 7 o'clock. This is a fuzzy memory, but one night, right after my parents left, I woke up alone and started to scream and cry from the triple handicap of alone, isolated, and afraid. I looked through the window towards the neighbor's house and raised my voice in their direction. When I remember this scene, I see myself from outside the window, which means that, at the time of the event, I was in a state of complete dissociation. The next-door neighbor was startled and took me, crying and screaming, into her own house because I was so dang loud. My memory goes blank from there. I also heard that when I was a baby, my mother left me in front of the TV while she walked several blocks away to borrow rice from a relative's house, only to return late in the night. My aunt, who also lived with us, came back home to see me screaming and crying at the static on the TV screen. Experiences like these had implanted the fear of isolation in me, which is where the ritual of "I can't sleep until I make pain-killing hormones go off in my brain to numb my fear" came from. The problem with this is that pain-killing hormones numb the senses, and when your senses are paralyzed, you can't feel togetherness with other people. Therefore, I was trapped in the feeling of isolation, which set off the suggestion of the fear of loneliness and dragged me down into the quagmire of needing pain-killing hormones to numb my fear of sleeping alone. My imaginary revenge time and self-evaluation meetings were agonizing, but I needed the pain to set off pain-killing hormones. I hated it because it hurt me, but if I didn't do it, I couldn't numb my brain with pain-killing hormones, so I could never get to sleep. So I think a bunch of unpleasant thoughts, torturing myself, and once I reach the point where I want to die, the pain-killing hormones finally take effect and lull me to sleep. I used to think, these bad memories keep coming back to me of their own accord, but in reality, I was continuously pulling out all those bad memories to numb my brain with pain-killing hormones because I wanted to run away from the fear of isolation. Although I wanted to stop these stupid rituals, my fear of isolation was so immense that I didn't have the strength to break out of that vicious circle on my own. Also, even if I used pain-killing hormones to fall asleep, I couldn't achieve a decent sleeping pattern. It's the same as drinking copious amounts of alcohol to go to sleep. You wake up feeling groggy and tired and spend the next day in a hungover daze. Even when I slept on the drunkenness of pain-killing hormones, I still felt exhausted, groggy, and faint in the morning. My body felt sluggish, so I was always running late. I didn't sleep properly, so I couldn't focus. My memory and judgment also degraded. In such a state, I could only pile failure upon failure, so the topics for my nighttime self-evaluation meetings multiplied exponentially. I was always spacing out and clumsy in action, so the people around me laughed at me and scorned me, which provided even more topics for my, quote, imaginary revenge time. When I treated alcohol addicts, I saw precisely how they substituted alcohol with pain-killing hormones during rehabilitation. I was surprised to see that my patients were in the same mental condition as I used to be. It came as such a shock, I thought, whoa, I used to do the same thing. I used anger and pain to catch a buzz too. But you can easily slip out of the vicious circle of pain-killing hormones by asking your heart. When there's nothing left to do, or I'm trying to go to sleep, I start to feel fidgety and nervous. Suddenly all the bad things that happened during the day come back to haunt me. Alcoholics spoke of the same uneasy, fidgety feeling when they quit drinking too. In a restless time like this, I asked Heart, why do I keep remembering all these horrible things? Then Heart answered, unpleasant thoughts come into your head because there are people drunkening you with anger and trying to steal your freedom. I asked, Heart, so this bad feeling isn't mine? And Heart answered, of course not. The moment I heard this answer, all the tension in my body loosened away. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep and it was already morning. Whoa, can it be true? Am I really so wide awake? The feeling was foreign to me. Before, when I used anger and pain for the pain-killing hormones to lull me to sleep, waking up had always been torture. I was pleasantly surprised when I found myself waking up like normal. Wow, so I can wake up in the morning. I used the extra time I had to ask my heart, Heart, what will today be like? Heart said, today will be embarrassingly fun. What kind of answer is that? When I heard it, I remembered that fluttery feeling from my youth and felt excited to go outside. Heart, is there something I have to watch out for today? You don't need people you don't need. What do you mean, people I don't need? I thought it superfluous to ask such a stupid question, so I let it go and got out of bed to make myself some breakfast. Normally I would have felt overwhelmed and dragged down by the schedule ahead, but this morning I didn't feel any such burden. Chapter 12. When the bad feelings take hold, ask your heart. When I was a child, my mother used to yell at me, "You can't think for yourself. You ask everyone else for the answer without giving it a single thought. You'll never become a responsible adult acting like that." When I asked my mother about something I didn't understand, she turned me down, saying, "Look it up yourself," or "Think by yourself and take the responsibility to solve it on your own." But when I tried to think and do things on my own, she got angry at me and yelled, "Why don't you think before you act? Why are you so irresponsible?" I tried my best to consider my actions beforehand, but she negated all my efforts as irresponsible. Eventually, I learned to stop asking people for advice, because even when I spoke my mind, they would just reject me with no sympathy. Instead, I tried to ruminate over all the possible solutions and handle every problem on my own. Then, before I was even aware of it, I was thinking nothing but horrible, torturous thoughts, setting off pain-killing hormones in my brain, and spending all my days immersed in daydream. The more I tried to think, the more I couldn't think about anything but my own hopelessness. And when my despair finally reached the point where I thought death is the only option left, I was cast into a daze and lulled to slumber. I felt embarrassed about it the next day. Why did I waste all my time in useless daydreaming? Then I would frantically cling to life. But the more desperately I tried to live, the more I ended up doing things I shouldn't do. The more I failed, and it all felt lost and hopeless, and every night I drifted into the drunken world again. But once I started asking my heart, I knew the joy of seeking help in times of need. Before, if I suddenly remembered something horrible, I would think, I gotta solve this on my own. I tried my hardest to cope with all the bad feelings that welled up inside of me. But the harder I tried, the worse I felt, until I found myself stuck in the disastrous loop of anxiety, turns to fear, turns to hate and anger. Once I was slathered up in hate and anger, pain-killing hormones secreted in my brain, intoxicating me so that I lost my grip on the present situation. But once I threw away the spirit of, I have to handle it by myself, and started relying on my heart whenever the negative feelings took hold of me, the negative feelings didn't spin out of control anymore. My heart's answers brought me comfort. I was surprised at how comfortably I could sleep. Oh, this sleep is what I needed. I could feel relief in sleep, a marked difference from the way I used to sleep on the pain-killing hormones. The moment this relief embraced me, I understood very well what I had been doing before. I was scavenging for discomfort, gouging it out and intensifying my own pain just to catch a buzz. I used to believe that my tedious pondering was me trying to escape from my unhappiness and misfortune, but after I asked my heart and experienced a good night's rest for the first time, I realized that what I had wanted was not to escape from my misfortune, but to get drunk off of the pain of my misfortune and fall asleep. I recalled an alcoholic patient grumbling and griping as he got himself plastered. He boasted, "I can quit drinking on my own." We explained, "Alcoholism is a disease, so you have to leave it up to us professionals instead of quitting on your own." Although I acted so self-important, never in my life had I tried leaving it up to someone else. At the time, I thought, I have to handle everything by myself without depending on anyone. And just like my alcoholic patients, I habitually brooded over bad memories at night to drunken myself with pain-killing hormones. When I asked my heart and put my faith in its voice, I finally understood what they told the alcoholic patients. If you hadn't put your faith in the experts, you would never have broken free from your drunken stupor. Even though I couldn't slip out of the vicious circle by myself, this was easily executed when I asked my heart. When I think with my head, I automatically wander towards the intoxication of pain-killing hormones. So I decided to ask heart all of my questions and obey its answers instead. Then, before I even realized it, I had already slipped out of the drunken haze of pain-killing hormones and was reborn into a different man. A different man, yes, but it's not as if I transformed into a Superman. It felt rather like returning to my original form. Yes, The real me of the times I thought, I'm not supposed to be like this, the real me is different, had finally come out. Chapter 13. The Delight of Learning to Depend on Your Heart. When people ask for advice, they don't expect to hear the answer they're searching for. In most cases, we ask advice to get drunk off of the anger of nobody understands me at all. You ask for advice, then boil over with the anger of being misunderstood, and this becomes the perfect dish for that night's self-evaluation meeting and imaginary revenge time. You reflect over your worthlessness as a person. Maybe they don't understand me because I'm such a mess-up. Then you worry, did I make some kind of mistake? You feel so crushed by embarrassment and shame that you can't contain yourself. Then you try to run away from this anxiety by turning your anger towards the other person's lack of understanding and sincerity. Why don't they even try to understand me? You feed your anger to the point you want to burst into tears. Nobody understands me. Nobody defends me. It reminds me of my childhood. When I came home after being bullied by my classmates just to get beaten by my parents, I sobbed and wailed until it hurt and cried myself to sleep. Nobody accepted me. I was looked down upon as pathetic, wretched existence by friends and family members alike as I wept in anger towards these people. I felt like a worthless human being who could do nothing but cry and sulk. Even then I was getting drunk off of hormones to fall asleep. I was impressed by my childhood self for using such a sophisticated hypnosis technique. As I cried bitter tears in regret and fell asleep, I swore in my heart, I'll never talk to those jerks again. But the next day I would feel bad for them. I would go up to them against my better judgment, only to be bullied again, and the same process repeated itself. Even as an adult, even though I knew that no one would give me a satisfactory answer for my problems, I sought advice from people and took their heartless comments back home with me. I repeated the same mistake over and over and proliferated my anger without the slightest notion that all this trouble was just a means to attain the sleep-aiding relief of pain-killing hormones. When I started getting advice from my heart, I began to truly understand the nature of my former cravings for the intoxication of pain-killing hormones. When it was time to go to sleep, I felt suddenly worried about my financial situation, so I asked my heart for advice. Heart, should I worry about having money in the future? You don't need to worry. Heart, why don't I need to worry? Because you don't have to think about it. Then it registered inside of me. I was just now trying to create suspense to get drunk off of. I could finally see it. What if I lose my job one day? What if Japan's economy fails? What if war breaks out? What if the global economy crashes? Thinking such things, my anxiety would steadily amplify until I was gripped by the fear of death. Once such morbid fear took over, pain-killing hormones triggered off in my brain and paralyzed my senses. Eventually I realized that I had blown away 3 or 4 hours letting these horrible thoughts spin around my head. Although I knew just thinking about these things wouldn't help, I couldn't snap out of it. This is because the pain-killing hormones put my brain in an intoxicated state where I could no longer control my own train of thought. I used to crave this every night. I thought I was using serious thinking to get rid of my anxiety, but in reality I was doing it to get drunk, which was an embarrassing realization. Heart, was I doing something shameful? I asked. My heart asserted, you didn't want to do it, but you were forced to do it. This shame isn't yours. Heart's answer was spot on, as always. Its answers soundly lifted me up and carried me out of the vicious circle of my drunken frenzy. Chapter 14. From throwing away to doing nothing. When I think with my head, I can't get rid of anything. If I'm unsure whether or not I should throw away a little cardboard box, I consider non-existent future plans. Maybe I'll use it the next time I move. I stow the box away in my closet, stacked up with a bunch of other unused cardboard boxes. Then I worry, maybe I have to move. I'm running out of storage space. Then I feel angry. I work so hard. Why do I still have to live such an anxious, pathetic life? Steeped in anger, the faces of those characters who deceived me in the past appear to me one after the other. I swell with hatred and resentment. Time slips me by, wasted in a dirty, violated feeling. I glance at the clock to see that I should have gone to bed a long time ago. I wasted all my time doing nothing. Full of regret, I grieved my lack of competence and efficiency. This vicious circle used to be my everyday. But once I started asking my heart for all the answers, I was introduced to a completely different world. When I once began to hesitate over whether or not I should throw away an empty cardboard box, I asked Heart, should I throw this away or keep it? And my heart said, throw it away. I stubbornly asked Heart, but wouldn't that be wasteful? And Heart answered, this is just an attachment forced upon you to hold you down. So I asked Heart, can I throw away all the other cardboard boxes? And Heart answered slightly, go ahead and throw them all away. I collected all the neat, unused cardboard boxes I had been storing in the closet and took them to the dumpster. Then I came back and looked at my closet. Ooh, this feels good. The empty space looked sparkling. It was like the invigoration of gazing at clear blue skies. Chasing that invigoration, I thought, maybe I should throw away some more stuff. Then I asked my heart, Heart, I think I want to throw away some more stuff. Don't do any more. Heart, why not? You have to stop thinking and rest. Just as I was told, I sat down in my chair, closed my eyes, and rested. Then an image appeared in my mind. Multitudinous information fell from above and automatically organized itself as I gazed at it in amazement. Whoa, cool. I didn't move or think. I only stared at the colossal amount of information being put into order. That's all it took for my mind to relax. Until then, I could never rest for this impatient feeling, I gotta do something. I have to think. But once I dropped everything, I was enlightened. I really don't need to do anything. After that massive amount of information was organized, in the end a little scrap of data fell down from the sky and clicked inside of me. Fully charged? Then I intuitively knew what I wanted to do. I didn't feel like I needed a verbal answer to the question, what do I want to do? Words were utterly useless. I was bubbling over with energy, and nothing more than the feeling, I know what I want to do. I was filled with the delight of doing things for myself. Chapter 15. Now I know what I want to do. Someone asked me, what do you really want to do? And there I was with no answer. For some reason I was always walking on eggshells in front of people, thinking of ways to please everyone but myself. What I want to do? Lose myself in fantasy? But this is just what I do to numb my bottled up stress and fears for the future, so it's not what I really want to do. When I wonder, what do I want to do? I'm overrun by self-criticism. I think, well, I still didn't do this and I gotta do that. I haven't straightened up my room or cleaned. My studying isn't coming along, and I haven't read one page of the books I bought. As nitpicking pops into my head, my motivation drains away, and I want to take refuge in fantasy. I remember unpleasant things, run self-evaluation meetings, relive the horrible scenes of horrible people betraying me, and break into an imaginary revenge time. Then I realize it's already deep in the night, and I hate myself for wasting so much time. After I started asking my heart, this vicious circle went away. I asked, Heart, what do I want to do now? And my heart answered, I want to take a deep breath. I took a deep breath just as I was told, and my head felt replenished. The impatience and anxiety I'd hitherto felt disappeared. That's when I first noticed, oh, I was feeling impatient and anxious this whole time. Heart impressed me once again. Heart is amazing. Once my impatience was gone, in my head I tried to guess what I wanted to do next. Maybe I want to read a book. So I double-checked with my heart. Heart, should I read a book now? There are no books you want to read now. It was true. No matter which book I picked up, they all seemed like an extension of work. I felt a mysterious sense of freedom every time my heart contradicted what I thought I have to do. When I have to do it is cancelled out, my load is steadily lightened. Until now I had been wasting all my time in a rush thinking, I gotta do this and that and that. But the moment the thought, I gotta do this, was negated and abandoned for good, time slowed down, at which moment the famous saying popped into my head. A day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day. Sometimes it severely pisses me off when people negate the things I want to do. But when my heart says, that's not what you want to do right now, for some strange reason I can say, You're right, without feeling the slightest twinge of anger. As my heart kept dismissing what I thought I wanted to do, my mind gradually became peaceful, at which moment I suddenly felt concerned for my family. I should probably make some food soon. The thought came with a feeling of impatience. I started to ponder, what should I make today? What do I want to eat? So I asked my heart, Heart, this concern for my family, is this feeling my own? No, this feeling was implanted in you to block off your connection to your heart. Heart, don't I need to be concerned for my family? Now why would you need to do that? This time my heart came back with a question and convinced me, you're right, I don't need to do that. Then I realized that whenever I try to face myself, I always turn away from my own feelings and put the focus on other people. I feel ashamed to look at myself. There's nothing more embarrassing for me than having my face and voice recorded on video. In the same way, I'm extremely embarrassed to face my true feelings. Now I understood I was putting my attention on other people and thinking about them as a means to cast my eyes away from myself. Heart, do I pay attention to other people because I'm too afraid to face myself? Yes, you can't look at yourself because you think you're a dirty person. Dirty, ugly. The image of myself as a child sprung into my mind and a dreary mood cast over me. Heart, is this my original feeling? No, your mother puts the feeling in you that all your instinctual urges are dirty. A scene reeled in my head. When everyone was getting snacks, I wanted to jump up and get one too, but I was afraid of my mother scolding me for being a greedy child. Even though I wanted a snack, I made a demure face and pretended not to care at all. However, the fact that I was restraining my appetite only exacerbated the desire to cut in front of everyone and be the first to the goods. There was greed in my eyes. I thought of myself as a greedy, ugly child. When I turn my attention to my desires, I have to face my ugliness, but it's too shameful, so I end up pursuing nothing but other people's desires. The more I ignore and suppress my desires, the uglier my desire makes me. It traps me inside a vicious circle. I could see a little brat inside of me monopolizing all the jewels piled up in front of him and threatening everyone around him. It's all mine. When I saw it, I felt sad, so I asked, Heart, what should I do about myself? Just leave everything up to heart, huh? Then my heart replied flatly, that's not you. I had thought beyond the shadow of a doubt that I would hear an answer like, you have to face yourself and learn to accept your ugliness. I checked with my heart one more time. Heart, that ugly me isn't me? My heart replied flatly, it's a fabricated version of you, not the real thing. From my heart's answer, I surmised that it was no longer necessary to associate with that ugly person I used to think I was. The moment I thought, that's not me, I realized, oh, I want to eat sushi. I was happy. So I do have desire of my own. The ugly image of myself implanted in me as a child had been holding me down, and just by asking my heart, I knew the fun of being so easily set free from its chains. Chapter 16. Heart teaches you their true nature. When I was a small child, I heard a commercial with the line, all humans are brothers and sisters. I thought, yeah, that's right. Each one of us is supposed to be equal in status and worth. I used to believe that I could get along with anyone if I just treated them with good faith and sincerity. I earnestly believed this and put it into practice. However, whenever I actually treated people with good faith and sincerity, they would make fun of me, look down on me, and after they used me for everything I have, in the end they would betray me. I boiled over in rage. I did everything I could for you and you stabbed me in the back. I burned with hatred and resentment until I started agonizing in worry. Why? What did I do wrong? Ultimately, I would reach the conclusion, people hate me and leave me because I'm an ugly, dirty person. Then I would feel a resurge of rage against the people who scorned me as a, quote, ugly person. Then I would feel ugly and dirty for harboring such nasty anger. Why can't people understand each other? It troubled me deep inside. Why can't people be equal? This vexed me. Under the belief that everyone is equal, I tried to treat other people with sincerity, but they just stabbed me in the back and filled me with pain and hatred. Despite all this, I kept repeating the same mistake. I couldn't stop, even though this hatred and resentment coated me over and transformed me into an ugly person. One time when I felt depressed after being mistreated, I asked my heart, "Heart, is everyone equal?" "No, and it's okay that way." "Heart, what kind of person is that jerk who put me in this bad mood?" I'd anticipated an answer like, "Just a stupid jerk who doesn't know any better." Instead, I got, "Someone who's connected to the dominators and is flooding their filth your way." Oh my God. In the next moment, in my head I saw the image of a dark liquid flowing out from that person's body, flying through the air and flowing into me. My throat closed up and I couldn't breathe. Then I understood. This is why I feel bad whenever I deal with that person. Whenever I thought, we need to be friends, I tried my best to be nice to someone, I would feel sick and slightly dirty. Even though it battered me up inside, made me sick, I stood right back up and tried my best again because I believed everyone is the same as me, so we should all be able to get along. But my heart showed me they're different from you, and I agreed to the highest extent. Oh, so this is the type of person I shouldn't mess with. In this moment, I finally understood that the "we are all brothers and sisters" I used to believe in was a lie. One time I tried my hardest to explain my theories to someone I met at an academic conference, but the more I explained, the more ludicrous I felt for spouting a bunch of nonsense. It put me in a panic, which made me all the more desperate to make him understand. Huh? Something isn't right here, I thought, so I asked my heart where I stood. "Heart, is this person the same as me?" "No." In the next moment, I saw the image of that person in a clown costume giving the evil eye and dangling his tongue loosely out of his mouth as he juggled and drooled. Am I tripping? Then I knew, this person has no clue what I'm talking about. Which is why the harder I tried to explain, the more displeased his expression became. But when I asked my heart, I realized that when I saw his unhappy face, I had made the attribution error. It's because what I'm saying is wrong. Heart is so amazing. I thought, let's experiment. So I changed the subject to my financial problems. His unhappy face immediately broke into a delightful smile. Wow, so we really aren't the same. Why do people want other people to understand their thoughts? It's even a mystery to me why I do it. Sometimes in my everyday life I discover something new and think, whoa, that's pretty cool. Then I make the mistake of thinking, I want to share this with others and spread recognition for its greatness. I go up to someone all giddily and say, look what I found, but my passion doesn't register with them and I end up feeling empty. Their reaction makes me anxious. Am I wrong about this? Is it all in my head? Then my excitement turns into feelings of inferiority. The joy I once knew turns into embarrassment and patheticness, and I capitulate to the feeling everyone else is better than me. I should have learned from experience not to express my thoughts to other people, but I get so excited that I open my heart to them against my better judgment and let their reaction spoil my mood. I feel down and depressed, steeped in anxiety and anger. Another time it happened and I felt depressed and gloomy. I asked, Heart, why do I keep trying to talk to people? I was tired of how I kept repeating the same mistake over and over again without learning my lesson, so I tried to ask my heart for the solution. My heart answered, you get the urge to talk to them because you're constantly being flooded with insecurity. Heart, is it insecurity flooding in from people connecting through the brain network? Yes. The closer you come to the truth, which will set you free, the more they sabotage you by flooding you with insecurity and anxiety. It is true that whenever I felt amazed by something new, somewhere in my heart I worried. Maybe it's just me being crazy. I felt like I couldn't contain myself until I checked with someone else to clear away this worry. Now I understood. That was me being implanted with security. I had thought, I want to show off because I'm overjoyed. But it was actually my insecurity making me seek out validation from other people. Heart, what should I do when I feel insecure like that? Just ask me whenever you feel insecure. But when I feel insecure, I'll probably get frantic and try to talk to somebody. I didn't think I'd be able to ask my heart in the moment of truth. So I asked my heart about that too. Heart, I'm not sure that I'll be able to ask you when I'm feeling nervous. What should I do? You don't need to be sure, because I'm always with you. When I heard that answer, tears fell from my eyes. And my heart also taught me this. Nervousness is something used to pull you away from me, to isolate and control you. It is true that whenever I felt nervous as a child and tried to get help from my parents, they would get mad at me. That's because you don't act the way you're supposed to. I felt so pathetic and lonely that I lost hope. I guess I really am just a lazy, mess-up kid who no one likes after all. Whenever I felt anxious, my parents and the people around me judged me and punished me with the misery of isolation. As they kept judging me and punishing me, I learned not to ask for help even when I felt insecure. So I did all I could to hide my uneasiness because I have to deal with it on my own, I thought. In order to hide my problems, I had to spin a web of intricate lies. But as my web of lies expands, more and more inconsistencies begin to appear, until the problem I tried to hide is inevitably exposed and I'm scorned as a dirty, sinful liar. So I have to take the punishment of isolation all the same. I can't talk to people about my anxiety, and I can't not talk about it. Whichever I choose, the result is isolation. So I learned to skip the motions and choose isolation for myself. But my heart taught me something interesting. Anxiety is there to connect you to me. It's a sign that you're coming close to the truth that sets you free. After I heard this, anxiety didn't feel bad anymore. Huh? But isn't anxiety a bad feeling? That doesn't make any sense. I'd always thought that anxiety or insecurity was bad. But when I understood it's there to pull me back when I'm about to reach my truth, I also realized, right, they're just trying to pull me back because I'm on the way to becoming free. Certain people want to restrain my freedom, so they use anxiety to hold me down. But that makes the game interesting, because if I just ask my heart in those times, I can become free. So I said, come on, anxiety, let me have it. But then all my anxiety washed away. Before, anxiety had been attacking me about every 10 minutes, but once I knew what anxiety meant, it came to a complete standstill. That worried, impatient feeling went away, and the inside of my mind was chilled in a silent ambience. Heart, this is cool. I tried to make a comment to my heart. I heard a reply. Isn't it? Chapter 17. Connect to your heart and become free. When I was in high school, I used to listen to one song that went, Graduation from this domination. I sang along without knowing the meaning of the lyrics, but now I think I understand. I used to be completely dominated and incapacitated by anxiety. I felt nervousness in everything I did and rushed around in a frenzy just to drown out my nervousness. Even when I thought, this is what I want to do, after I did it, I was always overwhelmed by regret and insecurity. I could never feel satisfied with what I'd done. When I really think about it, everything I did to run away from my anxiety. Anxiety controlled me at all times. There was not a single thing I did of my own free will. Oops, I made a declaration, but it's the truth. When I asked my heart, there's no need to panic or rush around. One more time I asked my heart, Heart, what was dominating me? The dominators are dominating you. I had anticipated a mild answer like, your anxiety was dominating you, or your false convictions were dominating you, but my heart teaches me what I need to hear most. Heart, what is a dominator? Dominators are all around you. They're a different being than you. They are what takes away your freedom. Heart, how do dominators take away my freedom? Dominators steal your freedom by condemning you, establishing your sins, punishing you, and pulling you away from me. Heart, when I get into that anxious feeling and can't contain myself, is that because I connect to the dominator's brain and they're persecuting me and stealing my freedom? Yes. Heart, why do dominators do such an evil thing? Because dominators pretend to be God. They decide people's crimes and punishments and then save them with their fabricated love. When I heard that, the inside of my mind felt dirty like it did when I was filled with that dark black anxiety and anger, a nostalgic feeling. Heart, I lived my whole life under the Dominator's control, didn't I? They always try to block our connection to each other. But my heart was always right there with me. When I realized that, tears came into my eyes. Chapter 18. When you can't ask your heart is when they're dominating you. My heart taught me dominators were always trying to block our connection to each other. So what does it mean to block our connection? I wondered. When I started asking my heart, I stopped panicking and doing things that end in failure whenever I feel anxious. I don't get taken over by anxiety anymore, because whenever I feel anxious, I ask my heart, and my heart gives me the exact answer I need. I write taken over by anxiety so casually, but I really hated it. The discomfort that imprisoned me was so horrible, I thought, I wish I could switch brains with someone who isn't so anxious all the time. It was torture. Since I had lived so many years like this, it eventually felt natural to me, but I actually hated it so much that I wanted to die. But now it's gone. Now I can say, I guess I'm satisfied with my own brain, though there are a lot of people whose brains I envy. Nevertheless, on occasion something small will trigger another anxiety attack. When that happens, I forget that all I have to do is call out heart. I do like I used to and panic. I gotta think. I gotta take care of this by myself somehow, and start slipping deep in the dirt. I rush and mess everything up. Then I want to give up on life as the situation increasingly worsens, which makes me all the more anxious and scared. I'm swallowed up by the murky griminess of anxiety, fear, and anger. At such a time I remembered, oh yeah, I can just ask my heart. Heart, can you help me? No answer. Why? As I go into a panic, I feel anger and hate towards my unresponsive heart. Heart, won't you help me? Still no answer. Wait a minute. I snap back to my senses. There's no reason heart wouldn't come up with some kind of answer. I mean, come on. Whenever I ask myself something, self-persecuting answers come shooting back by the dozens. But when I ask heart, my mind goes silent? That's ridiculous. And something is definitely fishy about this sense that I'm being ignored and abandoned by my heart. Heart, is this the dominators interfering with our connection? Yes. At last a reply. Heart, who is interrupting us? Your grandmother on your father's side. Heart, can you get rid of my grandmother's interruption? Yes. Heart, are there any more interruptions between our connection? Your grandfather on your mother's side. Heart, please get rid of that interruption. Once I actually got my heart to clear away the interruptions for me, the panic vanished from my head like it was never there. Until then, I had been suffering a succession of endless failures, wondering, am I going to keep messing up like this until I lose everything? That all disappeared the second I asked my heart to get rid of the interruptions. I even laughed at myself. Why was I freaking out over nothing? Heart, so this is what it's like when the dominators come between us and interrupt us, right? Dominators block off your connection to me and turn you against me with anger and hate. Heart, I'm sorry I got mad at you. The anger wasn't yours. It was an emotion implanted by the dominators to interrupt your connection to me. It's not your fault. I felt real freedom in this answer. I could also sense myself becoming more and more carefree. Chapter 19. Discomfort is just interruption from dominators. As I listen to my heart, before I'm even aware of it, I'm slipping out of an infinity of discomfort. What I mean by infinity of discomfort is the hopeless feeling that you'll be entrenched in a quagmire of filth for all eternity. The more you writhe and struggle to escape, the more discomforting things happen as more filthiness splashes onto you. Suddenly I'm grappled by the unpleasant memory of being stabbed in the back by someone from my past. It used to be that when I had this kind of unpleasant flashback, I would start from the theme, why do people always betray me, and end up in despondency. People hate me because I'm a shameful, talentless waste of space. From there I would start remembering every embarrassing mistake I'd ever made. As I did that, I would feel rage and hatred welling up against that person for abandoning poor, pitiful me, which made me feel soiled inside and out. But before I went through all these steps, I asked my heart, Heart, why did I remember that person just now? Is this too simple of a question? Dominators are trying to cover you in anger and hate. Heart, which dominator? Your grandfather on your mother's side. He's trying to dominate you and take away your freedom. Heart, so the anger I feel against that person right now isn't mine? No, it's not yours. You only feel anger towards the fact that you're being covered in anger and hate. Really? Wow. After I heard this, I didn't care about that backstabber anymore. Had it been before, I would have felt disgusted at myself for brooding over the past. Why am I so intolerant? But all that misery is completely unnecessary. When such negative thoughts took hold of me, I asked my heart, Heart, am I intolerant? There's no such thing as tolerance to begin with. I saw myself trapped in the box I call my tolerance. Then I realized that the problem wasn't my box's lack of capacity, but that the dominators had put me in this box and under their control. I then understood that the box, which I had believed to be my tolerance, was nothing but an illusion I had been trapped inside. So this tolerance isn't mine. The moment after I realized that, I was suddenly gripped by the fear that my arrogance would make everyone around me hate me and leave me so that I'd become poor. My head went into panic. Heart, will this actually happen to me? Yet again, I couldn't get a reply. My panic grew. Heart, why would that happen to me? I started to feel like my heart's lack of response meant that it was already decided. Everyone's going to hate me, and I'm going to die a poor, wretched man. Then I remembered. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the Dominator's interruptions. Heart, are there any interruptions between us? Yes. I knew it. I felt a surge of relief. Heart, who is interrupting us? Your grandmother on your father's side. I noticed the pattern that my grandmother is the one implanting my financial worries. Heart, can you get rid of this interruption? For some reason I felt bad for my grandmother. Then it hit me. Oh, she dominates me with this pity. She really is forcing an attachment on me that takes my freedom away. Heart, please get rid of my grandmother's interruption. A black shadow inside of me vanished into light. Yeah, dominators are the real black shadows. Why do I keep feeling bad for them? Heart, why do I pity them? They only make you think you pity them because they're dominating your brain. I see. Chapter 20. This guilt doesn't belong to me. Once I started asking my heart whenever I felt discomfort and had my heart get rid of the interruptions for me, my life became a whole lot easier in a matter of no time. The discomfort I always used to feel went away, and I became more and more liberated. But I was sometimes struck by a guilty conscience. What if I'm blaming all my problems on other people and using the dominators are interrupting me story as a stupid excuse? The discomfort I felt as a child came back to me, of when my parents used to get mad at me. You're always making excuses, or you always try to put the blame on someone else. I felt dirty and scared. I felt like I was doing something wrong. Is it because I was bullied as a child that I'm so quick to put the blame on other people? I sank down into anxiety and discomfort, where I was slathered over in anger. I filled to the brim with rage because nobody ever helps wretched, pathetic me, as I sank deeper and deeper into a dirty, violated feeling. In times like these, when I feel the ooh, this can't be good kind of anxiety, I just gotta ask my heart, am I just making up whatever answer I want to hear and using it as an excuse? No. Heart, how can I know that I'm not just making it up? Because you never said anything positive to yourself in your entire life. You're right. Whenever I reflected over my actions, nothing but self-criticism filled the inside of my head. Only when I started asking my heart did I find freedom from my incessant self-bashing. Heart, why do I get the guilty feeling that listening to you is a way for me to avoid responsibility? Dominators block off your connection to me, take away your freedom and control you. In order to do this, they implant you with guilt. Heart, so this guilty conscience doesn't belong to me? Pretending to be God, the dominators connect to your mind, persecute you and punish you and give you discomfort. This is when you feel guilty. So that dirty feeling doesn't belong to me. Once I knew that, I felt emotionally rejuvenated. But I wondered, But why did I feel such an attack of guilt so abruptly? When I have any question, I just go ahead and clear it up with my heart. Heart, why? Because you're becoming free from the dominators and connecting to me, so they're trying to pull you back. Those freedom-robbing dominators really piss me off. I let myself succumb to anger. I started steaming from the ears, thinking, they're what's been torturing me this whole time. Then I felt the same discomfort coming back. Heart, what's happening? They anger you and steal your freedom to make you attached to them. Heart, what do you mean? The anger you feel now is the same as the guilt from before. It doesn't belong to you. I felt like I somewhat understood, but for some reason I still couldn't quite shake off all the anger I felt towards those freedom-stealing dominators. How does my heart feel about these dominators, I wondered. Heart, what do I feel towards the dominators? Only refusal, plain and simple. In my head I saw myself screaming, no, and pushing both of my hands in front of the dominator in refusal. There was no anger, no trepidation, just wholehearted refusal, which was a strangely satisfying feeling. Chapter 21. Too concerned about other people to ask my heart. When other people are around me, I make the mistake of wondering what do they think, and trying to be considerate of their feelings. When I worry about people's feelings, I constantly fear, do they hate me, or are they looking down on me? I can't think of anything but other people's feelings, so I forget about my own wants and needs. In the end, the other person uses me, makes a fool out of me, and tosses me out like garbage. I think these are the times when I should ask my heart, but when people are around, I can't help but give them more attention than my own heart. So, unable to ask my heart, I keep repeating the same mistake. Heart, why can't I ask you things when people are around? The dominators are filling you with the delusion that you can't ask your heart when people are around. Heart, what kind of delusion? The dominators implant you with the anger that no one will love you if you just be yourself. In my head appeared a little version of myself surrounded by giant monsters. Although I try with all my might, pleading with folded hands, to humor one of the large monsters, it smashes me under its giant fist. The other monsters do the same. I saw myself repeatedly smashed under the fists of giant monsters. It was the first time I realized that everyone else looked like powerful monsters to me. Now I understood. People scare me so badly that I can't even dream of asking my heart in front of them. This pathetic me knows that the frightening monsters are going to smash him down, so he desperately tries to please them and prevent that awful fate. Heart, what should I do about this? Feel what it is you believe to be your fear, and you will see that this feeling is not yours. I definitely did not want to admit that people scared me, but I vaguely knew that, somewhere inside me, I was afraid. My heart instructed me to take the plunge into the fear that I had been avoiding. When I actually tried to feel my fear in front of other people, I understood, wait, this feeling isn't really mine. I was so happy I went ahead and checked with my heart. Heart, this fear isn't mine, is it? Right. I can ask my heart even when other people are right in front of me. I'm not afraid of making the other person wait. Ah, this is so nice. Heart, what do I want to do? You want to spend time for yourself. I realized that I didn't want to squander my precious time worrying about other people, so I was able to leave them. And there's nothing wrong with that. Chapter 22. Slip out of solitude and you will never be alone. Once I started asking my heart, I stopped fretting over other people. Then I began to see fewer people around me. People around me leaving used to be a cause of extreme anxiety for me. I exhausted myself for everyone, no matter who they were, doing everything I could to preserve the relationship. But when I asked my heart for my true feelings, I realized that I had felt more lonely and empty when I was fretting over other people, because I was too busy considering their feelings to be able to connect to my most precious heart. For the sake of the relationship, I had to constantly put myself in the other person's shoes, pretending to be who they want me to be and saying what they want me to say. When they suddenly looked displeased, I would think, I messed up. I would reflect over my actions. Then the other person would persecute me. Why can't you take a hint? Why can't you understand other people's feelings? And fill me up with guilt. I'm so bad, everyone will abandon me and leave me, I thought. I got panicked. And every night I went into self-reflection to prevent my fears from coming true. The fascinating part is, the very next day this guilt would turn into anger and I'd say, why do people put me through all this crap? Then all the memories of being bullied in the past would come back to me as my anger transformed into hate. The same person I was worried about yesterday, thinking, what if they hate me, starts to look like a dirty, hateful scoundrel. I'd think, that bastard is torturing me on purpose. Then I would feel pathetic for brooding all by myself like this. Heart, what is happening to me? You're just being filled with resentment and hate. Heart, what should I do about it? Try to give yourself over to this loneliness, anxiety, hate, and resentment. Heart, but I feel like if I give myself over to such dirty feelings, I'll become a dirty person and nobody will like me anymore. You won't. Heart gave this simple answer and fell silent, so I decided to immerse myself in the world of loneliness, and I was indeed alone. But I was alone amidst the bright light. That's how it felt. Alone, without the need to care about other people. I'm able to sense what is and what I want to do. Whoa, I was afraid that isolation was a bad feeling, but it's not. What an anticlimax. I was so afraid of it, I tried with all my might to avoid it, but now I truly felt how unnecessary that was. Then I knew that the relationships I'd been working so hard to preserve were unnecessary to my life. Because after I stopped fussing about their needs, the relationships expired and I felt free. I became more and more liberated, and I don't know why, but I felt relief in this freedom. Am I alone? I wondered. But when I looked around myself, I wasn't alone. Before I even realized it, there were a lot of people around me who saw the same world as me. Heart, this is it, isn't it? When I was first emancipated from unpleasant emotions and discomforting relationships that tied me down, I worried, am I going to be all alone? But now it was clear to me that my prediction had been wrong. Before I knew it, I was connected to the people who see the same world as I do. Then my world, which I myself used to scorn, began to look beautiful to me. Back when I was working so hard to preserve my relationships with certain people, my world was subject to harsh negation, looked down upon, used out, and trampled upon. I fervently believed my perspective of the world was valuable, but whenever I talked to these people, they shattered this conviction to pieces. When I was emancipated from them, I started seeing the other people around me who see the same world that I do. Only then did I start to feel how precious this world of ours truly is. Chapter 23. Sickness can be created by anger. My relationships with people definitely became a lot easier once I started asking my heart. It used to be that every time I dealt with people, afterwards I would kick myself and go into self-reflection. I should not have said that. Why did I even talk about that? Eventually this turned into anger. Although I had just finished reconsidering my actions so solemnly, next I would wallow in hatred towards the other person for their lack of sympathy. The hours slipped out of my hands as I wallowed in hatred. Then I reproached myself for wasting so much time. I did it again. Then I groveled in regret and hatred, drunken myself with anger and fell asleep. I used to repeat the same mistake every day. Then after I started asking my heart, sometimes I would be gripped by a sudden discomfort. When a person I just talked to made a disappointed face, I would worry, maybe they don't like me anymore. Then I would want to replay the conversation in my head and inspect it for errors. One time when I fell into such an uneasiness, I asked, Heart, does that person hate me now? My heart said, no, yet my anxiety grew. Am I just making up answers to please myself? So I asked, Heart, then what is this terrible feeling inside of me? Don't I feel this way because I did something wrong? I had believed that what I felt was guilt, but my heart taught me, you didn't do anything wrong. This is the discomfort the dominators put in you to steal your freedom by drunkening you with anger. Heart, but why does it feel like guilt to me? You don't know how you feel anymore because the anger the dominators planted in your mind numbs your senses. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of this answer. Then I recalled my experience at lunch the other day. Since I hadn't eaten breakfast, I was starving by the time lunch came around, so I wanted to order an extra large serving of rice. Heart, can I get the extra large rice? Don't. What? Heart, but I really want it, can't I? Don't. I reluctantly ordered. The regular rice, thank you. And when I finished eating, I felt full. That's strange. Normally it wouldn't be enough for me. 3 hours later, I felt some trouble in my stomach. Uh-oh. This food isn't digesting properly. Heart, if I had ordered the extra large rice, I would have been in big trouble right now, wouldn't I? When your feelings are numbed by anger, you don't notice these kinds of things. So just ask me. Heart, why am I angry? Because the dominators implant you with anger to paralyze your senses and force you to do what you don't want to do. Heart, you mean like the extra large serving of rice? That's something I don't want to do? Yes. I finally understood. I have no desire whatsoever to think about my relationships with people, but I don't realize this because of all the anger numbing my senses. I don't want to think about it, but I do, and just like the extra large rice, afterwards I feel sick and get drunk off of my own discomfort. This drunkenness numbs my feelings all the more, so I keep repeatedly doing things I don't want to do, which consumes all my time and freedom. Heart, so all of my problems are created by the anger the dominators put in me, right? Yes. Oh, it is true that ever since I started listening to my heart, I've had a lot fewer instances of indigestion. Really? Is that what this is all about? Before, when I thought, I wonder if I caught a cold, I would ask the closest person, do I look sick? Then they would answer, now that you mention it, you do look a little pale. Then I would actually break into a fever. My whole body would start to feel heavy and I would have difficulty breathing. I'd be in such a condition to think, I can't work like this. In such a time I asked my heart, and it told me a completely different story. Heart, do I have a cold? No, it's just your allergies. Heart, but I really do feel exhausted, and I don't look too good either. Those are all just suggestions. I felt embarrassed, as if I had just been called out for playing sick. Heart, why didn't you tell me before? Thereupon my sluggishness and paleness vanished in the twinkle of an eye. Heart, so sickness can be produced by suggestions? It is that it is produced. What an interesting way for my heart to answer. I wonder what it means. It is that it is produced. Chapter 24. What to do when you can't trust your heart's answer. If you listen to your heart as much as possible, you'll stop getting sick from other people's suggestions. People really implant a lot of suggestions in each other, and I used to fall for their suggestions perfectly. When my voice becomes the slightest bit hoarse in mid-speech, people ask, oh, do you have a cold? I answer, no. But from the next moment on, I start to worry about my throat. Maybe I really do have a cold. It makes me anxious and I actually begin to run a fever. When I tilt my head down slightly, people ask, oh, are you tired? And I answer with a robust no. But in my mind I worry. Maybe this lack of sleep is getting to me. Then my body feels heavy like a dead weight and I start to feel depressed. These suggestions laid hold of me entirely, made me sick and robbed me of the time I should be spending freely. I feel like half my life has been wasted on worrying about my health. Once, after my voice became hoarse and someone asked, do you have a cold? After which I felt a fever coming on, it occurred to me, I should ask my heart just in case. Heart, did I catch a cold? Those symptoms aren't yours. Heart, what do you mean? Those symptoms are the anger of the person you just talked to. I was surprised. What? That can't be. But, like a miracle, the feverishness disappeared instantaneously and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once when my body started to feel cumbersome, I thought, this must be the depression that comes from fatigue. I wanted to throw up my hands and say, I'm done. In such a time, I tentatively asked my heart, Heart, have I reached my bodily limit? That heavy feeling is coming from the anger of being forced to do what you don't want to do. Heart, what is it that I don't want to do? I couldn't pin it down. Then I remembered. In my head I saw how I had worked so hard doing extra favors for other people which I didn't have to do. Heart, you mean that? When I understood, it was like a heavy weight lifted from my shoulders. I felt embarrassed for the way I had felt so tragically pessimistic just a moment beforehand. Nevertheless, even though my heart said, "You're angry because you're being forced into things you don't want to do," I still found it difficult to ask my heart when other people are around, "Heart, do I really want to do this?" In the moment, I like to think I've already checked with my heart, but I make my move before I'm sure I have the right answer. For example, right when somebody invited me to go out to eat, I asked, "Heart, can I go with him?" No reply. The person who invited me was waiting for a response, so I had no time to lose. I arbitrarily decided, no answer probably means yes. While we ate, the person who invited me didn't talk to me at all. I wondered, why did you even invite me? It would have been fine if I had just left it at that and ate in silence, but I felt so antsy that I kept talking about myself, trying to entertain him. I did my best to make conversation, but he didn't reciprocate at all. I felt anger welling up inside, which numbed my senses and made me tell him things I rather shouldn't. Dinner ended and I went home feeling empty. On the way home, I asked my heart, "Heart, why didn't you tell me to say no to him?" "You couldn't ask me because your senses were paralyzed by anger." Heart, anger towards what? "The anger of having to deal with that unpleasant person." Now that you mention it, when he first invited me to eat, he was smiling and nodding flippantly, and it seemed strangely offensive. When I remembered that, I felt pissed off. Heart, but what am I supposed to do if every time a rude person talks to me I get paralyzed by anger and can't ask you anything? I tried to make a complaint. Then my heart answered in a way which seemed understandable, yet indecipherable. "You don't have to be able to ask me." Come on, you're losing me here. Heart, what do you mean I don't have to be able to ask? My heart answered, when you can't hear my answer is when there's anger. Ooh, touché. I get it. Until now I had thought I was angry at my heart for not answering, but I was mistaken. Now I understood. It's because I'm angry that my feelings are numbed, and that's why I can't hear my heart's voice. Heart, so that means I should just check with you to see what I'm angry about, right? Yes. Once more I tried to replay the scene of when I was unable to ask my heart as that person invited me to dinner. In my mind, I put myself in front of that clownish guy. I was unable to speak my mind. Heart, was I angry then? I asked. In my head, I saw myself screaming in a bright red dome-shaped room. No! Then I understood. Oh, so this is what numbed me. But there was still one point which left me unsatisfied. When I asked Heart, can I go to eat with him? I had the vague feeling that I got an okay. This troubles me, regardless of how much you say, because your feelings are numbed by anger. Namely, because I lose confidence in my heart's voice. Heart, what should I do? Just make Heart do all the work, huh? Ask the opposite question. I didn't quite understand, but I knew there was some kind of meaning behind it. Inside my head, I imagined it like playing the devil's advocate, so I double-checked. Heart, what do you mean by opposite? Should I ask the opposite of what I intend? Yes. I see. One more time I decided to replay that scene, this time with my heart. I'm being invited to eat by a rude person smiling at me sloppily. I'm engulfed by the needless emotion. Will he be sad if I turn him down? But I check with my heart just in case. Heart, can I go to eat with him? This is when, because my heart didn't say no, I mistakenly went to eat with my feelings still numbed by anger. But this time I asked the opposite question like I was instructed. Heart, do I have to go eat with him? No. I like you don't have to go. Sometimes my heart uses strange syntax, but sometimes that's just the peculiarity about my heart. So just ask the opposite question. Got it. Well, in psychological research, when you want to prove my hypothesis is true, you have to try to prove my hypothesis is false. If you can't disprove your hypothesis, that stands to prove your hypothesis. It's a very tiresome process we use for the purpose of eliminating any subjective assumptions. So what my heart is saying is to use this same method. Double-checking by asking the opposite of what you intend is a very useful tool. Once I asked Heart, should I keep writing? I'd been having a hard time waking up early mornings, so on the one hand I thought, is it okay if I stop soon? But I also wanted to keep writing. I was excited to hear which answer my heart would give. Heart gave a yes. What? Really? I had doubts. I couldn't believe my heart's answers anymore. I mean, my right middle finger had gotten chapped, and the part at the tip had cracked open, so every press of the key sent a rush of pain through my body. I wanted to complain. Can I really keep going like this? At such a time, I tried to ask the opposite question. Heart, can I stop writing now? Don't stop now. For some strange reason, I was satisfied with that answer. Then it came to me. I can just put some hand cream on my chapped finger. At which moment, one question popped into my mind. Heart, is this chapped skin another interruption to me writing this book? Yes, it's an interruption. Heart, why are they interrupting me? The dominators intoxicate you with anger to take away your freedom. Heart, why do they want to steal my freedom? To cut off your connection to me and keep you connected to them instead. When I heard this answer, I remembered all the excruciating days I spent deprived of my freedom. Then I felt a resurge of hatred for the dominators. Something's not right here. Heart, is this anger my anger? No. But I still felt the rage burning inside me, so I asked the opposite question. Heart, is this anger not my anger? I like it's not your anger. This particular wording is something that has bothered me for a while. It must have some kind of meaning, I thought, so I resolved to ask my heart. Heart, is there some kind of meaning in the way you answer? Yes. I knew it, but what could it possibly mean? Anyway, back to the story. Heart, are the dominators putting this anger in me? Dominators anger you to make you obsessed, so they stay connected to them. Is it true that when I remember the guy who invited me to dinner with a rude attitude and rekindle that anger, I keep remembering more and more horrible things and fall into a loop of discomfort that I can't hack out of? Heart, that's the dominators forcing me to be obsessed with them so that we stay connected, right? Yes. Immerse yourself in this discomforting anger and see for yourself that it's not yours. In my mind I chanted, I'm angry. Not trying to erase my anger and thoughtlessness, but daring to plunge into the anger. Then the anger itself felt more and more like a stupid hassle. I thought, I don't even want to think about him anymore. Thereupon my anger disappeared. Chapter 25. Freedom from Anger and Hate. I had definitely been dominated and controlled by anger and hate. Because I had thought that all the emotions inside of me were my own, every little thing immediately put me in a rage. I lamented, I'm so intolerant, I'm so naive. If I got angry once, it was hard for me to snap back out of it. I would think unpleasant thoughts all day, and even when I went to bed, all my frustration and regret would keep me awake. But once I started asking my heart, even when people made me mad, the anger doesn't last very long, because my heart teaches me those aren't your emotions. One time in the middle of a conversation, someone pointed out my obvious mistake and lectured common sense to me. I could feel the anger coming on. This was supposed to be a fun conversation. Do you really have to do that now? It really pissed me off. What the hell, man? At the same time, I felt ashamed. I'm such an embarrassment for making that mistake. At such a time, I asked my heart, Heart, I feel angry and ashamed now. What's going on? You're being implanted with anger. Heart, by whom? Even though I knew very well who it was, I asked just in case. That dominator. My heart taught me that the person I was talking to is a dominator. Heart, why is he doing this to me? To make you obsessed with him so you can't listen to me, to drag you down to rock bottom and dominate you. In my head, I saw a hand reaching out from a muddy swamp and pulling me into the murkiness with it. I shivered. Then I realized, I shouldn't mess with this person. I felt somehow refreshed and was able to shift into dealing with Dominator's mode. Until then, I had been thinking, I want him to understand what I'm trying to say, but no matter what I say to Dominators, no matter what I do, they repudiate me, scold me, antagonize me, and make me form an anger-fueled attachment to them to steal my freedom. This was the Dominator's goal, which contradicted my goal of making him understand. Right, I don't have to make him understand. The instant this thought came into my head, I was relieved and free. I no longer felt it necessary to associate with the Dominator. I was able to walk away from him with the feeling, suit yourself. And I didn't feel the slightest necessity to think about him after our parting, because the only thing I seek is the freedom to connect to my heart. But before I went to sleep at night, without warning, the Dominator's words crossed my mind and I was seized by discomfort again. Heart, what's happening? They're trying to put anger and hatred in you. Heart, you mean the Dominators? Yes. Heart, why are they targeting me? Because you know that they can steal your freedom with anger and hate. Heart, why me? Why don't they go after other people? You're not the only one. They go after anyone who's close to freedom. Oh, so it's not just me. On my day off, I was strolling down the sunny street when suddenly an older man bumped into me and gave me a mean stare. He looked so malicious that I thought, another freaking Dominator, so annoying. I started to get ticked off. Why do they always have to interfere with my freedom? Heart, was that guy a Dominator? He's nothingness, just a drunk man. I felt ashamed for the furious rage I had felt just a millisecond ago. Heart, what's happening? When you labeled him as a Dominator, you connected to the real Dominators who proceeded to flood you with anger. Of course, when you bring somebody to mind, you automatically connect to them through the brain network. When I remembered Dominators, the cause of my memory, I didn't connect to the brain of the drunk old man in front of me, but to the brain of the Dominators who always tormented me. That's when the Dominators flooded me with anger and took away my freedom. Heart, what should I do in times like these? Connect to me. I feel like there could be no answer warmer or gentler than that. Chapter 26. Once you listen to your heart, they can't pull you back. No matter who I talked to, I thought, I'm not like other people. I was always taken over by some kind of discomfort, and all my days consisted of anger and regret. But I had the feeling that everyone else's lives were free from this kind of unhappiness. As I went out for a little stroll, the neighborhood housewives were having a gossip session. I smiled and nodded, good afternoon, but they all stuck their noses in the air, saying, yeah. When I walked away, I could hear hyena laughter behind me. That guy's so weird acting all polite. Who does that? I don't know if it's my sharp ears or if their hearing is so bad that they have to yell, or if they purposely raise their voices so that I could hear. Either way, when I heard it, my face flushed bright red. I felt so stupid for greeting them with a smile that I burst into utter embarrassment. Then I was taken over by misery. I felt like I was a dirty person. I even felt like I shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Then I felt angry towards the kind of people like those neighborhood housewives who go around making other people miserable. I was filled with hatred. They talk all that crap, but they don't even know me. Then I thought, if I was a normal person, I'd probably be able to let it go without letting it get to me like this. But I couldn't ignore it. Their cackling laughter echoed in my brain and tortured me the whole day. No, about the whole week long. When I tried to talk to someone about it, they said, that's not right, man. You're just twisting people's intentions the wrong way because you had a rough childhood and people always bullied you. You're the one with the perverted mind. It's a sound argument. For all I know, those ladies didn't really mean to ridicule me with their laughter. What if my mind is so perverted that I hurt everyone around me with my crooked interpretations and ungrounded judgments of people's actions? The guilt of this agonizes me. Then I start thinking, what if everything I feel is wrong? What if I'm just a hateful, nasty person who makes everyone else feel bad? Heart, is it true? No. Heart, then what is true? Anger is good. Heart, what kind of anger do you mean? Anger is good for rejecting dominators. However, dominators establish this anger as a sin, judge you and punish you, changing your anger into a discomforting anger. A considerably difficult answer, but I vaguely understood. Anger is originally what you feel when you encounter a dominator and you want to reject him. That's what my heart was saying. Dominators are beings who pretend to be false gods. Pretending to be gods, dominators establish sins, condemn you for these sins, and hand down the punishment. Then they save you, in other words, force an attachment with their imitation of love. But I can't be content with an imitation. My heart screams, I hate fakes. This is my natural anger. This natural anger is inconvenient for the dominators, because if you reject the dominators in anger, they can't fulfill their duty as dominators, so they distort this anger of, I hate fakes. They decide, you're committing the sin of judging and hating other people. Anger, which is originally meant for rejecting the sham that is the dominators, is thereby converted into the dirty thing used to judge and hurt people. Therefore, you fall into the feeling, I'm a sinner for feeling so angry. This is an interesting point. If you're judged as a sinner who feels anger, next thing you'll need is salvation from your sin. This is when you think, I gotta do something to break free from my anger. Salvation from your anger lies in the dominator who established your anger as sin. Therefore, you become attached to or obsessed with the dominator who is the source of your anger. So you want the dominator to understand your reasoning, forgive you, and save you from this sin. This is how they make you feel. Which is why I want to explain to those neighborhood ladies, I'm not actually the creep you think I am. I think I need to rectify their false impression of me and thereby rid myself of this anger. This feeling connects me to their brains through the brain network, and I exhaust myself trying to plead my innocence to them while they establish my sin and punish me in their minds. Inside my brain, I hear the voices of persecution echoing, that lowlife doesn't even know how to take the trash out, or the whole neighborhood is sick of his noise. Then, because they keep making me into a dirty sinner, I want to explain these misunderstandings to them all the more, and I become fixated on these women. It turns into a vicious circle. When you try to break out of this vicious circle through your anger towards that person, another dominator comes along and decides your anger is a sin. Judging the anger you feel as something wrong, a sin used to hurt people, is no doubt the work of the false gods called dominators. Dominators judge your anger like a crime, saying, you hate these people even though you have no proof that they did this to you. Your anger is filthy. Because the dominators convict me of sin, I try to justify my anger to them all the more. This is because the wages of sin is death. Yet the harder I try to plead my innocence, the more the dominators punish me and condemn me as a sinner. Nobody accepts you. Everyone will abandon you and then you'll go to hell. They trap me in the fear of this delusion. The reason why I felt like I shouldn't be allowed to live in this world is because the dominators judge me and punish me with this delusional fear. That was a long explanation. I gotta check with my heart to see if my interpretation was accurate. Heart, is that right? I asked. My heart replied, yes. I still felt a little uncertain, so I double-checked with the opposite question because the dominator's interruptions were fierce on this one. Heart, is my interpretation wrong? Heart answered, no, it's not wrong, and my mind was at peace. Chapter 27. When to ask your heart. I lived my life thinking it's wrong to have bad feelings. I was taught hating people is wrong, looking down on people is wrong, rejecting people is wrong. I put every effort into following these rules, but I couldn't help feeling anger whenever I dealt with people. And when I tried to deny myself this anger and keep socializing, the anger would develop into hate and resentment. I used to think that these emotions made me a dirty person anyone should despise. I didn't tell a soul how I truly felt because I was terrified that everyone would hate me and abandon me for having such ugly emotions. And when I actually did express myself in the slightest way, people sent me the message, you'll be hated for having such dirty emotions towards other people. They scorned me and pushed me into an ugly existence to be looked down upon. When I asked my heart, I was told, the dominators hate anger because anger is how you reject the dominators, so they distort your anger into ugliness and make you connect to them instead. Anger is how you reject the dominators, therefore it's an inconvenience for them. The dominators play the role of false gods, so they twist your anger into an ugly sin that hurts other people. Then they judge and punish you for it. As a child, whenever I showed anger in front of a dominator, I was outcasted, scolded, and beaten. They conditioned me to think that something horrible would happen to me if I ever brought my anger to the surface. To this day, if I ever write something about anger on the internet, dominators post comments like, "You're an ugly person for writing about such a dirty feeling," and conjure up the delusional fear, "You're a nasty freak anyone would want to reject." Until now, I had been forced to live in this delusional fear. Anger is supposed to be for rejecting dominators, but before I knew it, the dominators had twisted my anger into something that's used to fixate on the dominators. My heart taught me, you don't have to abhor anger. It told me, accept your anger as anger. What could it mean? My heart said, accept your anger, throw away fabricated sin, and free yourself. I still don't get it. Use anger to cast away the dominators who pervert you and become your natural self. Then I asked heart, how should I break away from the dominators and become my natural self? When you feel anger, ask me. In this moment, I could see myself using anger to detach from the dominators, but there was also fear. I was seized by the fear that if I detached myself from the dominators, nobody else would accept me, that they would all abandon me and I would have to suffer a wretched, pitiable life. Heart, is this what will really happen if I cut off the dominators? Although nobody knows what will happen in the future, defining the future is the deed of the false gods the dominators pretend to be. This is deep. Only God knows the future. This means that it's impossible for people to know the future. Only God knows. They say, in the future no one will accept you and you'll be forced to lead a tragic life. Then you fall into fear, as if this future were already decided, as if this were a known fact. Exactly that is the delusional future created by the false gods, the dominators. And because the dominators pretend to be God, I fall under the delusion that this is going to become a reality, and I freeze in fear. Heart, what should I do when I'm attacked by this fear? Ask me. All right, then I'll cut to the chase. I'm being attacked by this fear right now. What should I do? Get angry. Heart, what should I get angry at? Get angry. Come on, don't just give me the same answer. Explain it to me, please. I decided to simply try and focus on the anger inside of me. I was indeed angry. Thereupon the image of my wretched future in which everyone abandons me was quickly enveloped in red flames. I was left in awe as it vanished without a trace. Oh, so that's what this was all about. I now realize that if I had directed my anger towards the dominators, I would have formed an attachment to them, so heart was right for saying nothing more than get angry, because that is the original emotion of rejecting the dominators. Now I see. At the same time I admired the outcome, I came up with another question. Heart, aside from anger, are there any other emotions being distorted by the dominators? Yes. Chapter 28. When you feel fear, immerse in it and ask, which of my emotions are being distorted? Anger. Heart. But I said aside from anger. The anger you feel when you're afraid is a distorted emotion. Oh, so this is a different type of anger than the one I just felt. For example, when you're afraid that someone's going to abandon you, you feel anger and hate towards them for betraying you. And when you think someone's going to attack you, you feel a vengeful kind of anger. We use this anger to get rid of our fear. You can get angry to erase your fear, but it only exacerbates your anxiety and fear until you can't escape it. Now I understood that this is how the dominators steal our freedom. Heart, how is this anger being distorted? How is it different from the anger before? Anger, hate, and nervousness intensify and you become dependent upon it. It's like my heart is talking in code. You mean that when I get angry as a reaction to fear, my nervousness increases to the point of pain, which causes pain-killing hormones to secrete in the brain, so I start to crave these hormones and become dependent on anger? Heart, is this true? That's good. Originally, anger is supposed to arise as a way to detach from the dominators, but the dominators twist it around to their own advantage. They anger you with their invented fears, thereby inciting pain-killing hormones in the brain, which conditions you to think dominators equal intoxication. Then, before you know it, it becomes a vicious circle where your desire to get drunk causes you to seek out the dominators who supply you with fear. Originally, you're supposed to detach from the dominators with anger, but the anger which is distorted by fear actually attaches you to the dominators, who then take away your freedom. Heart, are the dominators doing this on purpose? Yes, they do it on purpose. Scary. Heart, what should I do when this fear-distorted anger makes me fixate on the dominators? Immerse yourself in the fear that lies beneath this anger and talk to me. My heart meant not to run away from the fear, but rather plunge into it and then ask, Heart, but I'm scared. Underneath the fear lies your true anger, so just ask me. I didn't quite understand, but I decided to do as I was told. When I took the plunge into my fear, the scene of me dying in a car accident flashed before my eyes. Heart, it's horrible. I'm scared of dying. The second after I called out to my heart, I welled up with the feeling, right now, in this very moment, I'm alive. Then my fear of dying felt ridiculous to me. So this is what my heart was talking about. Chapter 29. Ask whenever you feel pain. Heart, are there any other distorted feelings? Pain. Heart, why does pain get distorted? Because it's pain, fear, anger. Talking in code again. Heart, what is it about pain and fear? You've been conditioned to fear pain. Heart, so what would happen if it weren't for this fear conditioning? Come on, at least think for yourself a little bit. You would connect to me whenever you feel pain. I felt like a gray cloud that had always been over my head cleared away. Right, when you feel pain, just ask. This means that pain originally works like an alarm for incoming messages from your heart. I could see myself gradually becoming free as I ask my heart whenever I feel pain. Somebody once said, when your pinky finger hurts is when you notice that you have a pinky finger. Usually we don't sense the existence of our pinky finger, but when it's in pain we become aware of it. Oh, I have a pinky finger. In the same way, if it weren't for pain, we would tend to forget about our heart. Therefore, dominators condition pain with fear to distort the original role of pain and make you connect to the dominators through fear of pain instead. The stronger the pain, the stronger your connection to the dominator's brain network becomes, at which point the dominators implant you with more fear. Then, in order to numb this fear, you get angry. Once the anger triggers pain-killing hormones in your brain, the fear and pain will be temporarily numbed. But soon enough the fear comes crashing back and you have to numb your brain with pain-killing hormones again, an ever-repeating process which steadily divides you from your heart. Before long I had forgotten about my heart and was living in lack of the freedom the dominators stole from me. At such a time, I ventured to feel my pain, the pain that I had been trying not to feel. Thinking of it as a reminder from my heart, I tried to taste my pain. Then I hastily asked my heart, Heart, my shoulder hurts. What is this? Anger. Heart, what anger? The anger of getting involved with dominators you don't want to get involved with. Heart, where do I get involved with dominators? Home and work. Countless examples of this flooded my mind and I felt guilty. Oh no, it's because I keep doing things I shouldn't. Heart, what should I do? It's not your fault. They intoxicate you and numb your feelings so that you're forced to do things you don't want to do. That's all. Just keep that in mind. My heart didn't blame me. It didn't say anything like, you feel pain because you did things you shouldn't have. Nevertheless, when my heart told me, keep in mind that they're forcing you to do this, the pain in my shoulder went away like a dream. I realized that behind the pain in my shoulder was the fear that I was going to be persecuted for doing things wrongly. I plotted this fear out with anger, but the anger made my shoulder tense up. I feel like I could really see how pain connects you to your heart and sets you free. So pain isn't a bad thing. When I understood that, I heard a voice in my mind saying, "That's right. Heart teaches me things that are wholly unlike what I ever knew." Chapter 30. Ask when you feel the fear of death. I gradually understood more and more about the systems my heart explained to me. It seemed to be that all the times fear arose in me, it was something perverted by the dominators. I checked to see if my thinking was correct. Heart, are there any other emotions being distorted that I don't know about? Anger and hate, and death. Death definitely shares a direct relationship with fear, but wouldn't anyone fear death? I suspected that this was not one of the emotions perverted by the dominators. Heart, is the fear of death really something the dominators pervert? Yes. I recalled the time I had a flu. I had a high fever and difficulty breathing. I thought I might die. But once I felt ready to die, I was able to have a pure, uninterrupted conversation with my heart. Once I was conscious of death, there were no interferences between me and my heart. Our connection was so direct, and I was overflowing with peace and joy. This feeling came back to me. Oh, so that's what you mean. In that moment, I truly felt that death, when it isn't distorted by fear, is a precious feeling which opens up a pure connection to your heart. But the fear of death had always interrupted this connection. The fear of death makes it so that you can't accept your death, and you're seized by regret and obsession. I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. What a pathetic life I lived. Fear automatically connects you to the dominator's brain, who then picks at all the flaws in your life, angering you and making you obsessed. But if you connect to your heart, you won't feel the slightest twinge of regret or anger. There's only joy. That is not to say the joy of death, but rather the joy of a pure connection to your heart. Heart, so the dominators implant excessive fear into everything that connects me to you, so that I connect to the dominators instead, right? Yes, that's good. Thinking about it that way, whatever I'm afraid of is actually what connects me directly to my heart. What I'm afraid of is that everyone will desert me and I'll become poor. Heart, is my fear of abandonment also being distorted by the dominators? Yes, that's good. I could see myself relying solely and purely on my heart after everyone I knew abandoned me. There wasn't a single interference between me and my direct connection to my heart. It wasn't so intense as when I sensed my own death, but I was overflowing with peace and joy. I see. Dominators want to prevent this, so then they implant fear and force you to connect to the dominators instead. As I ask my heart, I begin to see a totally different world than what I had always imagined. Chapter 31. When you really think about it, fear is cool. Most of the time I feel fear, it's about something in the future. Although it hasn't even happened yet, I imagine it like it's already real and it terrifies me. Being estranged from everyone and having them hate me hasn't actually happened yet. If I publish this book, the people who read it will scorn me, criticize me on the internet, and no one will want to associate with me anymore. This image comes to me and terrifies me, as if it were the reality before my eyes. I can see everyone's icy stares and the succession of heartless comments, how my hands tremble in shock as I sink into a depression. It's as if a separate world from reality is created inside my head and, before I even know it, I'm living my life inside the map of hell expanding in my brain, as it were. The ones who are able to produce such a world are the false gods called dominators. Dominators play the role of God, and thus they are able to create as many worlds as they please. In the worlds created by the dominators, I writhed in agony and hopelessness as they slathered me in anger and hatred. If this is the world, then I don't want to live in it, I said in hatred and resentment for the God who created it, which was how I unknowingly became attached to the false gods called dominators. Through this hatred and resentment, I connected more and more to the dominator's brain, who forced me to continue suffering in their world of delusions. Before I heard it from my heart, I could have never imagined that every time I feel fear, I'm living in the delusional world created by the dominators. Every point in time I had ever felt fear was originally supposed to be a precious time where I connect to my heart, and the dominators implanted fear during these points as a conditioning to make me connect to the dominators instead. In a sense, I admire their skill because if they condition me with fear at these certain points, it becomes difficult for me to connect to my truth, to my heart, so that I am no longer able to live in the world of reality, which is my truth. In my case, failure, abandonment, poverty, suffering, pain, death, hell, etc., had all undergone a fear conditioning. If I ever made a mistake, I was terrified by the fear of being rebuked, so that I would panic and rush into another mistake, the end result being that I pile failure onto failure. Then in phase 2, the fear everyone's going to abandon me put me in an even greater panic. But now, whenever my failures frighten me, I'm able to realize the dominators implanted this fear in me to pull me away from my heart. While I figure this is a time when the dominators don't want me to connect to my heart, I ask my heart, "Heart, I just made a big mistake and I feel really pathetic and depressed right now." "No need." I had no idea what this answer meant when I first heard it, but in the next moment I imagined myself apologizing to my heart. "I'm so sorry that I failed." Then I knew, so this is what there's no need for. I used to make a habit of immediately apologizing. "Sorry, I'm so sorry." This is because I was constantly afraid that if I didn't promptly apologize, I would be reprimanded and punished. In reality, I was reprimanded and punished even when I apologized and reflected on my behavior, but I couldn't help but apologize. Now I understood this is the world the dominators create. "Heart, does that mean there's no need for apologies?" I asked. Then, after my heart answered, "I like there's no need for apologies," it taught me the world doesn't care. I didn't quite understand this either, but I felt something wrenching in my heart. My eyes were hot with tears. So they really won't persecute me. My mind is becoming free. Things are starting to become more and more fun. Afterward, heart, what is joy for me? To be connected to me always. Heart, what does it mean to be always connected to you? In any time, no matter what, asking and obeying me. When I heard that, it felt a little bit serious. Until now, I'd loyally obeyed the opinions of other people. The more earnestly I obeyed them, the more they scorned me, the more pathetic and miserable I became, the more my hate toward other people grew. I thought that, overflowing with such hate as I was, I would turn into a hopelessly ugly person. When my heart told me, listen and obey, I had a sense of anxiety, as if I were being pulled back into that hopelessness. That's when you have to ask your heart. Heart, what does it mean to ask and obey you? To be emancipated from the dominator's control and become free. When I heard that answer from my heart, inside my head I saw the image of myself being forced to do things I don't want to do. With an uncomfortable expression, I fret over other people's needs and try my hardest to please them. Upon seeing my wretchedness, one person reproaches me. If you don't want to do it, then why don't you just stop? They're right. I'm not doing it because I want to do it, but rather because I think I have to do it. I get in a panic. If I don't do it, something bad will happen. So I needlessly fret over other people's needs, and, in such a condition, no matter what kind of person reproached me, I couldn't do anything to stop it. In times like these, I ask my heart for guidance. When I ask my heart, I'm able to assert myself. I won't do it. I'm liberated from the discomfort of being the people pleaser and become free. However, the very moment I was freed from bootlicking, again I'm attacked by an uneasiness. If I don't fret over other people's needs, everyone will leave me, isolate me, and I'll die a wretched death. This image of myself popped into my mind as if it were already real. Heart, will I die a lonely, pathetic death? I asked. My heart taught me, alone is freedom. Until my heart taught me that, I used to think that alone was a sad, pitiable condition. But now I didn't feel a care in the world. There was a sense that I was always connected to my heart. Dominators try to stop this by implanting the fear solitude is miserable. By following my heart's answers, the common sense I had gathered up to this point was overturned, and I saw myself gazing upon a completely different world. This is what my heart was talking about. The world of freedom, free from dominators' control. I realized that my knowledge and common sense was not actual real knowledge, but something implanted by the dominators in order for them to sustain their role as my god. Then my heart suddenly said, "Don't write anymore." It was so abrupt that I was taken aback. Huh? Is this the dominators interrupting me so that I don't write any more about the three truths? I wondered. So I asked my heart, "Heart, are there any interruptions between us?" My heart answered, "No." "Then, heart, why did you tell me not to write anymore?" I asked. My heart answered, "Because everyone will ask their heart." Then it added, "Everyone's anticipation is everyone's anticipation." There's no more need for my words here. The end.